Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins. How's everybody's Wednesday going? If you like me, your Wednesday's going pretty good. Give me a second. There you go. So I know it looks different. I just put my screen down a little bit so you can see me. Um, I personally like it. It's alright. It's kind of cool. Um, yeah, I actually like this. I can look up, left, right. Yeah, this is pretty good. Um, Before we start, I'm gonna say we got a great show today. Hold on a second. We have a actually really good show today. Um, so the topic question is Myron Gaines and Brandon is obsessed with Tariq Nasheed. What I have been seeing lately, they're trying to bait him into doing some, just jumping out the window talking about, yo, I'll debate you, I'll do this, I'll do that. But we have Brandon trying to destroy Tariq Nasheed's legacy. Is it over, jealousy, envy, or, just on some hate and shit? That's things we have to think about when people say what they say about other people. Me, on the other hand, I'll tell y'all my whole situation at the end. I do want to say I want to give a shout out to everybody who was in the live chat, wilding out and in the live chat just watching, being entertained. I appreciate everything y'all do. Um, I didn't expect to be having like decent shows like this or even good shows. I'm just happy that people has the chance to watch it. I don't, like I said, I don't usually know what I'm gonna be talking about. I just find a topic and see if I can dumb out and and listen and think like, damn, you know what people want to talk about, what people want to hear, what we want to watch. So when I do stuff like that, it's just super dope to me. It's kind of like a mind boggling thing. Um, and then if you've been with me from the beginning, I started this shit probably like a year and a half ago, and like even just having 100 subscribers, I would have never thought I would have had 100 subscribers. I would have never thought like I'm gonna be an activist. I never thought just the stuff that I think. you know. So I must say we're gonna have a pretty long show, probably like 4 hours. You know how we usually do. We usually talk for like 30, 40 minutes. Then after that, we just start the show and stuff. And I just hope everybody's day's going straight. It's Wednesday. Was a few days close to the weekend. So also I got good news. I'm gonna be starting back working overnights on Thursdays in a few weeks, probably in the beginning of July. So that's gonna be super dope. So if I do have a show, it will probably be on like Thursday morning, early Thursday morning after I drop my kids off. Probably do like 5 6 hours, 8:30. Then definitely when I get home on Friday morning, I'll sleep and do a show around like 3 4 o'clock p.m. So that's super dope to talk about. Hey yo, I got this crazy. Let me see. Give me 1 second, cause I got this thing. Good luck on growing your channel. I'm sub to. Hey, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Definitely, when you subscribe, when you throw a sub, I'll subscribe back with you. Definitely, I try to do that with everybody. If like y'all have a channel, I try to support all of y'all because I know how hard it is. Yo, I got this crazy topic. I think I want to do Friday. Um, so the topic question I'm gonna do on Friday, and it's gonna be super dope. In 2025, is it dangerous to date white women? This isn't a black man question or a white man question. This is just a question. Cause we've been hearing about all this crazy shit that been happening with white women, like they stabbing people, they shooting people, they rob. Yo, there's this bitch in Dedham, Massachusetts. She ran over her fucking husband, her boyfriend, and he was a fucking cop. They dismissed the church. Dismissed the trial, but they just reappealed it. So it already been like what I think day 22 already. Yo, they trying to send that bitch to jail. I think she did it. Her name is Karen Reed. Yo, I've been keeping up with that like it was the Diddy case. That's how crazy it is. Give me a second. Yeah. So, hey, also too, we might I'm gonna say this. We're gonna oh shit. So we're gonna jump back also too. We're gonna jump back into we're gonna do it like a flashback too with the Myron Gaines, because if you're not if you're not you know if you don't know what we talk about on this channel, like we talk about everything. And like I said, if y'all want to crash out, y'all can crash out. You know, I had one episode. It was mostly white supremacists. You know, yo, they were bugging out. It was so crazy. They even gave me a cash. They even shot me a cash app. Oh shit. Bobby's gonna kill me. Bobby always tells me to put my cash app in the live chat, and I always forget. So give me 1 second so I can put the cash app in there. So yeah, but they were dumbing out like all these white supremacists, and like I even got fans from it. I got a few. Yo, it was so crazy because I got a few subscribers. There was some people that would come back on and like listen, and like I always tell them all the time, I was like, yo, I don't mind. I don't mind if y'all crash out, be on some racist shit. But at the end of the day, my audience, they get reckless. You know, I let them get reckless because at the end of the day, why not? Why should I tell you how to act or talk? You know. Give me 1 second. Hey Cora, yeah, I'm gonna try to. I'm gonna subscribe to your channel right now. There you go. I got you, sugar. Um, but yeah, definitely hit that sub button. You know, have more subscribers. The more the merrier, and definitely hit notification because I do stuff damn near every day. You know, sometimes twice a day. Also, I got my Cash App in the live chat, so definitely donate to the channel. And we also when you do donations, it goes to like other projects that we're gonna be doing sooner. We deal with media. Like my channel really deals with a lot of media. So, like we'll do short films, short series and stuff like that. I'm gonna start doing that soon. I do gaming too, so like if you a gamer, I'll do some shit with gaming. But if y'all even give a fuck, I'll tell you how my day was. My day was pretty dope. I didn't get to watch any Chinese drama today. Yo, if you ever watch that Chinese drama, yo, that should be mad interesting. But it's kind of similar to a lot, cause there was this one I watched like I think 2 days ago. This motherfucker, this little Chinaman, parents wanted him to take the fall for what his brother did. And he was like, nah. He's like, yo, I'm about to go off to college. And the dude was acting like he was on bipolar. He's like, no, I can't go to jail. I can't go to jail. And he was like, and his girl, the girl he was about to marry, she's like, yo, please just do it for him. And she's like, I'll marry you. I'll wait for you until you get out. Yo, he was like, nah, fuck that. So he was about to run off. The bitch bust him in the head with a pole. China woman did that shit. I was like, oh shit. I was like, yo, she's foul. Then after that, when he left, he got locked up, and like people throwing shit at him. Like people, the community fucking hated him because they thought he did it. I think he ran somebody over or some shit like that. So when the dude did 10 years in jail, when he got out, his adopted brother was about to marry his fiance and stuff like that. But he gave up on her after got out of jail because she was like, "Oh, yo, I'll wait for you." And there's two movies like that. There's one like that where the girl was waiting for him to get out, and there's another one where he goes to the house and they're talking shit about him. So there's like, that's why I said there's a lot of them that's similar. So yo, the first one I seen, the mother gave him a bed, but it smelled all funny and like it was something wrong. It was all small and stuff, and the father didn't know shit. The father was going on what the mother said. His wife was saying, yo, they were disrespecting the motherfucker, and like it got to a point where there was this dude's birthday, and like the dude was like, "Oh yeah, this is my fiance. We're gonna get married." And the real son, not the adopted son, the son, he was like, "Yo, whatever." He don't give a fuck. Then the girl ran up to him, was like, "Yo, I'm not really marrying him. Like we're just playing along because he got bipolar." You know, so yo, the shit was crazy. I'll speed it up because then after that, the motherfucker leaves. The dude leaves the whole family and stuff like that. Don't say shit. Then he finds out he's sick, so he goes to, because he was about to be this big ass researcher. So he goes to the place and he's like, "Yo, can I still have that job?" He's like, "Yo, I just got out of jail," and he's like, "Yeah, yeah." He's like, "Yo, you," because he was like one of the prominent researchers of all time. Well, in China, so he was about to go abroad, but they gave him a job here. And hold on, let me hit this joint off right here. It's my AC. I want to turn it down. All right, there we go. So then after that, the guy, they was so happy that he came. He's like, "Oh yo, we're happy that you're here, man." Then after that, the dude was getting sick. He didn't know why he was getting sick, but he didn't give a fuck because he was like, "Yo, let's work on this medicine." I guess there was this medicine that actually was gonna cure him. The dude passed out and stuff and started spitting up blood, and everybody looking at him like, "Yo, you all right?" He was like, "Yo, I'm all right. I'm sick." He's like, "I don't know." He goes to the doctors and he was like, "Yo, you got like a few more months to live if you don't find a cure." And he's like, "Oh yeah, let's go work." And he's like, he's working when he's sick. He's sick. So he ends up in this hospital and the family's looking for his ass. And like the father went down to his room and he smelled the room. He's like, "Yo, where is this my son's room?" And the butler was like, yeah, because the butler was beating him up and stuff, beating on him and stuff. He's like, "Yo, why did you have my son in this room?" And he was like, He was like, oh, your wife told me to put him in there. He was putting him in there. He's like, "Yo, I should fucking kill you." And he said some shit like that. The Chinaman's father said that. He's like, "Yo, my son is getting out of jail and y'all had him in this type of treatment." And he's like, "Please don't." He's like, "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." He's like, "Yo, I quit. I'll quit." You know. And the dude left and stuff, and the wife was like, his ex fiance came. And he was like, "Yo, where's his name was like Mitchell or some crazy shit." They had American names, and he was like, "Oh, he left. He flexed. I don't know where he is and stuff." She was like, "What? He left?" He was like, "Yo, he was supposed to marry me." He's like, "Yo, he thinks she really married his brother-in-law. I mean, his adopted brother." He's like, "I told him that I'm not really marrying him." Then he was like, "No." He's like, "Yo, he didn't give a fuck anymore." He was like, "Yo, he just left." He's like, DJ B1. Hey, yo, what's going on? Salute. Shout out to DJ Spec. You know, yeah, I'm just talking about this Chinese drama I was watching like a few days ago. Then the motherfucker just started, yo, he left in despair, and the mother was like, "Oh shit." He's like, "Yo, she had to think of a lie and stuff why the room was smelling like that." He's like, she was trying to say, "Oh yeah, he's dirty. He was all this and that." And he's like, no, this is I know this room. He's like, this is a dirty fucking room. He's like, yo, I would have never. He's like, I wouldn't even put a fucking dog here. He's like, why would you put our son here? So then after that, the son faked like he hurt himself, and the mother's going crazy. Ah, my son, because the kid already tried to kill himself. He tried to jump off the fucking house, then fell on his brother, and everybody act like the real son, the son that's not adopted, wasn't hurt. Like the dude had broken ribs and everything. I think he broke his legs. And like, I guess they would say, oh yeah, he's faking and stuff like that. You know, they were just disrespecting the fucking guy. Then after that, he had the salute. He had the medicine. Oh, salute Del Monte. Yeah, I heard that. I don't think they're gonna release him just yet because I think he's serving like 200 years. So I don't know if he's getting released. It's a weird case, man, because you know they just released the Kelseys. Remember they used to have that show with the family that used to have that show from Tennessee. They lived in Tennessee and in Atlanta. They were real estaters. Like the father was mad sassy, and the son is named Chase Chelsea or some shit, and there was a daughter. Then they had an adopted black girl. I forgot what the girl was. It's I don't think he's gonna get released. We gotta personally, Del Monte. I think we need to wait and see what's gonna happen because Trump does say some shit and doesn't, and it be the whole totally opposite. We got to see this motherfucker get released out of jail. Only person I ever seen get released out of jail like this was Guy Fisher, and it was because he was dying. So yeah, because he's serving like what 3 or 4 life sentences, and I guess like 200 years or some crazy shit. It's weird. Yeah, I was trying to look that shit up too. So let's see what's happening first, because I heard that same thing that he's getting released. But yeah, if anything, we'll do something. We'll do some more tomorrow on Larry Hoover. So definitely let's watch and let's see how this shit plays out personally. Yeah, cuz Trump doesn't, like I say, I didn't vote at all, but if I would have voted, I would have probably voted for Trump. If I had to, cuz they both suck. If you ask me, they both suck. I wouldn't. Yeah, it's just a weird situation. See what Willie D said. All right, definitely. I'll watch that after, and we'll chat on it tomorrow because I'm gonna do a reaction video as well tomorrow or tonight. Tomorrow morning, like really, really early in the morning, like 2-3 o'clock in the morning. Oh yeah, let me finish this. So the dude had the antidote for what was going on with his body. Yo, you know this motherfucking adopted son took it and broke it. He slapped the shit out of the doctor, told me give me the medicine, and the son would end up fucking dying and stuff like that. And he knew that his more symbolized intangible. Yeah. You talk about reparations, symbolisms, and tangibles. You talking about I don't know what you're talking about, DJ Spec. I'm kind of confused right now. B1 power, black one. I'll figure it out. But yeah, it's just the motherfucker ended up dying, and before he died, he acted like he didn't see his father. His father seen him. He's like, "Yo, I know you're my son." He's like, "No, I'm the wrong person." Dude changed his name and everything. So the motherfucker was crying because they found out the son was fucking lying. The adopted son was lying. So the adopted son ended up going to jail, and like they regretted all the fucking shit that they have done to him. I'm gonna give you that site. I'm gonna give y'all the site one day, and I'll let you watch all of that shit that I be watching. It's crazy. It's just a lot of reading. That's the only thing, because it's not in English. It's like subtitles and shit. But actually, let's get on to the topic. You know, let me see. This is, Myron Gaines and Brandon is obsessed with Tariq Nasheed. And we got to go back and we got to do a flashback and see how this bullshit started. You know, he needs to be cutting the check. Yeah, yeah, you're right, DJ Spec. I think that should actually we could talk about that. We could have a little convo about that. Yeah, I think they're gonna cut the check sooner or later. I give it another few years. I give it another few years. Yes, sir. Talking. Yeah, and the reason why I say I'm gonna give it another few years because they always need us. They always need us for something. And with this shit that we just did to the Democrats, motherfuckers need to come correct because the Republicans know, like, yo, this shit could happen to us too. This shit ain't gonna be always sweet where Donald Trump is gonna be the president. You know, don't forget, we've been voting Democrat for over 80 years. And it has been mostly Democrats. Yeah, we had, George Bush. We had both of the Bushes. We had Ronald Reagan. We had Trump. Most people didn't even vote Trump versus Hillary. And you know who I blame for that? And I gotta be personally honest, Colin Kaepernick. He was the first one to say, "Yo, I'm not gonna vote." He's like, "I'm not gonna You're not gonna make me choose the. You're not gonna tell me to pick a poison, pick a poison or some shit like that." He said that shit, and like, yo, he got a lot of backlash from it. That's why he got blackballed from the NFL because of that shit. Because he was telling motherfuckers not to vote. Because remember, they was like, "Oh yeah, who you voting for?" He's like, "I'm not voting for nobody." Yeah, all that shit. Colin Kaepernick started that shit, man, and like people started thinking like, "Yo, why the fuck is he doing that?" He's like, "Yo, it's like choosing two. It was a you telling me to choose less of two evils." That's what he was saying, and like that shit was smart when Colin Kaepernick was saying that shit. You know, and salute to Colin Kaepernick, even though like I don't think he's a great activist, and the reason why he's not a great activist to me is because he don't like to talk. When you're an activist, you got to do a lot of talking. You can't just say one or two. You can't do what Kendrick Lamar does. Kendrick Lamar, he'll barely say anything, and he'll put everything in his raps or into his musics. And you'd be like, "Yo, what the fuck? What does he mean in that?" And like we would never know what he means because you know why? He doesn't say shit. And this is why a lot of people, like a lot of conscious people and a lot of people who like hip hop or hip hop head, they love Kendrick Lamar for that shit because at the end of the day, he has us always guessing, always has us thinking. A thinking motherfucker ain't gonna like him. That's why they like Drake. Drake is good for like party music and shit, but thinking and all that other stuff, nah. We don't play shit. We don't play stuff like that for Drake. We can't even play girl. We can't even have a girl over and listen to Drake because we don't know if he's talking about a young girl or not. Because now we got to look at it like this. We did this shit to R. Kelly, where motherfuckers was like, "Yo, I'm not listening to R. Kelly because we don't know if he's talking about a young girl." His sentence was commuted, whatever that means. It's weird. That's why I was like, yeah, we gotta figure out what that means because they be using these fucking words and stuff, and it be a nothing burger, So yeah, you be surprised. That's like remember back in the days they was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna do a lot for black people," and they was like, "Yeah, we're gonna do shit for people." Then they put the shit people of color or minorities, and we didn't get shit, So it could be a nothing burger. That's why I was saying it's like, yo, it could be some wolf tickets that this motherfucker's selling. I'm not saying that he wouldn't do it. I'm just saying they could be selling us some bullshit, Because don't forget, these are politicians. When has a politician really ever told the truth about anything? So like I said, I'm not saying he wouldn't do it. He might do it, but it's just this is the type of shit where you gotta be like, yo, hold on, what this motherfucker's trying to do? You know, what is he trying to say? You know, so it's a weird situation. You know, but that I think they're gonna cut that check sooner or later. Yeah, they're gonna they're gonna have to. All this shit that Donald Trump is doing, yeah, it might look decent on paper when he leaves the office, but at the end of the day, you gotta look at it. What about those checks? We don't give a fuck about who you let go and all. Hold on, put it this way: if they're gonna let him go, they're gonna have to let C. Murder go, because they don't even know if C. Murder actually killed that kid. This is why it's a tricky situation, you know. He still has 200 years. See, like yeah, because it was like a weird. That's why I would say he's commuted. That's like yo, what the fuck is commuted? That's why when they say, oh yeah, he's getting released from what? He's probably might go into like general population or something. You know, it's a weird situation. That's why we don't know yet. We just got to figure out what's going on. C. Murder out? No, C. Murder's not out yet. I say, yo, if they let go Larry Hoover, because Larry Hoover got bodies under his belt. Larry Hoover was that motherfucker. That Hoover was that Hoover shit that people be doing in Chicago and stuff. That was because of him. That motherfucker was knocking off heads and shit. He was knocking off heads in jail. That's why they had to send him to Colorado. The feds in Colorado. And yeah, in jail, was it 23 hours a day? You probably get an hour. What's his name? El Chapo's complaining about that bullshit now. He's trying to get out of that motherfucker. After he escaped from Mexico, they're not letting him out. I don't even think, yeah, he ain't gonna see the light of day in that motherfucker ever again. But yeah, that whole situation, it's gonna be crazy. C. Murder's been out since last year. Really? Hold on, let me see. I didn't know that. C. Murder, he was previously released on the 5G. Quite dismissed. He was later reconvicted, sentenced, including despite ongoing efforts. His conviction includes has upheld the conviction. Give me a second. Just like that. He continued to. Nah, he's still in jail. He's in Louisiana State Penitentiary right now. They said despite these efforts, a federal judge has upheld Miller's conviction, and he continues to serve his life sentence in the Louisiana State Penitentiary. Yeah, he's still serving that time. That's why I didn't know if he was out. You know. I hope he gets out because at the end of the day, that I think what fucked him up, and I'm gonna be personally honest about C. Murder, was his name, Murder. If he would have had any other name, yeah, he would have been fine. But he had C. Murder. You know, you going over there with some white people who are from the country or they're from like the South, where Louisiana, where they usually don't catch people in murders. So they was like, yo, this is an easy lick right here. I don't think they gave him a fair case personally, but that's just me. You know, yeah, but they're gonna cut them checks, man. And like I said, the reason why is because they always need us. You know, if we don't help them, like look at the country now. This country is in shambles. It's so bad that white people right now is talking shit about us because we're not doing anything. They say every prejudice thing about us. And the reason why I say prejudice is because they prejudging everything that, you know, they see like a 3% of people do. You know, like twerking and, you know, doing, no, just ratchet shit, you know. Not even ghetto shit, but just ratchet shit. And it's like we don't give a fuck, but at the end of the day, it's just that's how we take it. It's like yeah, it's bullshit. Like we look at it as bullshit. Like it's like I said, and like one thing about it, America's not gonna go back to segregation. Black people are their bread and butter. If you gotta understand, our money only touches our hand one time. You go to the Arab company, it touches their hand like 3 times. In China, it touches their hand like 4 to 5 times. Jews, it touches their hand 10 to 11 times. It only touches our hand once because we give our money to other people. We don't give it to our own people. So that's why I say like that's our bread and that's their bread and butter. Once it touches our hand, it doesn't come back into our hands, into our community's hand. So they're not gonna do segregation. They'll be a fucking idiot to do that. The U.S. corporations empire is falling before our eyes. Yeah, I get you. I see it's happening to Big Tone. And like I said, they need us. We could watch this shit burn down and dance. Don't forget, Black Americans, we're the only ones that made it through the Great Depression. White people struggled. The white Americans struggled in the Great Depressions. In the 1930s, yeah, we didn't struggle. Don't forget. What was in the 1930s? Segregation, Jim Crow. They had a taste of their own medicine. It was technically, I always tell people all the time, it wasn't technically civil rights that got that bill passed. It was just a good business plan. So it's just, like I always tell people, those are gatekeepers. Those boulets are gatekeepers. That's why media right now is so important to us, because at the end of the day, they can't be the gatekeepers. You know why? Because we know their dirty secrets. We can research that shit. We could study that stuff. You got to understand, in all these channels, and this is why I say support everybody's channel, especially if you're a foundational Black American. If a foundational Black American is actually doing something, support that channel. Go watch that. Even if it's a conspiracy shit. Because it could be some gems that we don't know. You go study that shit. Like, I didn't know nothing about COINTELPRO. I didn't know nothing about Pan-Africanism until I started watching 19 Keys. 19 Keys had me looking up some shit, figuring out like, this shit's part of the CIA. Pan-Africanism wasn't for us. You got to look at it. Pan-Africanism hasn't been Pan-Africanism ever since basically Marcus Garvey left. Real talk. It hasn't been Pan-Africanism in a long time, because you know who hijacked it? The African Culture and Society, African and Culture Society. They're located in Lagos, Nigeria. They were funded by the CIA. When has the CIA ever been good for Black Americans? They always had our worst interests. The FBI always had our worst interests. So to think that they're going to do anything good for us, nah. Don't ever think that shit. Because at the end of the day, you're setting yourself up for failure. It has always been like that. That's why when we look at the Myron Gaines, this is why, Tariq Nasheed just did some crazy shit. Tariq Nasheed just talked about Myron Gaines being like COINTELPRO. A few weeks ago or a month ago, I was just talking about Nick Fuentes and Myron Gaines being COINTELPRO. Myron Gaines was part of the Homeland Security. You don't think he's like, he sucks at this junk? Maybe he could be like an informant. Because I was watching this shit on Puerto Rico. They sent this guy to Puerto Rico, I think in 1895 or something, 1899. Yo, he was setting up fucking Puerto Rico, writing journalism on him, talking about Puerto Ricans is trying to start a war in America, and like they were saying crazy shit. They're savages. They're out here killing each other. This is what they did to Puerto Rico. This motherfucker had a wife and 2 kids, and the wife didn't even know how he was making fucking money until they found out this guy's CIA. He was part of the COINTELPRO. This motherfucker went and told FBI in Chicago that these 2 dudes were trying to buy bomb material. They shot the motherfuckers up. And that was the last thing they heard from her. They did that to the Native Americans. There are still people in jail because of that shit. Tariq Nasheed's talking about it now, man. And he got more information on it because this motherfucker, he's wise when it came to that shit. Me, the reason why I did that show on it, because I watched 19 Keys talk about Pan-Africanism. Is it a scam or not? Because you got to look at it. Everybody been praising, been doing that Pan-Africanism shit for like over probably, almost 80 years. 80, 90 years. Probably longer than that. Almost 100 years. But now we got to ask, what has it done for us? It hasn't given us culture. We had to develop our own culture. But you got Africans, oh yeah, that's the African ancestors. Are you fucking serious? We know nothing about fucking Africa. Reason why we know what we know about Africa is because of Tariq Nasheed and Dr. Umar. We don't give a fuck about that. We gotta be personally honest. We don't give a fuck about that. First of all, they don't even like us. Africans don't even like us like that. Only if we're giving them something or they're benefiting from something. It is what it is, you know. And we can't get mad about it. That's just how they are. Well, that's how a good majority of them are. You know. Then after that, they keep up this thing talking about, oh yeah, we have no culture, even though they're dressing it and talking and acting like us. We have no culture. You know? But I do want to say this. This is why I say, like, yo, this Pan-Africanism shit is not going to work. It's not going to work for none of us. And it's not to shit on what people like and agree. I still have family members that are Pan-Africanism. I just told them I don't believe in the bullshit. You know, I set shield from that type of shit. And the reason why I set shield from it, because it hasn't done anything to me. Yeah, I had the red, black, and green flag on my wall when I was younger. But I never knew. I thought it meant Black America. I thought it meant Black unity. But you got to understand, Black Americans was the only one flying the flag. Now all of a sudden everybody want to be Pan-African who's out the diaspora, out our diaspora. Everybody's Pan-African now. It's the reason why is because, you know what, they can latch on to Black Americans. Everything that we do, oh yeah, we black too. Yeah, nigga, we black. Or even with Latino, oh yeah, I got a blackie bella. You know? Knowing damn well that you wasn't calling yourself black years ago. You know? And like I said, it's not to shit on them, but at the end of the day, y'all gotta correct y'all people. Y'all gotta talk to y'all people and gotta say, yo, we can't be fucking with y'all niggas keep on doing that shit. Or trying to delineate from the Latinos. The Afro-Latinos is going to have to delineate. And you know Black Americans is going to, you know, have your back if you delineate. Yo, we Afro-Latino or we Black Latinos. You don't really want to use Afro. Yeah, you can. But it's just like I said, it's a weird situation when you throw that Afro in there. Nowadays I get offended when people call me African American. You know, because you know who else is African American? Elon Musk's kids is African American kids, and they're white as butter. Just it is what it is. I get offended when people say that shit to me. We should be offended when people call us African Americans. Because it's like saying, forget your ancestors in America. It only cares about some Mickey Mouse motherfuckers that we never knew nothing about in Africa. Not knowing what part of Africa. We could be from Eastern Africans. But you got to understand, Africans all over the world has got an ethnogenesis. So that's why they're not continental Africans no more. Once they lived there for like 1,000 years or 200-300 years, they're not the same anymore. They all mixed and mingled. You know, and this is why, you gotta fight hard for gotta fight hard for that check. It ain't gonna be here one day. I ain't trying to tell you don't work. But at the end of the day, you better fight hard for the check, because at the end of the day, the check, the tangibles, all of that. You know, DJ Specs is right. He's right about that. He's like, they need to cut that fucking check. You know? It just, they don't understand it. The number's gonna go up. Once the currency goes up, the check goes up. Then we're gonna be asking for tangibles, because we deserve all of that. That's what they owed us in debt. You're not going to pay us in blood first, but you're going to pay us what you owe our ancestors. You know, so this is how we got to be. We got to be aggressive. We got to say, like I told the lady, she's telling me about, people of color. Like, I asked her what she doing for black people. I started this shit probably 4 or 5 years ago. Oh, yeah, would you vote for me? And so, yeah, I'll vote for you. Let me ask you a few questions. What are you doing for black Americans? Oh, I'm doing this for people of color. No, I didn't ask you that. I asked you, what are you doing for black Americans? Oh, I'm trying to do something for everybody. Oh, well, good luck. Best of luck to you. I'm not going to vote. You just got to hit people with that shit, man. It's not being rude. It's just like, I can't vote for you just because, you're a Democrat. Or you're trying to do something for everybody. No. You have done stuff for specifically other people. Like, we don't see that y'all do shit for the rich. We see this shit. Like, they don't have tax breaks and tax cuts and all this crazy shit. Pay less taxes. Don't pay no taxes at all. Like, we don't see this. We see this all the time. So now when we ask for tangibles, policies, cash payments, this shouldn't be hard for you. Because we seen what you did for undocumented people. Especially Michelle Wu, and I'm in Boston, Massachusetts. This is what they do for these type of people. And I think that I personally going to say that shit needs to stop. Because when we ask y'all questions, y'all have no answers for it. This is why, I'm going to be personally on. This is why I joined the Reparation Commission in Boston. They haven't called me yet, but when they call me, I'm going to City Hall. Ayanna Presley's going to have to be ready. Michelle Wu's going to have to be ready. These Republicans going to have to be ready. And we got to be like, if you can't give us the answers that we need or to make us understand, then maybe we need someone else. Maybe we need to vote for somebody else. Maybe you don't need to have that seat. Because every time we see you on TV, you're talking about everything else except reparations. We've seen you talk about reparation once in the past 2 months. Tariq Nasheed has been doing that. Wani has been doing it. Marcel has been doing it. Nikki the God has been doing this. Has been people online been doing this shit for been doing this for multiple years. I'm just asking you a simple question. This is how aggressive we have to be with these politicians. Maybe this is what we have to ask. Maybe we need somebody else. Maybe we need somebody else to have that seat where you're at. Maybe we shouldn't be voting for you. Because it seems like you're just selling us some wolf tickets. You talk about everything and everyone, but when it comes to reparations, I'm going to tell people this. For the last 10 years, this is what people have been saying to us. What about reparations for the freedmen or black Americans? Oh, there's other stuff that's going on now that we need to handle. We'll come back to it. This what has people been saying to us for years. For years. People are tired of that bullshit. People tired of hearing like, yo, we got to come back. Oh, we don't have no money. Let me tell you something. One thing I told everybody all the time, this pandemic exposed a lot of things. This pandemic told us they can get the money from the reserve building. From the reserve building. If you can give broke motherfuckers $800 plus their unemployment, you got some explaining to do. Now we got to ask this. If Donald Trump wasn't there, would we get that $800 or that $600? Or would they penny pinch us and say, oh, yeah, you know what? We need to pray and we'll work it out. They'll give some bullshit Obama speech talking about faith and hope and all this other dumb shit. This would do Obama or Barry or whatever the fuck he's calling himself in 2025. This motherfucker told us faith, hope. Vote for me. We voted for him. You know what this punk ass motherfucker did? First thing he did same-sex marriage. After he forgot about all the black people that voted for him, all those black people that had that sign up in their head talk about hope. There was motherfuckers on CNN for years saying like, yo, that man ain't black. Hey, thanks for the sub, G-Way. Shout out to G-Way. Thanks, I appreciate that, player. But yeah, it's just motherfuckers holding signs up talking about hope. Hope I don't see you on the street and slap the shit out of you for that shit. That's some bullshit. You giving rights to them, you giving tangibles and policies and money. How you think these motherfuckers got all these surgeries when he was elected? And like, I'm not saying I'm against LGBTQIA community, but the way how you get your shit, your surgeries and stuff, that shit was supposed to be for people who had like third-degree burns and like have fucked up like breast cancer and shit. They get their breasts done. The cutting the wee-wee off, all that other stuff, that shit is new. I have never seen that shit. This is what their community was doing. But we were paying for it. You don't think that shit came out there, our taxes, if they're not working? You don't think that we're getting that from Mass Health? Then telling us we have to have health insurance? Knowing that, like, yo, that's too much coming out of our paycheck? Then when we get back our tax money, we don't even get shit. Yo, for the past 4 years when he was a president, I had no health insurance. I had to pay that $600 in penalties. I didn't have no money. I was broke. At the time, I was broke. I didn't have no fucking health insurance. I had a it was so bad. Like, yo, I had a toothache. I had to deal with that toothache for probably like 8 months. And I had to like figure I had to sell drugs again. Just to get my tooth fixed. And I sucked at it. It took me 8 months to get that shit. That's the type of shit that Obama had me in. I'm trying to go to school, work, have a little bit of money in my pocket. I had 2 jobs, man, it was so bad. I had it, and there was another time I had to quit my job. I had to get a immediate surgery. I had to quit one of my jobs just so I could get health insurance. Didn't figure out how I was going to pay my bills. Yes. I had to figure out shit, man. You know, like Obama had me in fucked up situations. Motherfucker, oh, he black, he's for us. No, the motherfucker changed his name to Barry. Why? Because he lived in a fucking trap house when he was in college? So the fuck what? It doesn't mean nothing. That shit don't mean a motherfucking thing. All he did, and I'm going to be personally honest, I personally think he pimped out Miss Michelle Obama or Miss Michelle Robinson. Y'all niggas could be all around here saying, oh, she's a man. She ain't no fucking man. She just had a problem having babies. Her body couldn't produce babies. She only could make the eggs, but it wouldn't produce the baby. That lady actually had health problems, and y'all motherfuckers out here making fun of her. Y'all did the same thing to Chadwick. Oh, he's so skinny. He's on drugs. That motherfucker fucking around with the fentanyl. That motherfucker had fucking colon cancer. Y'all motherfuckers out here making fun of him. That shit's crazy. Like, yo, if you really think about that, a motherfucker's dying, and y'all motherfuckers out here making fun of him. This lady can't produce kids as a woman. Had to deal with she had to be the perfect black woman. Can't argue with nobody. Can't come out of character. And like, don't get me wrong, her husband ain't the greatest president. I don't think none of them are the greatest president. I think they all suck. Because they all spew white supremacy. Like, let's personally be honest. All these presidents spewed white supremacies. So, I can't choose who's the greatest. The fuck? We went from having slaves to making policies to keep black people away. Then you make other policies to keep black people in jail. Then you have other policies to take shit away from black people. Then you have other policies to make an obstacle over another obstacle over another obstacle. All I gotta say about Trump is he hasn't made policies yet for black people. Oh, DEI. Motherfuckers don't even use DEI. We can't even get DEI. When I was in college, I couldn't get DEI. The fuck? I'm being personally honest. I couldn't even get DEI. Is that Bobby? Hey, what's going on, Bobby? Salute to you. How's everything? But yeah, we just talking about reparations and stuff. And it just run on to other stuff. But salute Bobby. But yeah, it's just like we can't keep on doing the same thing. I think what we're doing right now, we're disrupting the system. Or y'all call it the Matrix or whatnot. They're starting to understand that, like, yo, even these white supremacists, they can't do it without us. Look at all these protests that they have that are failing. They're having a protest now at Harvard University. That shit's failing. You have everybody in the world over there protesting that shit. That shit is failing. Save White People was a protest. That shit failed. Jake Lane, that shit failed. It was so bad the father, Jeff Metcalf, called and said, yo, you're the fucking problem. Don't use my son as a fucking proxy. He didn't say that by verbatim, but he says that shit closer to what he said. That shit very close to what I just said. Very, very close. He said you're the fucking problem. That's what he said verbatim. And that other stuff I probably added a little bit more, a little bit sauce to it. But yeah, he said, yo, you're the fucking problem. He told Jake Lane, you're the fucking problem. He said you're less of a man because you're not defending your son. This is the audacity of a motherfucker who don't have kids that is entitled because he went to jail for doing some stupid shit. He should have went to jail for getting somebody killed. Ashley Babbitt, even though she was a dumb bitch to do that shit in the first place, thinking motherfuckers ain't gonna shoot her. This is why I say this is white privilege gone wrong. That was white privilege gone wrong. A motherfucker got killed for them doing some white people shit. We can't even say, oh, well, you know, they're being children or because they're adults or, you know, they're expressing themselves. No, they're not expressing themselves, breaking a fucking government window, running up you can't run up in government places like that. Especially not with a weapon. They don't know what they had. You know? My son. Hey, Chuggy. Yeah, my son Chuggy. But yeah, you can't do shit like that. Black people let people crash out. Now they say, oh, now even with the Mexicans, all these Mexicans over the years disrespect us. We have some Mexicans that, you know, they for the cause. But at the end of the day, we can't say that there was a coalition because at the end of the day, the people who's on the forefront for them was the racist ones. So the ones who aren't racist, the one who just want to get along, work with black people, live amongst black people, they fucked it up for them. This is the whole thing about policing your own people. If you police your own people, we will be perfect. Even if you set rules, be like, yo, man, don't come over here. It's just, Tariq's career is based on talking about others. So when people talk about him, they're yeah, because at the end of the day, this man's a legend. The man's a legend. He done so much for people. He built schools for other countries. He used his own money. Most of those people who live in these other countries never built a school, never put a brick on a school for their own people. Never done anything for their people. So yes, they're obsessed. Yes, they're jealous. Yes, they're envious of him. We have to say it. We have to say that. How the fuck are you talking about somebody who did wonders for your country, who made documentaries for your country, who brought pride to your country that nobody knew about? When people think y'all motherfuckers was running around with fucking, with your wee out, with no clothes on, with a fucking spear, living in a mud hut. This is what white supremacy thought of you, and this is what they were spewing. All right, so let me ask you a question. Who has done more than him in this modern era that we know about? No, he didn't trash those countries. You know what he did when Pan-African ran dry? No, Pan-African ran dry because at the end of the day, they wasn't doing nothing for nobody. They were giving us false hope like Obama. What you mean? You're not making sense. You're just crying. Who has done more than Tariq Nasheed in this modern era? Who? Made documentaries about them. They do lectures in colleges with his documentary that does the work, that pays people. Who does it? Who? Who founded it? What's his name? Who you gonna say, Marcus Garvey? Who? Who funded? You're saying all of this, but who's the ones that founded Pan-Africanism? We didn't find that shit. We know nothing about fucking Africa. We know nothing about Africa. You're not answering the question. Who created Pan-Africanism? Okay, so why is he a grifter? Because he stopped writing about Mac relationships and went into his people, try to help his people? He's an immigrant. That guy's an immigrant. W.E.B. Du Bois is an immigrant. Yes, he is. He comes from an immigrant background. What are you talking about? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about, Kaz. Salute to you, but you don't know what you're talking about. W.E.B. Du Bois is an immigrant. You didn't know that? They come from an immigrant background. And don't get me wrong, I fuck with him heavy, but he comes from an immigrant background. Hey, thanks for the sub, Kyla Gray. Salute. Now look at this. Everyone. There we go. Ancestries. On his mother's side, his father, Alfred Du Bois, was Haitian and of mixed race Bohemian slave descent. I told you he's an immigrant. His mother was from Grenada. His father was Black American. You can't use that Malcolm X talking point. How about this? The Honorable Louis Farrakhan, he was Caribbean and his father was Jewish. But he stood for Black Americans. He's not a tether. He's from an immigrant background, but he stood with Black Americans. He stood with Black Americans. Malcolm X's father was black. He was a Southerner. But at the end of the day, that shit doesn't mean nothing. It's just how you was raised. If you're raised as to being a foundational Black American, you're gonna be a foundational Black American. You're gonna stick for foundational Black Americans' agenda. But if you're raised as an immigrant, they're gonna tell you don't fuck with black people. Fuck with us. You're going to have a tribalistic mindset. It's just, it is what it is. Honorable Louis Farrakhan, mother was Caribbean, father was Jewish. What you mean? Doesn't mean he's a tether. A tether is just a coon or a seller or a person who's trying to undermine black Americans' progress. That's why those are tethers. It's not because they're from another country. But W.E.D. Du Bois, you're mad because he was immigrant. He's a 2-time immigrant. What you mean? There's nothing wrong with that. He has done some wonders for black Americans, but at the end of the day, if you are an immigrant, you are not FBI. Yeah. You're not a foundational black American because your lineage comes from America. That's all it means. That's all it means. There's nothing wrong. Y'all making it seem like being an immigrant is the worst thing in the world. Why can't we have pride for our lineage, our culture? Oh, salute to that you 310. No, his parents was fucking mixed. What do you mean? We just read it. We just read it. We just read it. We just read it. Like, what do you mean? We just read it. You're just mad because his father's Haitian and his mother's just mixed all around the fucking world. It is what it is. There's nothing wrong with that. I said, yo, he was an immigrant who made Pan-Africanism. The fuck? Nothing wrong with it. Marcus Garvey was from Jamaica. Okay. Give me a second, everyone. That was Mason? I will, Wiz. I will. Yo, it's just there's nothing wrong with being an immigrant. Y'all have this, I don't know, this identity crisis or some shit. They can't yeah, you can't cosplay the culture. Salute to don't play games. Salute. You know? It's true. You can't play those type of games with us anymore. We tried to Pan-Africanist shit. Africans said we're not African. What do you mean? They the ones who said that. We just read it. We just read it. Because you're from Massachusetts doesn't mean that you're black. You know that, right? I'm from Boston. There's a lot of immigrants in Boston. Cape Verdeans, Puerto Ricans, Dominicans, Salvadorians, Guatemalans, Somalians. Yes, there's a lot of... Boston is very diverse. A lot of us moved up here from the South in the 30s or the 40s. What is it, sir? I just debunked y'all. What fact? I just showed you. Cash G, I just showed you the facts. What do you mean? How you debunk everything I just said? I just showed you the facts. What are you, high? Man, put the weed pipe down, man. Listen. We just looked at the facts. We seen that she was mixed with a whole bunch of all this other crazy shit. Her mama and father was fucking probably the mayor. Or somebody was fucking a servant. But she was mixed. What do you mean? What are we talking about? What, you think she did her ancestry DNA in fucking 1800, in the late 1800s? The fuck? Were you hiding? Bro, you shouldn't even be drinking or smoking like whatever you're doing, because that shit doesn't make sense. You guys said immigrants could come to America after the civil rights. There's some has. There was a lady named Stephanie St. Clair's. She lived in New York in the 1800s, was it the early 1900s, but it was very rare that people came up here from the Caribbeans. We're just being honest with you. Like, what are you trying to? I don't get what you're trying to say. You're trying to confuse everybody. Then, like, you're just mad because we just proved the point that they were immigrants. There's nothing wrong with being an immigrant. Malcolm X had an immigrant side of him. His mother was an immigrant. There's nothing wrong with that. But his father was a black American. He lived his life like a black American. There's nothing wrong with that. You know? Isn't that what FBA is? Y'all fought for immigrants. Yeah, we fought for immigrants. Because they wasn't letting y'all over here. They were only letting white and European immigrants over here. Then when we let y'all, then after that, when we won the battle for y'all, y'all turned on us. What you mean? All of y'all turned on us. Especially in the 80s, the 70s and the 80s. You got Puerto Ricans running around with fucking SWAT stickers. We got fucking... Okay. Do you know Haitians fought in the... No, they didn't. They just picked up the scraps. We did all the work. What do you mean? Don't start that bullshit, all right? We have this guy, the legendary Kwame. He says this shit all the time, and we had to debunk that shit. Y'all motherfuckers didn't do shit. Stop always trying to steal somebody's credit. You talk to scholars. Oh, so you're a scholar, huh? So how you didn't know that fucking W.E.D. Du Bois was fucking an immigrant? Why do I have to tell you that? I just got a community college degree. The fuck? Come on, my man. It's salute to you, man, because yo, you doing your thing, but at the end of the day, you giving people false hope. Oh, the Haitians fought over it. And I bet you're gonna say this. Louisiana has a Creole culture because of Haitians. Even though we already have a Creole, we have multiple Creole cultures in America. You know that, right? Multiple Creole cultures. That's a fucking... Yo, what are you, high, man? When has he ever said that? No, I want you to find that. I don't even know what you're talking about. I don't even know what you're talking about. You're just mixing up people's words, man, because at the end of the day, you're just pissed off because you can't put your culture into it. And in 1779, y'all just picked up all the scraps after we finished the war. What do you mean? Talk about, oh yeah, the Haitians help. The Haitians didn't help with a motherfucking thing. Are you serious? What? Let me ask you a question. Why aren't y'all Haitians claiming Chicago? Didn't a Haitian scammer create Chicago? I'm asking you, man. You're the one who said it. When has he said that? But at the end of the day, you're not telling me why he's a grifter. I gave you valid points of saying like, yo, he did everything for everybody. He even put up his own money half the time. I think you're Haitian. Yeah, I do. You're defending Haiti too much, man. There's nothing wrong with it. Shout out to Haiti, but at the end of the day, yo, I think you're Haitian. There's nothing wrong with that. In the 1940s, they were African immigrants, but they were not anything with people from the... Who was from Africa, man? Even though I just said there wasn't a lot of them, there was very, very few of them. Who were these Africans? Give me 1 second. Shout out to Star Stud. Black American and French mix. There was no proof he was Haitian. Who are you talking about? I'm sorry, I don't even know who you're talking about, Star Stud. The worst piece of shit from the ass from everything was clear. The dirt, dirty, grimy. What the fuck? Where my mom met my dad. My brother's dad's piece of shit of garbage. Damn! Shout out to Green. George Trusty. Damn, he went balls deep in that motherfucker. You're denying it. What am I? What's your name? Kaz G. I don't know what I'm denying. I didn't deny anything. I said there wasn't that many Africans in America at that time. There was. Because at the end of the day, I just named a few people that were from different cultures. Different countries, from the Caribbean islands. So I wouldn't put past any Africans being in America. But there wasn't that many. There wasn't a community of them. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This is just what I mean. We got to clean the house. There are other things to worry about, guys. So get over to what are y'all cleaning up? Oh shit, the usual suspects that they use to teach us. Yeah, they do. Yo, there's this book I want y'all to read. Let me see if I have it, if I can find it. Give me a second. I'm gonna show you this book. It's a dope book. No, it's not it. Fuck. Yo, my uncle let me read it. Actually, you wanna see? Do I got a W.E.D. Du Bois book? This book right here. I read this shit when I got out of high school. What my teachers lied to me about. Tells you everything. Go and get this book. It's about misinformation of American history. It's a dope book. My uncle gave me this book when he got married the second time. You know, you're tether. Where your people from? Oh, where my people from? My mother's side is from Selma, Alabama. They are the Wilsons. My father's side is the Ways, the Jordans, the Smiths. They were from St. Clair's, Augusta, Savannah, Georgia. And my great-great-great-grandmother was from Alaska. You know? It's just who is Brandon? Brandon is Booty Bear. He's the original Booty Bear. Shout out to Tony Durham. But thanks for the sub, A&T. Go to channel 2. Go to channel. Sorry. It was many of them, but back then they were not being heavy. But it was a small number, but a powerful small number, quality over quality. Yeah, you might be right about that. Yeah, but you're gonna figure out who's Bucci Bear today. I was just answering most of y'all questions actually. Y'all want to get into the topic now? And shout out to Cash G, yo, you did your thing. Shout out to George Trusty, you did your thing. You know, I'm watching y'all. Tony Durham. Who else? I'm just giving y'all a shout out before I start. That you 310, shout out to you. Who else? Don't Play Games, shout out to you. Wiz Mason, I see you. Kyla Gray, shout out to you. FBA all day. Okay, player. Del Monte, as always. DJ Spec, shout out to y'all. The fruitcakes were talked about. Tariq Nasheed's lips talked about his body shaking and everything. These guys are fruits. Who hates the no, Jesus Christ. Y'all going ham today, huh? Yee. Yeah, y'all doing y'all thing. But like, let's get into it. We're gonna do a flashback with what's homeboy's name? Myron Gaines, aka Habibi, real name Amuru. This whole shit started over comments from Myron Gaines, where he started just going crazy on black people, calling us lazy, calling us violent, ghetto. You know, trying to say, we should have a better start here. There's no such thing as white supremacy. You know, the whole bullshit, you know, that these white supremacists spit out and spew. And this is what I always talk about, where I say, like, yo, y'all immigrants need to police y'all people, because at the end of the day, it looks bad on you. It's just when somebody does some foolishness in black American culture, y'all look at all of us and say, oh yeah, y'all motherfuckers need to stop, you know, being ratchet, stop being crazy. And knowing that y'all have a ratchet culture, like mostly African, Caribbean, they got a lot of ratchet culture. Like, even listening to their music, like, yo, you listen to dancehall and stuff like that. Dancehall just makes you want to fuck, you know? I'm just being personally honest. It makes you want to fuck. You know, but that's their culture. I can't be like, oh yeah, they need to change their culture. No. Their shit just upgraded, you know? So I just gotta respect it. But Myron Gaines had a lot to say about black Americans, and Tariq Nasheed said their thing. But what had happened 11 months ago was Tariq Nasheed, what was it? This is what other groups don't have a problem with. They don't have a problem with the dissensions in the ranks are Mexicans will stick up with Venezuelans to go against us. Yeah, sometimes, yeah. Those racist groups will. There'll be some of those racist groups that'll go against us. Yeah, especially in prison. You know, but nobody never talks about that. And that's what always fucks me up, is like, damn, people act like that shit don't exist. You know? So that's my whole issue with that. But Tariq Nasheed, he said what he said, you know? Speaking on cash, where did he goes? Some elephant. Yeah, crazy. But we're gonna watch the whole situation, how this Tariq Nasheed thing started. And we're gonna do we're gonna watch most of it. I'm not gonna let y'all watch it again, because we could catch it on a few episodes of ours. I haven't done a reaction video on it.
Are you telling me that if you're an immigrant, you cannot comment from the Sudan? Situations?
Yeah, if you're from the Sudan, you can't say shit about a foundational black American. Nothing.
Interesting.
At all.
Interesting.
Nothing.
Let me. Okay.
You can't say nothing about us.
Let's use your logic.
Not one word.
Let's use your logic.
A failed homeland where people are starving. You can't say shit about us.
Yeah, cool. Then let's use your logic. Then.
That's how that works.
Let me ask you a question. Do you have to be a mathematician to say 1 + 1 is 2?
No, sir. No. That's no. That's a non sequitur. It has nothing to do with anything. You come from a failed homeland where people are over there starving, and you haven't figured out how to stop the people from starving. So you can't come over here and talk about it.
Here we go. So thank you to the white supremacists in America. You're eating, Tariq.
How so, sir?
Because the white people started this country. The white supremacists started this country. Go back. Exactly.
He don't know that the white supremacists didn't know how to grow anything. So, yeah, they got all their agriculture from black Americans. Yeah. They didn't know how to cook. They didn't know how to clean. They were unsanitary. They came here dirty with diseases. Yeah, it's just that's white supremacy and white culture at the time. They didn't know how to keep themselves clean. They didn't know that they had to take a bath. They didn't know that they didn't know nothing about hygiene.
Take this because
no,
this
they
is what
didn't. They failed when they tried to do it on their own. They
but
didn't
he's
start a
embarrassing
damn
himself.
thing. It was foundational
Tariq,
Black Americans.
Tariq,
Go ahead, sir.
Tariq,
Go ahead.
let me again. So you're telling me if someone's an immigrant from Sudan or wherever they're from, they can't comment on social issues?
Not over here. No, you're not at liberty to do that because your social issues are in shambles. You're not at liberty.
Cool.
Why would
So
we? Why would we listen to you? Why would we listen to you?
Okay.
If you come from a country of complete
now let me
failure,
ask you another question.
Why would we listen to you?
So
you're not at liberty.
So only other. Let me get this straight then. So only other FBAs, according to your logic, can comment on FBA issues. Is that
absolutely
what you're saying?
Only foundational Black Americans can talk about our issues. We don't concern ourselves.
It is like, yo, let me tell you something. Low key, I'm gonna say this, and I'll answer his. I'll explain what this man was saying. I've been doing this for a year and a half. Once I started talking about like Black politics and stuff and upbringing and Black empowerment, I've been getting people low key like white supremacists, the Democrats, liberals, like coming on here trying to manipulate my shows. It was so bad one time. There was like 20 white supremacists on my show. I was debunking all of them, disrespecting all of them. They thought they were saying some slick shit to me. I gave them what they want. I packed them out. And they didn't like that shit, so they all left. Because they so used to, hey, shout out to Kings. Thanks for the sub, King. And I packed them out. And I just made an example out of all of them. Not just one, all of them. I did it as a collectible group. I did that as a learning lesson. Talks about Black America. He's talking about great. I know. I think I seen that one. I'm gonna type that out. Who's it? Mudbugging. Poor. Yeah, I'm gonna type that in. Let's get through this first, and definitely we'll go to that. That'll be the last one to go through when we talk about Myron. Then we're gonna go into Bucci. But yeah, it's just these type of people, these Myron Gaines, they don't know nothing about Black people. They think and this is where the Cash G's don't understand that, like, yo, we don't need help. We have never needed help. Maybe like these people came over here as a cleanup group, but we have done everything by ourselves. There has never been nobody on our side. There has never been nobody really on our side like that. We might have a little few, sprinkles here and there, like the Minister Louis Farrakhan's. We might get a few of those, but we're not gonna get a whole collectible group like that. It is what it is.
With what's going on with you. You come from a failed culture. You're not at liberty to give us any advice on anything, sir.
Would you call it a successful culture of foundational Black Americans who were
taken what's going on over there?
Again, hold on.
Culture?
Everybody, guys, he came in here.
You need to fix your homeland.
When your ancestors got taken into slavery and taken to another country, do you consider that a successful culture? Because you're saying Sudan is not successful.
Right.
So would you consider where your ancestors were originally taken from as successful?
Half of our ancestors were already here. Let's get that straight. We're foundational Black Americans, sir. There were Black people here. There were Black people brought over here. So we had an ethnogenesis, and we never fled from the country we built,
Won't
sir.
answer the question, of course, again.
I did answer the question, sir. If you're not smart enough with them stingy Irish genes of yours, that's your problem,
Irish.
sir.
Yeah, my name is Amir, bro. I'm definitely Irish, dude.
Okay. Well,
He said them dingy Irish
So let me
jeans.
ask you this
Yo,
question,
you
Tariq.
Being
By
tied
your
for
logic,
blessings.
right? Because you're saying only foundationally Black Americans can criticize other foundational Black Americans. So if that's the case, why are you talking shit about white people and white supremacists? Since you're not white, you can't give an opinion by
But
your
I'm
logic,
a
correct?
victim of white supremacy. I can talk about
Oh,
the
see how it
victim.
doesn't work out?
Shout out to Super Cat 1981. Thanks for the sub, homie.
It doesn't make sense, does it?
Because we're being victimized by the white supremacists. So I can talk about the
Oh, how are you being victimized by the white
because they've
supremacists? Tell me,
created a
please.
system of
How?
white supremacy that they've militarized, and we can't break out of it because they have a military stronghold over us, sir. And you too.
Okay, tell me in 2024 how the white supremacists
areas, and when we start building on our own, they use their military to destroy it all across the board. Whenever we build
Facts, yo. I'm gonna tell you this. I read this book right here, and I found out everything I need to know about Pilgrims and Indians. All jokes aside. Everything. That's why I don't celebrate Thanksgiving. I have a problem with Thanksgiving.
build prosperous neighborhoods, they use their military to destroy it. And they've done this all across the board. They control the educational system. When we try to get our own educational system, they use their militarized system to destroy it. They destroy it all across the board. And these are facts, sir. We're under a global system of white supremacy.
Okay.
Tulsa, Oklahoma was 100 years ago, bro.
Hold on. So let me ask you this then.
They build freeways and train tracks in Black neighborhoods that's prosperous even today. I live in Los Angeles. Crenshaw Boulevard, they're destroying the Black businesses by building a train system down Crenshaw Boulevard. They do this stuff now. We
And
get
who controls Los Angeles? Who are the elected politicians in Los Angeles? So you're telling me
we get sabotaged. And the great thing about us, even though we get sabotaged,
facts, but the thing about it, I'm gonna say this. What he said and what you said is the same thing, because at the end of the day, they're not gonna let us do it by ourselves. They go through this thing called a white savior complex. Like, they always gotta help us. They always gotta do this. They always gotta do that. So most of the time that we do this by ourselves and we teach others, it's just when people know that we could do it, they always throw obstacles at it where we look like we're not doing it and we're just complaining. We have built communities. We have segregated from others. When we segregate from others, hey, thanks for the sub, Michael Smith. Thanks for the salute to you. But when we do things by ourselves, they always manipulate it. They always take it. Like, there's always some problem when we do it by ourselves. Like, we all have to pay attention to that. Like, yo, why do we always have to go through this? Why do I always have to be angry at these type of people? Then what makes us more angry is that we fought for this motherfucker's family to come to this fucking country. And he ain't even worth a pot to piss in. This is why sometimes I'm kind of happy that even these people at the table are stopping most of these people from coming to these countries. You got to have a reason that you are at this country. You can't just be working these fucking jobs and just causing all this chaos. You know? That's why sometimes I always say, yeah, damn, I wish my great-grandparents and my uncles and aunties never fought for these motherfuckers to come to this country. I wish they would have fought for themselves. You know? That's just how I feel to certain situations.
Sabotage. We can still rebuild and we can still find success. They sabotage you wannabes too.
Politicians in Los Angeles that you're talking about this being destroyed.
Yeah, thanks for the sub, Esco, if I'm saying it right. Thanks for the sub. Salute.
Mute everybody except for me and Tariq, bro. Everybody else, shut the fuck up. All right, he didn't come in to talk to y'all niggas, so he's coming in here to talk to me. So that's fine. Let's have a discussion, Tariq. So let's have a discussion, because I've been waiting a very long time to talk to you, because you are literally the Lord of victimhood. So let's go ahead and have a discussion.
And you are the Lord of victimization, sir. But go ahead.
Okay, sure.
A wannabe,
well,
but you're a
way,
wannabe. You're not even a real white supremacist. You're a wannabe. But go ahead, Myron.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Anyway, so you're claiming that the white supremacists control the military, which is holding back the blacks in America. Okay, do you believe that's still the case in 2020?
Right now, this very minute.
Really?
Holding back, and when I mean holding back, they keep an oppressive system that will dominate and control what we do.
I'll be right
Even
back,
though
everyone.
there's still black people who are successful. Hell, I'm a millionaire. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I'm still under a system of
You
white
ain't no
supremacy.
billionaire, you lying ass motherfucker.
He said he's a millionaire.
I didn't say billionaire. I said a millionaire. And that's verified. Y'all can verify that. That's easily verified. But that doesn't mean anything.
So Tariq, if you were able to do it and you're black, why can't others?
Because we're phenomenal as black people. Foundational black Americans are absolutely phenomenal. That's why we can do it.
Okay, so why can't others do it then? If they're being held down like you claim, why can't they do it? You did it. You did it, right?
Everybody can't do it in a system of white supremacy. Everybody's not going to be able to do it. I was able to do it because I understood the system and I kind of worked around it. But I called this system out. But I would have been much richer without the system of white supremacy. We live in a global system of white supremacy.
Okay, so it's interesting because
Now, is that true or not true, Myron? I mean, shit. Am I making this up?
No.
Then why did they say that? Then why did they say it? This is their words? The white supremacists said this. This is them saying.
I've let you speak, but you don't let me speak.
I'm not cutting you off. This is a dialogue.
No, you have.
We're having a conversation. So I'm asking you.
No, we are. But a part of a conversation is you got to let the other.
And you're going to have to let me speak. I just answered your question. I'm asking you something.
I've let you speak plenty of times. All right, I'll let you finish your thought. Go ahead.
So Myron, is that true or not true? Do we live in a system of white supremacy or not?
There is nothing holding back black people from success.
Do we live in a system of white supremacy or not? Then why did the white supremacists say that they have a system of white supremacy? This is their words. They said this. They put this in law.
They can say whatever they want, Tariq. It's up to you on how you're going to go ahead and make a do of it. There's nothing holding back black people from becoming successful. As a matter of fact, why is it that we had stronger black households during the Jim Crow eras when black people were the most oppressed that they've ever been? We had higher rates of education. We had two-parent households. We had successful black families. We had more black businesses. Why is it that when we were the most oppressed, as you would claim, we actually had the best statistics, but now that we have the most freedom, we're the worst off? I'll tell you why. It's because of bad decisions. It's not a system of white supremacy as you claim.
Slow down.
Hold on. Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point.
I want to get on this.
Because
all right, I'm back.
That's great, bro. Because you guys like to blame the police. You guys like.
Hold on, give me 1 second, everyone. FBA. Hey, salute to Onyx Gold.
Blame the government. You like to blame everybody else except for people making bad decisions. Explain to me this as well. You sit there and say, "Oh, you're not a foundationally black American, whatever." Okay, Tariq, let's say that I'm not a foundationally black American. Me and you get pulled over by the police. Do you think the police, that are racist, by the way, and led by white supremacists, do you think they give a fuck that I'm from Sudan and that you're a foundationally black American? No, we're both niggas to them. Because my hair's wavy, your hair might be a little bit wavier, but they're not going to care. We're both going to get treated the same. We're both going to go ahead and be looked at as niggas. Because they don't give a shit about this differentiation that you FBAs like to do, where you guys like to divide and conquer within your own race, which is clown world, by the way. That's a whole other thing.
Now you're going to have to let me answer.
What I'm trying to say is this. Hold on. I will. But what I'm simply saying
Why
is
are you saying we? Because you kept saying we were in. You weren't in Jim Crow. You were immigrant. You weren't here.
No. I'm telling you, by this white supremacist standards you're saying, because you're trying to say that, oh, it's different for FBAs versus immigrants. It's not. They look at a Nigerian, they look at a Sudanese, they look at an FBA. We're all the.
John Johnson was assassinated and illegally. He was given up. Yeah. Wait, hold on 1 second. Yeah, what his people has contributed nothing, man. You're right.
Same to them, bro, because they see skin color. They don't give a fuck about your last name.
You keep talking about we. You weren't in Jim Crow.
Wow, here we go. The division once again, even in a conversation.
Lineage. We don't come from the same lineage. And if there's no white supremacy, why did your homeland fail when you had?
You are perpetuating the very racism that you're complaining about right now.
But why did you have to flee your homeland after the white supremacists destroyed it?
Oh no!
They destroyed the Sudan. That was the white supremacists orchestrating that, sir.
Oh no!
Why did you have to flee if there was no white supremacy?
That's true.
Sure.
Yo, that's fucked up. His boy was like, "That's true." That's fucked up. Yo, this is one thing about having an audience. You don't know when these people can turn on you, and his people turned on him real fast.
Sudan. That was the white supremacists orchestrating that, sir. Why did you have to flee if there was no white supremacy?
That's true.
Sure. Okay. So what like? I mean, what's your point with this? You're trying to say white supremacy runs the world, which I don't believe.
But then why did you have to flee? I mean, the British went over there. They were running roughshod over in the Sudan. The reason why it's so janky because of the white supremacists. They destroyed it over there. They orchestrated it, right?
I'm talking about the United States.
No. I'm talking about global white supremacy. White supremacy is global. It's a global thing, right?
I'm talking about the United States because that's what's
no.
Now.
The world is pertinent.
Because
the world is pertinent.
That the United States is specifically
I said
is militarily.
I said
holding back the black man.
No. I said global because there's no place we can go that's free of white supremacy. Name the country that's white supremacy free.
There's none.
China.
The United Arab Emirates, the Middle East in general, Saudi Arabia. Like, bro,
really?
Come on, man. Yes,
dude.
Shout out to
Matter of fact, they stopped using the American dollar. I think that's pretty free of white supremacy as Ukraine. Saudi Arabia literally just told the United States, "Fuck off, we're not using the U.S. dollar anymore." That is the biggest F you to white supremacy that in the world.
They can bomb that place to hell.
They can bomb that place tomorrow. The Middle East, they bomb that place whenever they feel like it. If you don't stop,
they're not bombing.
They got warships. There's European warships over off the coast of China now. What are y'all talking about?
Gaddafi's a good example.
Right. They'll get when they
I'm talking about Saudi Arabia,
it don't matter.
I'm not talking about fucking Libya.
Saudi Arabia, they have a deal with them for the oil and all of that, but they can wipe them off the map anytime they feel like.
Do you even know what the petrodollar is, Tariq?
Sir, can they not? Can the white supremacists wipe them off?
Do you know what the petrodollar is, you ignorant motherfucker? Now you get into
non sequitur, sir. Calm down.
I mean, what do you know?
Exactly. You don't know. You don't even know what the petrodollar is. You're talking nonsense.
Tariq, you've been.
Why the fuck did he need to know about the petrodollar? Everything that Tariq is saying is true. It's like, yo, they can't say shit about us. They can't talk about all they can't talk about all the violence that's happening in this country because at the end of their country is probably doing like 4 times worse than all of our states put together. We have to say that because at the end of the day, it's true. So, and their country's a third world country. You're talking about a first-class country. You can't compare a first-class country to a third-world country because at the end of the day, your country's fucked up. So that's why you should just shut the fuck up and just do your thing. You know, just stay out of it.
I have not deflected. I have not deflected.
Yes, you have. This is my stance. No. Tariq, this is my stance.
I'm talking about global white supremacy.
There is nothing holding back.
It held you back.
From success.
White supremacy held you back, and you had to flee. You had to come flee.
There is nothing. There is nothing.
You had to flee to get over here to us.
Holding back. Okay, bro, you keep mentioning this whole fucking
right because you are a perfect example. You are an example.
Man, I'd rather eat a glass sandwich before I go to fucking Sudan. There are some cute girls there, but yeah, I'd rather not go there. You know, so I'd rather keep my ass here.
Holding back.
You are an example.
There is nothing holding back black people from success in America in 2024.
But there was something holding you back from your homeland, and you had to flee. That's why.
I mean, Myron, he makes a good point, Myron. He's saying that you fled Africa because the system he's speaking of destroyed your entire country. I mean, that's kind of a good point.
Damn.
It's kind of a good point. I gotta admit that.
Not really, because I'm talking about
the United States. Hold
on.
I'm talking about no.
Sneeko,
look,
Sneeko, where you at, Sneeko? Look, Sneeko still in here because your country too.
No, he fled. He fled.
He fled. Okay.
No, I'm not agreeing with Tariq, but he made a good point by saying globally this system does exist.
Blessing, your mic sucks, bro. Just be quiet. Anyway, like I was saying, bro, it's very simple. I'm simply saying there's nothing in 2024 that is holding black people from success. This white supremacy that you claim is a facade. You can go ahead and become successful regardless of your skin color in 2024.
It's a facade.
If it was real in your homeland, it's real over here. It's a real global phenomenon.
So you're really going to compare Sudan to the United States of America?
Yeah, white supremacy is white supremacy all over the world, sir. It's all over. It's white supremacy.
You're comparing third world countries
it's white supremacy
to the United States.
Tariq, I have a question. Why do all black millionaires and billionaires buy houses in white communities? Why do you think that?
Well, if we live in a white community, it ain't a white community, then is it? Boop, boop. If we live there, it ain't white, huh?
You're crying about Crenshaw. You don't live in Crenshaw.
Boop. Go ahead now, Myron. Let's go back to you. So,
how are we gonna accept that?
I meant black people in white communities.
Yeah,
That's
if
what I
we
meant to
live
say.
there, it must not be a white community.
Tariq, again, you cannot refute my
Yes,
main
I
point,
can,
which I'm telling
because
you.
you're
No, you
proof.
can't. I'm
You're
telling
proof
you.
that white
I'm
supremacy
telling
is
you
global.
because you're trying to change the
I'm not
argument.
trying to
I'm
change
simply
the
saying
argument,
in
sir.
2024, there is nothing that
And
holds black people from success. Racism is no longer a valid
that's a lie. That's a lie. That's
excuse.
just I'm a
It's
tether.
no
That's
longer a
I'm a
valid
tether, and I
excuse.
say so. Just because you say it, don't make it true. The experience is
Okay.
real. White supremacy is a
Tell me
very
what
real
holds
thing.
black people back then. So what holds black
So
people from success in America
disparities
today?
in the
Tell me.
judicial system, right? You got education, right? You got the financial.
Yeah.
Man, come on, Myron.
This nigga.
Come on, cut this shit.
Damn,
Yeah,
shout out to
and
Re-Up.
even though,
Re-Up,
and the great thing, and the
you
thing
said
about, and the
disparities
thing
in the
about,
criminal
and
justice
listen,
system.
Yo, Re-Up be having some spaces. If you ever want to hear some dope shit, go to Re-Ups. I be on his spaces sometime. I be talking on Tariq Nasheed at times too. It's weird because, yo, let me tell you why it was weird. Because when Kaz G said some shit, I was like, yo, when did he ever say that? I'm not saying he was right or wrong. I was just saying, when did he ever said that? That was my issue. You can't just say something, then when I ask you when has he said that, he's like, oh, go and ask him. The fuck I'm asking you, bro. Like, the shit is crazy. This is why I always tell people all the time, is like, just show evidence. That's all you have to do, is show your evidence. Once you show your evidence, you're good, bro. You know, I'm going to say I believe you because I see the evidence. That's why when I was showing the evidence, because, yo, on some real shit, I thought one of W.E.B. Du Bois' parents, only thought one was an immigrant, but both of them were immigrants. You know, so that's why I was like, yo, this is the nice guy, Marvin. I'm not these people are so fucking with my device. Yeah, man, it be like that sometimes. But yeah, like, yo, go up to Re-Up, man. He has a good space, so definitely go support him if you're already supporting him. Shout out to George Trusty. He's doing his thing right now, you know. Keep on going crazy in the live chat, all of y'all. I'm not gonna stop y'all from doing anything. So salute to all of y'all.
Think about foundational.
Let's address that real quick.
The judicial system. Oh, let's get to the judicial system, right?
Yeah,
It's
sure. Let's talk about it.
It's how my community has been screaming about this shit for decades, right?
Sure.
But as soon as it hits the J6s, right, and Trump, it's
you know
valid,
how you don't
right?
go into
it's valid, right? Disparities in crack versus cocaine, right? It's an epidemic when it's y'all on meth and opioids, right? When it hits my community, it's criminals. We gotta have
Myron.
Yeah. Hey, Re-Ups, how about this?
Myron,
how about you just don't go into the judicial system and don't commit crimes? How about that?
So Myron, so you think
how about you just don't commit crimes?
Myron, you think all police actions are justified, right?
No, I'm saying don't commit crimes. So you don't deal with the police.
Like Ashley Babbitt, right?
Oh shit. We were just talking about Ashley Babbitt too.
No, I'm saying don't commit crimes. So you don't deal with the police.
Like Ashley Babbitt, right?
What are you talking about?
Don't commit crimes. You guys complain about what happened to Ashley Babbitt. She should not have been committing a crime, but you guys said that she was unjustly put down. So
I didn't say shit. No one said anything about that, bro. You're putting words in our mouth.
Calm down.
Nobody said
anything. Exactly. Are you? By the way, Tariq, are you vaccinated?
You want to be white supremacists?
Are you vaccinated?
But that didn't make that.
Are you vaccinated, sir?
He's vaccinated.
That was a bad point.
Yeah, he's vaccinated. You fucking moron.
Hold on. That was a bad point. That was a bad point. He said.
He had to get vaccinated for his donors. His donors wouldn't know.
No, he said,
man, y'all stop letting Max fool y'all. Max is not a
No, he got vaccinated because Joe Biden told him to get.
Point,
right.
You said that don't commit crimes, but their point is this: even if they don't commit crimes, the system still exists. So they're addressing the judicial system as a whole. Forget the crimes, which they shouldn't do. Whether they do it or not, it still exists. That's their point, I think.
I could barely understand what the hell you're saying. Your mic sucks.
They're trying to adjust. They're trying to address.
How about you let them talk? How about you let them talk and shut the fuck up and let them talk? Because I don't understand what you're saying.
So no one can hear me right now.
There we go.
Yeah, bro, your microphone sucks, bro. Get this blessing nigga out of here, man. Let Tariq and this other clown, his black boy, talk.
I don't have. Well, I'm talking to Myron and
Yo, Tariq, why don't you help your run it up? He's just like you, except he's broke.
Okay, well, that was a good one. Whatever you talk.
Oh, we got Tommy in the house too. We got Tommy Sotomayor in the house.
Hold on, so of course, the Honorable Marcus Garvey was a writer, and he himself, when he went to was building, he was the darkest person. Yeah, facts. He was, because W.E.B. Du Bois was mixed, you know. And like I said, we said there's nothing wrong with it. Myron Gaines knows what's going on. But this agent, yeah, COINTELPRO. Real talk, he's COINTELPRO. And I'm going to keep on saying that because at the end of the day, I don't think he left the government. I think he's doing what he's supposed to do now.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
You're
Go
South
ahead,
Florida
Tariq.
trash, right?
Yes.
Come on, you're not a Jew.
But Myron,
you don't matter.
But we need to have a sit down, Myron. We should have a good sit down and just really chop it up and flesh all of this stuff out and really talk about this stuff person to person, face to face. That would be wouldn't that be a great conversation, guys?
I mean, we're talking about it right now. You haven't brought up one instance.
One thing I'm going to tell you, Dusty Duke, everybody has those. I have weirdos on my show all the time. I had like a whole bunch of white supremacists once I started talking about Nick Fuentes. And I was like, yo, this is what I said. I was like, how y'all support this man? Y'all talk about y'all alpha males. But Nick Fuentes got ran out of Boston, got ran out of Massachusetts by trannies and niggas with lace fronts and a dick. You know? Oh, you don't know nothing. You're a bitch. I'ma fuck you. Yo, this is what white supremacists was telling me. You know? They protected the losers. Myron Gaines is a loser. Myron Gaines was a loser in Northeastern. He went to Northeastern Massachusetts. He was in Roxbury. He was in the hood. But he wasn't going in the hood. That's the thing. You know, he was on the crew team. He was a professional fleer. What you think the crew is? The boats. He's a professional fleer, you know, so I'm not surprised. You know, we got some weirdos on this show. Watch. One might just pop up and just say some shit and leave.
Of how we're held back in 2024.
I just did, but you're just doing I'm a tether and I say so. But you don't really have an
They
argument.
use the judicial system.
You don't. We keep pointing stuff out, and you just say
and education, judicial and education.
He's like, yo,
we
man,
pointed out your
homeland,
and you that doesn't matter.
You keep going back to Jim Crow and you talk about Sudan. Tell me about what's happening today.
I didn't say anything about Jim Crow.
I'm talking about America, dude. I don't know why you're talking about Sudan or any of this other stuff. Like that has nothing.
Racism, global white supremacy.
Oh man, holy shit!
And there's a reason why you had to come and platform yourself by spewing anti-black racism.
Hey, Tariq, are any of your donors racist?
You can get that dick out your mouth. That's what.
Oh, interesting.
But we're talking about it because you don't have a conversation.
You take money from racists. You take money from racists, but you want to complain about racism.
You're just white supremacists.
Hold on, real quick.
You're just saying.
So wait.
Okay, now here comes the boring. Here comes the boring, corny part. Okay,
take money from racists.
You're not witty. Let's stop it. You're not even witty.
Hey, bro.
Witty. You're not witty. You're not witty. Now you're about to waste time.
No, because you're talking about it's a moral argument.
Now you're about to waste time by being unfunny. Okay, here we go.
You can't be immoral in the way you do things and then complain about morality.
You can't do that.
You're not witty talking about tampons and black cock. Like, talk about what's happening right now. How about you stop talking about periods and women for 5 seconds?
You're whining. I'm talking about.
Yeah, Tariq, I find it interesting, man, how, like I said, I'm keeping the conversation.
That's what I'm doing. I'm trying to be focused. Now they're trying to get into
No, because you keep mentioning Sudan.
Yes, because
you keep mentioning
that's
Sudan.
Significant.
Okay?
That's significant.
And I'm telling you that's not significant because let's assume I wasn't from Sudan. It doesn't matter where I'm from.
You're from Sudan.
You're
a Sudanese guy.
That's not relevant to the debate because the point you're making an ad hominem.
That's not an ad hominem, dude. We're talking about global white supremacy. You were a victim of global white supremacy.
I'm talking about.
You had to flee to come over here to Black Daddy. You had to flee to us.
I'm talking about America.
You had to.
I'm about America. I don't give a fuck about anywhere else. I'm talking about America.
And you have a lane to come over here because of Foundation of Black Americans, sir. We fought racism to help you get here, sir.
Okay. Anyway, like I was saying. In 2024, there is nothing holding back black people from success.
Saying that over and over doesn't make it true. You don't have to say that over and over.
Because
if that's your argument, then you tap out. You don't have an argument. You're just saying the same lie over and over.
From America.
Tell me how I'm wrong.
Name about America.
Name a system in this country or in the world that's not dominated by white supremacy. Name something that's
NBA.
Did you say the NBA? Who are the owners?
Black Renaissance
Zionists.
podcast.
It's not white.
All
people.
right.
There you go.
Is it the whole not white but Jewish thing?
Yeah, those are
yeah. The same Zionists to fund the Democratic.
I'm gonna say this. I think white supremacy is the only group that can't take accountability for anything. For years, they have been saying that they enslave black people. Now, in 2025, they're saying it's the Jews. The fuck is wrong with these people, man? White supremacy is just like, yo, they're an odd type of people. I have never met anybody like them ever. I have met some white supremacists, and I have worked with them. They're very weird. I have met an African white supremacist, and it's nuts.
Party, the same Zionists who are fucking pushing reparations, so dumb fucking morons like you could fucking do it.
Nobody's really Stop white. Being triggered. Let him and Myron talk, bro.
So it's the nobody's white thing. Okay, it's the whole nobody's white argument. Okay.
No, people are white, but do you not know the difference between people from Israel? White. Do you not know the difference ethnically between whites and Zionists?
Okay, what's the difference?
They're Jewish and they don't have white DNA. They're not from the Caucasus region, dumbass. It's a whole different ethnicity. They're the chosen people. White people do not control America.
They're white, right? And that's how they came over and subverted y'all.
That's where you guys lost. Jews and whites.
So you can delineate white people and Jews, and I can't.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Why is it you can delineate between the blacks?
But I can't delineate from your.
And then, but we can't delineate between the whites. That wouldn't make any sense.
No. So
it's a religion. Judaism is a religion. Zionism is a religion. It's not a race. People always get that fucked up because we could look at the Hebrew Israelites. We could be like, oh yeah, they're not black. They're Israelites. You'd be like, yo, but they're from Jamaica and all this other. We can't use religion. That's why the Israelites be like, yo, this ain't a religion. This is our bloodline. They go with bloodline. And I understand the bloodline. And shout out to the Israelites and people who are in that that's in that group, because I know people call it a cult. I think it's very disrespectful when people say it's a cult. And salam.
Slow down. Whoa. No. We delineate from black Africans, but we're foundational black Americans. So we're still black.
You keep saying foundational. What does that mean?
We're still black. We're still black. I'm just a foundational black American. You're saying that Jewish people are not white?
I was told that the FBA guys.
What is foundational black American?
The guys who came in calling to my show, they said the blacks was something that blacks in America used. That this wasn't a term that was used. That's why they said you ask them other people what they are. They say they're Nigerian. They say they're whatever, but they don't say they're black. They said black is specific for the ones who came on my show. Said it was specific for blacks in America. Is that true? Because I don't know.
Facts.
Okay, because so black people will come over here from Nigeria, and is that Tommy talking? That Tommy? Now you
yes, I was just wondering, is that part true?
Wake it up,
But Tommy, I would say you're not really Panamanian, but a lot of Panamanians, they come over here and if they're dark skinned, they'll say that they're black. But he's saying that a white Jewish person ain't really Jewish or white. I'm trying to make sense of it.
What is it? Jews and whites aren't even genetically
genuinely the first time you've heard about the difference between a Jew and a white person in all the years you yap about race?
Because a lot of Jewish people classify themselves as white.
Yes, to go undercover and to go under the guise of white supremacy.
Like a lot of like a lot of Nigerians and stuff call themselves black, and y'all have said that they do it to try and subvert blackness.
A lot of them try to pretend to be foundational black Americans.
Yes.
They do.
Just like the Jews that go undercover and pretend to be white when they're Jewish and they hold allegiance to Israel. Do you not know what that is?
Africans, but a lot of black Africans are still black.
I understand you're black, but don't talk about that for 5 seconds. Do you not understand the difference between the Jewish ethnicity and the white ethnicity, Tariq?
No, I don't. I swear to God, I don't.
That's genuinely concerning, the fact that you talk about race all day and you've never heard that. That's
he can't say it, Sneaker.
We are tired. That's one thing we gotta understand, and this is why, like Myron Gaines, he will never accept. He will never accept that we're tired of defending them. then you talk shit about us, then we're supposed to turn the other fucking cheek. We're tired of turning the other cheek. I don't even know. This is why I always tell people all the time, I don't like that Martin Luther King shit. They always talk about when he was being a pussy. They never talk about when they thought he was a domestic terrorist when he was asking for tangibles and shit. Martin Luther King was asking for tangibles before he died. That's why he died. They killed his ass because of that shit, you know? Because they knew how much power he has, and if he would have went to that other side, shit would have got popping. He wouldn't have been on that other bullshit. He's a motherfucker from I think Atlanta, Georgia or something.
Go. He can't say it. The Zionists funded the NAACP. They fund all their black organizations. He can't say anything. He'll get fired.
No. I would like to know.
His wife is Jewish. That's why.
Your wife is Jewish. If you know, like the Jewish person owns Black Lives Matter too.
What?
Like all the foundational things you talk about, the systems of white supremacy, they all go back to Israel.
Stop chimping out, bro. You gotta chill.
Explain. My wife is Jewish. What?
Now he's acting stupid.
Okay, what are you talking about? Y'all just saying anything. You're tapping out and saying anything right now.
Yeah, I didn't say your wife is Jewish, but the first time that you actually heard that there's a difference, the system of white supremacy.
No, because nobody can articulate it.
Yeah, I'm articulating right now, but you keep on interrupting me with
I'm not interrupting you. Please articulate.
All right, Tariq.
Okay, let me explain the point, because Tariq talks about race, and like finally he needs to understand that there's a difference.
Right.
Okay, the Jewish supremacists, they go under the guise of white supremacy, so people like you can live under a system of victimhood forever. Jewish supremacy is different than white supremacy.
Why can't you explain it without trolling?
Talk, bro.
He's just trolling. He's trolling.
I'm not trolling, but you're not listening to me without interrupting.
No, because now you're talking about people like me. I'm asking a legitimate question.
Okay,
what's the difference between a Jewish white supremacist and an Anglo white supremacist?
Yeah, that's true. I'm gonna say that the civil rights, they completely missed. Yeah, they fucked it up, man. They had their own agenda that was going on. Don't forget, civil rights. They were fucking around with what to call it? They were fucking around with the feminist groups too. The feminist groups was totally against us. So yeah, I get that part.
Supremacists.
They're a completely different ethnicity.
How so?
Jewish people are the chosen people that goes back thousands of years. It comes from the book. They come from one tribe of people. They're not white.
So what makes a person white genetically?
It comes from the Caucasus regions, the European people. Jewish people are a diaspora that have moved around. They've been kicked out of 109 countries, and they travel around the world. They all go back to the same lineage. That's why they only interact with each other. That's why they only work with each other. And that's why they subvert people like you to think that there's a system of white supremacy.
So what's the difference between Jewish supremacy and white supremacy?
Yeah.
I just explained they're not the same.
There's a big difference.
That's like asking me the difference between Chinese and Japanese. They're a different people.
So there were
you can talk shit about white people all you want, Tariq. Start talking shit about Zionists, they'll shut your ass down.
Trolling.
That's not trolling. That's what the
during
truth
slavery.
is.
Yeah, that's not trolling. That's actually
he
a fact.
thinks it's trolling.
You can call white people devils if you call Jews. Well, that's not something I think everybody should admit. That shouldn't be something that anyone argues. You can call white people devils all day and no one says a word. Call Jews devil. For as much as Nick Cannon has said about white people, he's never, ever, ever had to sit down and learn about white people after he said it and apologize to white people after he said it. You can say what you want about whites.
Right, and Zionists are the ones that go and say white devil all the time. They go on and say that there's a white
that's not a refutable fact, right? You can't. I agree with that, right, Tommy? But to me, they all anti-black the same. When it comes to my black ass, they're going to handle me the same.
Well, I just wish that sometimes conversations were had where they were being honest. Whenever people won't be honest about something that is an actual fact, like a person who knows and just did a movie about hip hop knows that these black people are able to call white people devils and black people niggas, but every time they kind of tried to refer to Jews, they beeped it.
Exactly.
Jews and white people oppress black folks. That's a fact.
No, not white people. Let me explain. Tariq, you did a whole movie about hip hop. Do you know who all the hip hop executives are?
Jewish people.
Exactly. Jewish people are not white people. They do that to spread degeneracy throughout the black community, to make you think it's okay to be thugs, to prop up Sexy Red.
No, so it's reversed. No, it's reversed.
You don't know the difference between Jews and whites, and you just did something
reversed, man.
The reason why Jews and white people get lumped together is because black folks are not in position. Black folks ain't in position to delineate when it comes to oppression of black folks. White folks and Jewish people work together collectively to oppress black folks. That's a fact.
So why don't blacks and tethers work together to uplift blacks?
Because most of those tethers are trying to be under that cloak of white supremacy, right? They like their white
Most of them?
those
That's a
model
large
minorities.
number.
We're talking about people like Sneeko parents, right? Those model minorities. Oh, I'm not going to come over here and fight it. Matter of fact,
Sneeko appears mixed. He's
nigga threw Sneeko's parents in. Yo. My man threw Sneeko's parents in there. That's foul.
Seem like he Asian or something.
Mixed with what? Mixed with what? Hey, Sneeko, what are you, Sneeko?
Asians are the model minority.
Okay, I'm Filipino and Haitian, right? Like Haiti.
Oh, so Al Sharpton is looking for you at this rally come June 19th in fucking New York.
What kind of rally is it?
Yeah, I'm not going to go to
it's a Haitian rally.
I'm good off that. I'm not going to go to
rally for Juneteenth.
Rally.
By the way, the Haitians and the Caribbeans are trying to steal Juneteenth.
Okay, can you mute because nobody wants to talk to you? I want to talk to Tariq. Tariq, have you never heard about Jewish?
You need to get a dental plan, nigga.
Yo, take that nigga down. They got no respect for the space.
Yeah, because usually that's like white supremacists try to pawn off the supremacy on each other. They try to play hot potato when they both practice it. So I don't really get into the ethnic background of a suspected white supremacist.
So you get into the ethnic background when you think it's white people, but when it's Jews, you stay quiet. Why?
Oh, no, because white is white to me.
Okay, but I just differentiated to it. No. That was the dumbest take.
Guess you'll get canceled, Sneeko.
Because that's a deflection.
Tariq.
That's a deflection.
Before you keep echoing this retard stuff.
What's the difference? What's the difference between a anti-black Jewish person and an anti-black Anglo? What's the difference?
That they're different races, Tariq.
Oh, I can answer that one.
Anything to me. What does that mean to me? They're both oppressing me.
System of white supremacy.
I can answer that one.
Okay, Tariq, do you know who created the Federal Reserve? Was it white people or was it Zionists?
Oh shit! What's going on, Shabaka? All right, everyone. This is Shabaka. Shabaka's a Pan-African. I used to think he was from South Africa, but my man's from Queens. So salute to you, Shabaka. Yeah, he's usually on. He's a person who's usually on here. What's up, Shabaka?
Oh, y'all did it together.
Both of them.
Y'all did it together, right? As soon as you brought the federal
Come on,
birth of a nation. What are we doing?
So you get out of that victimhood nature that you use to white people and talk about the Jews as well, but you won't because they fund you.
If you had a white supremacist partner in crime from an ethnic group and they got more money from you, that doesn't concern me because you both got the money from me. So
he's funded by Zionists 100%.
So yeah, Shabaka's already talking shit. Shabaka, let me tell you something, man. I gotta be personally honest with you. Now Martin Luther King was being a little pussy when he was trying to try and put everybody together. He knew that shit wasn't gonna work. Then once he started asking for tangibles, that's when they had to sit his ass down. You know that and I know that. So why are you acting like you don't know that, Shabaka? We go do this every time with you, my friend. Every time. And you know I fuck with you heavy, but come on, homie.
Care about who it is. He just wants to be in the victim.
No.
He doesn't care.
All of you, we look at you all the same.
As long as he's a victim forever, as long as he feels like black people are
victimizing me, you're both one in the same.
It doesn't matter who's in power.
You're one in the same. You're one in the same. All oppressors are one in the same.
Can I explain the difference?
Okay, so he just changed. So now it's not white supremacy, it's oppressors.
Right.
Let me say something, damn it.
Yep, white supremacy.
Okay, but he's looping.
I'm not looping.
I just
jump off the stage on Sneeko. I'm gonna have to jump off the stage.
I just described to you the difference between Jews and whites.
But
they're completely
different. I want to hear what Tommy got to say. Go ahead, Tommy.
When he says, what is the difference? That is simple, and it's one that every one of y'all should know right now. You can make money off of calling out whites and not be silenced.
Bingo.
You can't do the same thing to Jews. So if that is if nothing else, that is a huge difference. That's like saying I could talk shit to my mom and she at least let me eat and go to sleep in my bed. But if I say something about my dad, he knocked my teeth out. There's a difference. I am fearful of speaking now about my father. So if that's a thing, then you know there's a difference between the two. You cannot say they're the same.
Exactly.
When one of these overexpression.
There is no difference. It is the same thing. I tell people all the time, it's the same thing. Why is everybody so mad when we say, yo, Jewish people and white people are the same people? The only thing that separates them is their belief in their religion.
Jewish power, your career is over. You need to talk about white supremacy because that's where the money is.
They're
One
both
allows you to express
practicing white
yourself, the other does
supremacy.
not.
What are you talking
Period.
about?
He make
They're
money
both
off
practicing
oppression, bro.
If all of them are practicing white supremacy, doesn't matter. We're calling out white supremacy. We're not going to break people up in ethnic
Yeah, but
groups.
you're
How much
definitely
do the Zionists pay you,
but you're-
Tariq?
you're
How much do they actually pay you, Tariq? How much do these Zionists actually fill your pockets with? Because you're not this
Now you're
stupid. You're
projecting.
not this
Saying they're
stupid, bro.
It's like,
Matt,
I
shut
just
the fuck
described to
up.
him
You're
the
not
difference,
adding
and he
nothing to the
pretended like he
conversation.
doesn't know the
Matt,
difference.
shut the
Yeah,
fuck
that's
up.
the
Run
white
it up. You're a
supremacist
broke
tactic.
ass
No,
motherfucker.
see,
Shut the
that's
fuck
a
up.
white
Stop
supremacist
it.
tactic. That's a white supremacist tactic of trying to play hot potato.
All right, so let me just jump in real quick.
That's
So
a
Tariq,
old
so
trick that
you
we
don't see
don't
a
fall
difference
for.
All right,
between
Tariq.
We're not falling for
Tariq. You don't
that.
see a difference between Jews and whites. All right.
Let someone speak. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so you don't see a
No,
difference between Jews and whites, but you do.
that's a hot potato tactic.
They're
Oh
the
my
same.
God, you're being
He's
child.
acting
Just
stupid
mute
on
him.
purpose because it subverts his whole career. Talk
No,
about
because
Jewish power.
no,
Don't just talk about
that's a
white
deflection.
supremacy.
That's a deflection.
Yo, Shabaka, we starting this shit again, man. We have African DNA, but we're not continental Africans. We have no lineage from Africa for thousands of years. For thousands of years, man. We don't remember the last. We can't even trace our culture back to Africa. So what's wrong with that picture if we can't even trace it? Not all of us came off that slave boat, man. I already proved that to you. You remembered I proved it to you. So what's the problem?
And we're not falling for it.
It's not a deflection.
We're not falling for it. That's a
It's
deflection.
not a deflection. Hold on. Let me make one point. If you actually want to
off
uplift,
you. That's all it is a damn deflection.
Okay.
Sorry, say not falling for the banana in the tailpipe.
All right. I just need to mute. I just need to mute because Tariq, you're not being respectful. How many times am I going to tell you to stop talking for 1 second? Like, respect the space, bro. Or you can go if you want. You can leave, but if you don't like it, my thing is this: Tariq, you said what you had to say. Let Sneeko speak. Let Myron make his point, and then you come back.
I don't need to be up here with a bunch
you're
of
gonna leave now that I told you the
That's
truth?
fine. You're not. This
That's
ain't.
fine.
You're not doing me a favor.
Listen,
all right.
let's
keep
we
that
all
shit
know
100.
He's gonna run
we all
away.
You're
know
not
that
doing me a favor.
Bro, we all
He called everybody.
we all know
a
that Jews
flunky.
fund you, Tariq.
I'm making up.
That's crazy. He called everybody a flunky. Yo, this is why I was telling the guy, I was like, yo, who else has put in the work that Tariq has put in this modern era? Like, he put his own money up. The money he made from the book was the Art of Mackin, or the book that he made in the early 2000s. He flipped it and did stuff for us, other people. We got to give him credit. Thousands of years. Placebo blah. Shake my head, nigga. You're more. Who's that? Yeah, we probably haven't. I said we probably haven't been there in thousands of years. We probably haven't. You know how old the black race is? The black race is over like 400,000 years old. We're old as fuck. Yeah, we're old as fuck. So being there, if we wasn't there for the last like 2,000 years, I wouldn't put it past us. Cause don't forget, Africans or the original Africans, they went all around the world. This is where we get the ethnogenesis from, where we have Asians. You go to Asia, there's dark-skinned fucking Asians running around with coil hair. You go to Australia, the I don't know if they're Polynesians. The original Australians, they were black. So yeah, 2,000, probably 1,000 years might sound crazy, but you gotta look how many people were around the world. Europe was created by the Moors. What you think happened to like South America and North America? You think nobody wasn't there for thousands of years? There was people already there. Don't forget, we're in 2025. If we're gonna keep that count, what was other people doing thousands of years ago in this country? So Mac, what's your name? Magneto. He's trying to. Oh, he's one of those Marvel comic type of pervs. Yeah, you just got to think about that shit, man. You got to use your imagination. Sometimes when you use your imagination, like, yo, this shit kind of makes sense. There were already people, like I was just explaining to you, yo, my great-great-great-grandmother, she has family in Alaska. My family hasn't only been in Georgia. You know, that's what you got to think.
We know about your contracts.
The Zionists fund him for sure.
We know about your contracts, bro. Stop trying to act like you don't know what a Jew is. Stop acting like you know the difference between a white man and a Jew. Stop with that, bro. You're deflecting yourself because you don't want to call out a Jew. You don't. You want to call everybody white supremacists
out. That's what I'm gonna keep calling out.
Yeah, no,
and
exactly.
You can lie
know
all
there's
you
a reason
want,
why you don't want to call it the Jew.
Zionist talking points, left and right from Tariq.
We know that. Well, here's the thing. We know there's a difference between Asians.
If you're gonna start making up some mythological Jewish contract, and knock your damn self out. That means I won the.
No, I never spoke about that. Tommy, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second to speak to Tariq.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I've been trying to. I think all of y'all should just wait and let each other finish.
All right, Tariq, can you not interrupt me for 5 seconds?
All right. Now I'm not gonna talk in circles with y'all. All right.
Okay, so now we established that there's a difference in the ethnicity between white people and Jewish people. Do you understand that?
And it doesn't matter because you're all practicing white supremacy. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Does everyone hear how there's a difference? Why would Jewish people practice white supremacy if they're not white?
So they could subvert y'all power when they got here.
Jewish people suppress white people.
Okay, no. I don't need back up, boys. I don't need his side. Okay, Tariq,
he asked a good question.
Why would Jewish people promote white supremacy if they're not white?
Hey, yo, Shabaka, let me tell you something. Everybody has African DNA. Black people have African DNA. Asian people have African DNA. Europeans have African DNA. Don't forget, Africans are the original people. Where do you think these other people came from? Where you think they came from? You think they came from like the fucking a stork with an egg and it popped out a fucking baby, or you think the Yakubs did it? Like what do you want, man? Stay off that fucking peace pipe, man.
There are Jewish white supremacists. You had Jewish Nazis over here. You had Dan Burroughs. You had Frank Joseph. You had Jewish Nazis over here. What are you talking about?
The people that show allegiance to Israel, the Zionists, why would they show allegiance to white people?
Why would you have Jewish Nazis over here?
What are you talking about?
I just told you there were famous Jewish Nazis. You talked
about deflections 5 seconds, so you're deflecting again. Answer the question.
What? That's a deflection?
Yes, it is.
You just said why would Jewish people promote white supremacy?
He's giving you an example of it. Sneako, he's giving you an example of what Jews
that's a small minority. Like once again,
I know, but you can't do that, Sneako. See, Sneako, he gave you the example.
Okay.
Red Pill just turned on each other. You gotta look at it. Like Myron hasn't said anything. He's pissed right now. Because he can't jump into this conversation, use these talking points that he does on Fresh and Fit. That shit doesn't work. That's why when you see when he used this cut, when he used this video, and he act like he debunked Tariq Nasheed, he didn't do shit. This man's getting his food eaten.
What Jewish Nazis? What Jewish Nazis are you talking about?
I'm talking about Dan Burroughs, Frank Joseph. You had Laura Loomer,
Soros.
A lot of people in neo-Nazi organizations.
You're calling Laura Loomer a Jewish Nazi?
She's a suspected white supremacist.
Okay, she
hangs around the alt-right. That's a more modern example.
Great point.
A more modern example. Even Milo. That's another modern example too.
Oh, no.
Okay, great point. So Laura Loomer, she's a Zionist. She shows allegiance to Israel. Where do you see that she promotes white supremacy?
She was with the alt-right. She was out there with Richard Spencer and all of those guys.
Okay, because she agrees with Trump. But
also,
do you see right
Ben Shapiro is a suspected white supremacist.
Are you retarded? Yeah, Ben Shapiro, he shows undying allegiance to Israel. He doesn't care about America. He wants Netanyahu to be the president of America.
So Israel doesn't stop somebody from being a damn white supremacist or suspected white supremacist.
You can't be a supremacist. Wait,
That's
Tariq,
my point,
are
sir.
you that stupid to think that you could be a supremacist of two races at once?
You saying stupid doesn't mean anything. So cut that
but
bullshit
you
out.
can't be a supremacist of two races at once. It's very simple.
You have talking about Israel doesn't negate the fact that people have white supremacist views.
So you're saying okay, no, say that and like stand on that.
There are black people. There are black Jews talking about white supremacy in Israel. So what are you talking about?
No Zionist believes that blacks are really even Jews.
Sir,
they don't
Ethiopian Jews going to Israel complaining about white supremacy. So
sure, you just
what
said
are you
Ben
talking
Shapiro
about
is
Israel for as if you can't be a white supremacist? What are you talking about?
Great. Is Ben Shapiro a white supremacist, Tariq?
He's a suspected white supremacist.
No,
yes.
not suspected. Yes or no?
I suspect that he is.
You suspect it? Why?
Because of his anti-black views and his allegiance and his being around a lot of other white supremacists.
His allegiance to what?
Being around other white supremacists.
Being around? Okay, but what does he show allegiance? Tariq, what does he show allegiance to?
And his anti-black racism.
Great. Anti-black. What does he show allegiance?
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna say this. Shout out to you, E. Williams. I don't think he recovered after this shit. I don't think what's his name? I don't think Myron recovered. Like, you just look at his talking points. His talking points is all the same. It always gets debunked. He's hitting a rock bottom. We have to all see that. Like, he's doing anything. That motherfucker might have an OnlyFans after, this shit, after Fresh and Fit fumbles, he's gonna have an OnlyFans. So I wouldn't be surprised.
Allegiance to?
Other anti-black racists.
Okay, do you think that's his undying allegiance? What is the country he can return to?
Yes. A lot of you have an undying allegiance to anti-black racism.
Okay, no one has an undying allegiance to that. It's either a country, it's their supremacy, right?
No, it's an ideology. You have an undying allegiance to an ideology.
The ideology is Jewish supremacy. That they believe they're the chosen Jewish people. Supremacy? It says that in their book. That's what Ben Shapiro shows allegiance to, not white people. Not anti-black.
No, it's white supremacy.
Ben Shapiro shows allegiance to Israel. That's why he wants Netanyahu to be the president of the United States.
Anti-black racism. It's anti-black racism which shows his allegiance.
Okay, you know what? I want to. Now you sound like a special snowflake. Ben Shapiro does not care about black people that much. He cares about Israel. It's not about you.
I know he doesn't care about black. He cares about anti-black racism. He promotes anti-black racism.
That's the smallest part of his allegiance. What he wants is the state of Israel
That's
to
the only
dominate the
reason
world.
he has a platform. So that other white supremacists who sees his views and anti-black racism, they have a platform to look at. Sir.
Okay, do you know that every white supremacist that you think you're calling out,
and Sneeko,
you know that they all
you're not white.
Sneeko,
you're not white. Sneeko, you ain't white.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why I'm not talking about white supremacy. Right. I'm talking about Zionism.
You can kill with the dumbass, sir.
Nobody's talking about. I'm talking about Zionism. Ben Shapiro does not agree with any of the white supremacists in the country. Talk to them. Talk to any of the people you think are all white supremacists. All of them disagree with Ben Shapiro.
You're never going to be an Anglo white supremacist, Sneeko.
And I don't want to be. And I have no reason to be, and I never will be.
No matter how passionate you are to defend white supremacy, you'll never be one.
I'm not defending white supremacy.
You come from two failed homelands, the Philippines and Haiti.
You see how you keep going back to that?
Yeah.
Okay, and this is the problem.
You need to thank us for being your ass over here.
You're never going to win. This is why they killed Malcolm X, because he spoke.
Yo, you said that last time, Shabaka. I'm going to say this, Shabaka. Congratulations to Africans. But at the end of the day, it doesn't affect anything that happens in America. They should have been doing that shit like 30, 40 years ago. Maybe they should have been doing that shit like 100 years ago. Maybe the motherfuckers would have never took their land. And I'm sorry to be harsh, but Africans is like a dollar short. They're late, bro. They're late as fuck. They should have did that shit like almost 200 years ago. Like, it's bad. I don't even think they're ever gonna get their fucking country back, man.
About Zionism.
Sir, stop it. You're just babbling.
They killed Malcolm X because you're just babbling. The real issue.
Sir, you're never going to be a white supremacist, Sneeko. You're never.
I don't. Who wants to be? I'm a brown Muslim. I don't want to be a Christian nationalist. I'm nothing like those people.
You want to be a white supremacist.
You know what? I think I just caught on to something just now. Something very interesting. Tariq, I find it very problematic that you can't distinguish the difference between Jewish supremacy
There
versus
is no
white
Jewish
supremacy.
supremacy. It's only white
Hold
supremacy.
on. Let me just.
Oh my God.
Okay. And I'm gonna tell you why.
Okay.
Hold on. Let me tell you why.
Okay, if there's Jewish supremacy, how come the black
explain.
Jews don't have no supremacy?
There's no such thing as a black Jew. You Israel, you stand in Times Square.
Really?
There's no such thing as a black Jew.
Really?
What?
No.
What?
No, there's no such thing.
Let me explain.
They don't accept black Jews. No Jew thinks a black is a Jew. Read the Talmud. They have a specific ethnicity.
Sneeko is a product of the United States education system. Y'all gotta stop.
Wait a minute.
Y'all get letting these white fragile men really indoctrinate y'all.
Jacasa, let me just explain the difference.
Wait a minute. He said there was no such thing as a black Jew.
I just got a light bulb just.
Wait, hold on. No. We got to unpack that. There's no such thing as a black Jew. We got to unpack that. Can we please unpack that?
Okay, we will in a second.
Can we please unpack that? Please.
We will.
You want to fixate on the most monotonous things. Just let Myron go. Please.
All I was going to say was, because I think this is very important, that you don't distinguish the difference between Jewish supremacy versus white supremacy.
Because there's black Jews who don't have no supremacy nowhere. But go ahead.
Okay, that's fine. So what I'm trying to say with that is this. I think what you're conflating as white supremacy a lot of the time can also is actually really Jewish supremacy.
Then how come the black Jews don't have
the white? Okay, the white supremacists that you're talking about, like with the KKK hoods and everything else like
this
that,
is babbling,
say
this is babbling.
Hold on. Let me finish my point, bro. Because you don't even let me finish.
Because you're babbling.
The white supremacists that you're talking about, the Klan members, the Grand Wizards, etc.
Those are white extremists. White supremacy are the judges, lawyers, prosecutors, teachers. Come on.
Tariq, man.
Come on,
relax,
I'm very
Let me finish my sentence, please.
I'm very relaxed.
No, you're like hopping up. You won't even let me finish the sentence, man.
I'm chilling and relaxed.
No, you're not.
I'm chilling like you're chilling back in Sudan.
No, he's sweating right now. He's sweating.
The white
he does not want anyone thinking that
you're referring to. When we think of white supremacists, we're thinking of the crazy Protestants,
we ain't talking about
that wear the white hood and run around.
No, that ain't white. No.
But if he's telling you that's not what he's talking about, Myron, you do have to let him tell you what he's talking about so you can argue his point. It's not fair for you to say this. I think this way. If he says that's not what I'm talking about, you can't keep saying, but let's argue what I'm thinking about. Let him tell you what white supremacy.
Yo, this motherfucker Tommy Simon, is mad dirty. Yo, he's a dirty dude. That's fucked up. And they're friends too. That's the funny yo. These motherfuckers is friends, and that's the legendary Kwame right there. Yo. Kwame's a Pan-African from Queens. Shout out to Kwame. What's going on, man? I heard Kwame. I heard your peoples is trying to steal Juneteenth, man, for next month, man. Why your peoples is stealing Juneteenth? I heard they having a Juve morning for Juneteenth. What type of bullshit is that, Kwame?
I'm gonna address that here in a second.
And then argue it.
I understand that. But what I'm saying is that in general, when people think about white supremacists, thinking about the Klan, etc., these guys are completely against Jews. These guys hate Jews. A lot of, you look at a guy like a Henry Ford, etc., these white supremacists that black people, they're holding us down, etc. These guys are extremely critical of Jews. I think we need to make a delineation between Jewish supremacy, aka a lot of these Zionists, and then white supremacy, which is what you're referring to, like the
all right. Now let me answer that. You do have a point. I will say this. That's the point.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Now I will say that. Yeah, a lot of the extreme white supremacists, a lot of them don't like Jewish people. They actually don't like white Jewish people. They do have a problem. I know some people in the alt-right, they don't like Ben Shapiro. But here's the problem. When the white supremacist Anglos and the white supremacist Jewish people get together, they all hate us, and that's all that matters.
You think it's about black people?
It all gets on anti-black racism. They all get on code against us. So their distinctions between each other don't mean a damn thing to me. That's why I look at all of them the same way. Does that make sense?
I see your perspective, but what I will say is this:
what you're saying might just be
Jewish
true.
People.
I believe. I'm not even disagreeing. Yeah, there might be ethnic differences. Of course, there's ethnic differences.
Yeah,
I believe that wholeheartedly. Irish people weren't even considered white until much later. Greek people weren't even considered white until the 1920s. Yeah, a lot of people weren't even considered white. But once they did,
but what I'm saying.
Hey, yo, salute to Nick Machiavelli. Salute to Kwame. Kwame, he been here all day. He's always on the channel. Salute to him. He's a legend on this show.
when they were led into whiteness, when they were able to classify themselves as white, the common thread that bonded them all together was anti-black racism. And that's the problem. So I don't have the luxury to
disagree with you, Tariq,
so me distinguishing their little different ethnicities.
No, Juneteenth is Black American Independence Day. That's what Juneteenth is. Yeah, that's what Juneteenth is, Kwame. That's not no like Juve or anything. We don't do Caribbean festival. It's not. There's no such thing as a black festival, a Black American festival. I think we should create one. I think we should create a foundational Black American festival. That shit would be dope. You know, everybody can do their little dance, eat some cabbage, some cornbread, some rice and beans. You know, some candy yams. Yo, that shit's gonna be bomb. Some barbecue oxtails. Even some barbecue goat. Yo, that shit sounds like a great idea. Oh my God. Yo, that sounds good. Oh yeah. Thanks, Nick. We support everyone black. Subscribing right now. Yeah, but it's just Myron. He's falling apart, man. We got enough to worry about as it is. Yeah, man. But yo, Juneteenth. I'm definitely going to Juneteenth in Boston, and I might stream too in Boston for Juneteenth. So yeah, that's gonna be super dope. Tariq's taking our holidays, but passing it off as a foundation. Juneteenth is a Black American holiday, homie. Juneteenth, yeah, it's Black American Independence Day. It's like, you know how you got 4th of July? That's why we get paid on Juneteenth, because it's a Black American holiday and all the things that we created. Technically, Memorial Day was a black holiday. You know, if you do the history of it, you'll see it used to be a Black Americans celebrated it and created it. You know, because when they came back from the Civil War, Black Americans celebrated them winning the war. Yeah. But they made it into another holiday for everyone. So that's why you got Memorial Day.
Under the banner of whiteness, it means no difference because they're all oppressive to me.
Oh yeah, it's
so, go ahead,
Nick.
Let me respond.
He hates on Tariq Nasheed because he's a Pan-African.
Let me respond to that. Let me respond to that, because this is where I'm going to disagree with you. You're saying that they are all anti-black. I disagree. The Jews were actually critical in the civil rights movement with funding it, helping the NAACP get forward. Jews were instrumental in the civil rights movement with funding it and standing behind it. And I'm going to tell you why. The reason why is because Jews historically have been an oppressed people, and they understand that open borders, liberal mindsets, and democratic governments are better for their bottom line, because a lot of Jews want a one world government.
Hold on. Now, let me answer that though. All right, in the night,
go ahead.
Because you have Jewish people who are white who are not racist. You have Jewish people who are white who are anti-black racists. In the 60s, there were some Jewish people.
Jewish people are not white. Tariq, stop saying that.
All right, but
they're not white.
You had Jewish people like the Levitt brothers who created the modern suburbs, and they put in their contracts that you couldn't have black people. These were white only. If these Jewish people had Jewish supremacy, they said, we want white only, no black people in these suburbs. Mm-hmm. Many of those stores that were discriminating against black people during the civil rights era, those were Jewish-owned stores. Okay. Many of those slumlords who owned those buildings that black people were complaining about, these were anti-black Jewish people. So you had anti-black Jewish people, you had pro-black Jewish people, but the anti-black ones, they fall under the banner of white supremacy too. See how that works?
Yeah, but there's definitely a strong amount of them that supported blacks and funded the civil rights movement.
And there were some that were oppressive.
Why are y'all not listening? If y'all are trying to make the argument that Jews subvert things, it's just really hard to listen to y'all make the argument when y'all say, I can't wait to get him here. Then when y'all get him here, y'all keep letting him off the hook. If you're telling people that Jews subvert people, then why wouldn't you just acknowledge they subverted that whole movement too? That some of them back blacks, some of them back the whole white side. It's like y'all just can't say it.
But Tommy, historically they back both sides, Tommy.
Yeah.
Huh?
Historically, they back both sides. That's just what.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But they won't. It's like the people are trying. Like, listen, I'm not the fan of Tariq. But I hate when people argue a fallacy with someone. And then they let him off, and then they wonder how they got him off. Because what you're arguing is you refuse to acknowledge the other side. If your argument is that Jews subvert things, why would you then argue with Tariq when he's telling you they subverted this? Why would you argue that?
Because he just understood that it's a different ethnicity. He doesn't realize that.
Kwame, we did fight out of slavery. Why you think that Kwame, we talked about this last time. You think white supremacy would say, well, you know what, we got to change our heart now. You know what, I think we need to let these black folks go. You know, they don't need to be in chains. They don't need, no, it's because we were fighting and we were killing people. Yeah, and the money just didn't add up. The military would have to be everywhere. So they were saying like, yo, we might as well just let these motherfuckers go because at the end of the day, we're losing too much of money. Black Americans always fought. We always talk about the John Horses, the Nat Turners. There has been more people than just Harriet Tubman, sorry. But yeah, we have done wonders. We have always fought, Kwame. I tell you that all the time. You know, hey, what's up, Randall? Hey, Kwame, your boy's here. What's up, people? What's up, player? Chat. Oh yeah, what's going on, Kwame? I mean, Randall. Yeah, that's Kwame's boy right there. Yeah, Kwame's on there, right, Randall? And that's why people like Tariq are popular now. You talk about us like white people. Yeah, I just said that. Yep, let him know, Nick.
No, he did it. He said
I acknowledged it.
I
acknowledged it.
Okay, what he's also overestimating. Hold on, I don't know if anybody caught this.
I acknowledged it. Yeah, a lot of white people come from different ethnic backgrounds.
Okay, but
when they all get together,
that's where y'all should have now stuck. Once he
keeps saying that they're from different ethnic backgrounds. They're not white. Jews are not white.
Yeah, but they're classified as white.
But he did point out how they would be white supremacists if they didn't like your black ass.
But you're not seeing where he doesn't understand. It's like they're classified that within the group because they want to be undercover as white people to divide white and black people to have ultimate control. That's what you don't seem to understand. And you're also overestimating the anti-black racism. That's the smallest problem. See, you're here
it's not.
It's not.
That's what you think.
You're here with the suit in your profile picture. Tommy's wearing a suit. The majority of black Americans, they wear their pants sagging. They wear bras. They're out there with red hair because they subverted hip.
They killed Nat Turner, but this is what he did. He killed like 52 white 52 white slave masters. He went ape shit. And when they caught him, they hung him, they sodomized his body, and they dismembered his body and put it everywhere. Right now, his Bible and his sword that he was killing all those white people with is in the African American museum. If I ever have some money, I'm gonna buy that shit. Yeah, he is willfully playing dumb, everyone. I will say that. You sound like a Confederate. Yeah, that's what they did to his body, man. Yeah, they don't even know where his body is. That's how fucked up they did to it. That's so fucked up. That's the fucked up shit that they did to his body. But he killed a lot of people. Like it was so bad that the white supremacists was trying to say, "Oh, he was gay. He was some type of ravishing killer." It's like, no, he was a preacher. Nat Turner was a preacher, and he spoke like 6 different languages. Nat Turner wasn't no fucking dummy. You know? Yeah, and the thing about it, he didn't start just killing people just because he was killing people. He was killing people because he was reading that Bible. The shit that was saying, shout out to DJ Biggs, man. Salute. It wasn't that like he was just killing people. Like, yo, I'm sick and tired of this shit. No, he was reading that fucking Bible, and that Bible was explaining. He seen the light in that Bible. The shit that people see, the Israelites seen in that Bible, that's what he seen in the Bible. That's what Nat Turner was seeing. He was seeing crazy shit. He was saying, like, yo, these people are not my masters. Because in the Bible, they were giving us the Christianity thing where it was like, oh, yeah, they're our slave. I mean, That's my master. That's why we always say Master Turner, Master Slaves, Master John. It's because they told us that was in the Bible and that we were supposed to be slaves and we were their master, and that was our masters. Y'all have no war like the tacky wars. I told you, Kwame, you're not the only Maroons. There was Maroons in the United States, my friend. Yeah, Pan-Africanism is holding on by a thread. And you know who I'm going to say who killed it? I'm going to say Dr. Umar killed it because he's saying he's going to build a school. He was going to do wonders and shit. And I was even supporting the shit. I thought, I was defending that motherfucker for at least 8 years. Then after that, I was like, yeah, this motherfucker ain't going to build no fucking school. This motherfucker tricked all the money away in fucking Africa. I think he tricked that money away in Africa. Just it is what it is,
Hip-hop culture.
So here we go with these tropes again.
Let me explain.
Okay, the majority.
Zionists made black culture through hip-hop to make it degenerate. And that's why you're a millionaire up here and you're not giving away your money for reparations, because they use hip-hop culture to make black people think of themselves as victims forever. It's anti-black racism is the smallest issue. Is the smallest issue of their problems. All they know that they can control through culture to keep people at the bottom.
Kwame, you talk about Abraham, but at the end of the day, are y'all gonna ride out with him? When that motherfucker go to war, are you gonna ride out with him? Are you gonna be one of the soldiers in his country? Kwame, are you gonna ride out with him? I'm talking about because he's going to war. Are you gonna fight for his country too? You're a Pan-Africanist. You know I'm gonna say this. You're a Pan-Africanist. Are you gonna fight with Abraham? Kwame, are you gonna fight with Abraham when he goes to war? You're a Pan-Africanist. You're supposed to be fighting for Africa. Was an African too. Nat Turner was born in Virginia, my man. They couldn't break Pan-African. Is the way. No, that shit is dead, bro. Pan-Africanism is dead. People laugh at Pan-Africanism, bro. And I used to love the red, black, and green shit. It's dead. That shit ain't coming back, man. Kwame Shabaka, that shit is not coming back. That shit is dead. Yeah, man.
Anti-black racism is the smallest of their issues.
So why don't y'all stay the fuck out of my culture, right? And stop perpetuating the worst of it, right? If you're not of it, right? Stick to your ethnicity, right? Whatever shithole country you come from, whatever failed government, right?
Hey, everybody, Kwame selling with tickets about him fighting for Abraham. He ain't going. He stayed in America. He talk about he's building houses in Africa. Kwame, you stayed in America with me, man. We ain't going to Africa. I know you cannot live off no bushmeat. You could live off Jamaican food, but you're not living off no fucking bushmeat and living in mud huts. And especially you're from Queens, the nice part of Pan-African Queens. You're not going to Africa. You're not going to Africa, bro. You're not going to Africa, Kwame. You stay here with me, buddy. This is your bread and butter. That's why, let me tell you something. That's why only 50 South Africans left South Africa, and went to America. All the motherfuckers say, like, we're not going to America. Them black people are going to fucking kill us. They ain't these bitch-ass motherfuckers in South Africa. These motherfuckers have been getting busy. That's what they've been saying. I'm just being honest. It's dead, Kwame. That shit, you stayed in America with me.
And stay into that, right?
Well, I was born in America.
I don't give a fuck where you were born. You have a culture and an ethnicity, right? You have a culture and ethnicity. That's real, right? Stick to that, right? I don't want to hear you up here speaking in our lingo, trying to talk fucked up AABE. Stick to what you know, because it's also a lack of understanding, right? And it's being intellectually honest about history.
Do you know what part black? Do you know that?
It has nothing to do with it, right?
Because there's a lot of white people with black backgrounds. There's a lot of white people who got black back. That don't mean anything.
So what is a black person then?
I know you are, Kwame.
Can I ask you something, Sneeko?
Good question.
Hey, yo, Kwame, are you going to go to the Marcus Garvey School when it opens? Yeah.
I'm a foundational Black American. I know what that is.
You keep saying foundational. What does that mean?
I know what that is. I can define that. But yeah, other Black folks, that let them define what their Blackness means. I'm a foundational Black American. So that means my lineage
whatever you want to use to make yourself feel special.
Do you believe you were here before the native?
Special terminology, foundational, whatever. Like they want to keep you as a victim forever. What you don't seem to understand is that Zionists want you to be in this victim mentality.
Oh no, that's the deflection.
It's not deflection.
Yo, to all y'all Pan-Africanists, y'all staying in America. You see how fast, what's his name, Dr. Umar came back. Y'all are not staying in Africa. Dr. Umar said, yo, damn, I don't even get fresh, clean water. He's like, fuck this. I'm going back to Philly. That's what that motherfucker said. I'm going back to Philly with the Muslims. That's what he said. He's like, fuck that. These bush-eating motherfuckers, these motherfuckers can keep this shit. I'm going to build that motherfucker school. Fuck that shit. Yeah.
It's you, your ass. You the problem, not the Zionists.
I'm the problem. The Filipino black guy is the problem.
The white, because you try to come over here and align yourself with white supremacy.
Filipino Haitian.
Yeah, and by the way, it was a foundational Black American who stopped the Filipinos.
Well, okay, that's a serious allegation. Where do I try to align myself with white supremacy?
You just got your damn tooth knocked out for hanging around a bunch of white supremacists in Detroit.
Tell me, like, based on my ideology, how do I try to align with white supremacy?
Because you were sitting up there trying to antagonize a foundational Black American brother, and he gave you a Harriet Tubman fist in your damn mouth.
Okay, because I'm trying to antagonize you.
Did you not just hear your tropes about what you think of the Black community?
Right, and that's why you have a suit, and the majority of Black Americans don't. Do the majority of Black Americans dress like you and appear like you and speak like you? Yes or no?
We're not a monolith. We have a whole spectrum of the way we get down. That's the great thing. That's the great thing. No, there's no majority anything. No. That's the great thing about foundational Black Americans. Our culture is very vast. We have the sexy reds. We got the middle class people, and we got the heroes like the Rosa Parks and the Dr. Kings and the Malcolm X's and the Tariq Nasheeds and people like that.
Right, you're talking about the exceptional ones, which we should acknowledge. But Tariq, so why were you able to become a millionaire in a white supremacist Black America?
Because I am a phenomenal foundational Black American.
Because you're phenomenal, right?
Yes. Because I'm phenomenal.
You didn't answer my question. Why?
Hey, yo, Kwame, you know we're going to be doing a video on your boy Bucci today. Yeah, we're going to do Bucci, your boy Brandon. You heard what happened to him yesterday, right? Almighty suspect pulled a little knife on him. pulled a butter knife out on him. I'm gonna do a reaction video tomorrow.
This is true, and every Black person knows this.
And many of us are very phenomenal. We know how to go out here and get it.
So why do the majority of Black Americans dress with their pants sagging and look up?
They don't. Red? The majority of Black Americans do not dress with their damn pants
Democrat.
Sagging. They do not. The majority of
Hey yo, foreigners and white people have more EBT than Black Americans, right? We don't really get that shit, Kwame. Yeah, Almighty suspect pulled a knife out on Bucci and spit on him. Yeah, spit on him. So yeah, that's Kwame's boy, Bucci, Brandon. Yeah, he got a knife pulled out on him, man. He was talking that good shit too. He was talking some real good shit, and that knife got pulled out, and that's why I was trying to say, yo, these people they're obsessed with Tariq Nasheed, man. They haven't recovered. Let me tell you something. Myron Gaines want that gate back, but Myron Gaines don't want to put the money up. That's Myron's problem. He think he's white and he don't have to pay for shit. He been getting money out. He been getting money from being cheap to us people. Just buying people liquor and stuff like that. Like, that's why, what's his name, Vlad had to start paying for people, because people been starting like, yo, here, I'll give you this, I'll give you that. Yo, fucking Playboy Cardi got like almost $250,000 from, what's your boy name? Nick, what's his name? Aiden Ross. Just for like a 2-3 hour show. And ran off with the money. Probably goes to the neighborhood's house to play with the dogs. They about to start again. What? Who the hell is Bucci? Bucci is Brandon. After we start talking about Myron, We're gonna show you who Bucci is. Yeah, Bucci is he's
Black
a
Americans don't.
Pan-African.
See, you guys, you look at things
The
through the
majority of
culture
Black
of white
Americans
supremacy.
don't worship celebrities in hip hop.
No, you
No,
worship
they
them.
don't.
No,
That's
they don't.
that's you guys, because you have to
So I'm a
see.
white supremacist who idolizes Sexy Red. Is that what you're saying?
If that's the case, do the majority of Filipinos eat dogs and sell their kids to sex traffickers? Are we gonna do
Absolutely
that?
not. Absolutely
All right
not.
then.
Absolutely
gonna
not.
go
The
there?
majority of Filipinos. See, that's
You
the
want to do
Chinese
that?
one. See, you don't seem to know the differences between races. The majority of Filipinos are hardworking. I'm asking about the average
Really?
black person.
Okay, and the majority of Black Americans are hardworking.
And we're
What about it?
hardworking.
For that.
The
You
ma-
are right. Myron ain't intellectually equipped because Myron's not a politician. Myron's just a disruptor. He always has been a disruptor. He took what's his name? The Godfather Kevin Samuel's talking points, didn't add white supremacy in it. Kevin Samuel has never been a white supremacist. He always tried to do what was best for black men and black women. Maybe his shit was a little bit too blunt and aggressive, but at the end of the day, this is why. He didn't want his people to fuck up. You know, everybody in on their house is no projects in any Caribbean neighborhood. That's a lie. Bronx is the projects, and Bronx is dirty, Kwame. I was in the Bronx. Was it like 4 days ago? And it's dirty, man. It's dirty, Kwame. It's like dirty. Like I didn't even want to get out my car. That's how dirty the Bronx is. Then y'all had people, they had Venezuelans selling fruit on the highway on the bridge with their baby. Y'all motherfuckers should be ashamed of yourself in New York. I'm just being personally honest. Y'all some dirty motherfuckers. I have to say that, Kwame. I was trying to say, well, maybe it was a bad day or some shit. Nah, New York is dirty as fuck. I have been to some dirty places in Massachusetts. Like, I think it's the south side of Brockton. It's super dirty there. It look like Afghanistan. But your shit in Queens look like Gaza, my man. Y'all look like that Palestine now. Yeah, Kwame. White plane, what is it? What you say? It's where Korea's at. No, y'all motherfuckers is in what is it? Mount Vernon is alright. It's a little bit dirty over there, but the thing is y'all got mad rats too. Y'all rats is bigger than y'all cats, and them shits be jumping on people. No way in hell. I know y'all motherfuckers be eating that shit too. Hell yeah. No. What's up, bros? King of. No, those places is dirty, Kwame. That shit is mad dirty, Kwame. How you even claiming that shit is clean? You even know what clean is, my man? That shit is dirty. I was in New York and got the fuck out of there. I'm not even gonna lie. I seen Bronx, I was like, oh no, we gotta go. We gotta get the fuck out of here. No, I love New York. It's just too dirty. It is too dirty, Kwame. That shit is crazy.
Majority of Black Americans are hardworking.
Yes.
Yeah, they are. Yes, they are.
Are they? Okay, so why
Yes,
are they all on welfare? Why do they commit most of the violent crimes?
That's white women.
They don't. Oh well, sir, we ain't fleeing like you. If you're so hardworking in the Philippines, why the hell y'all fleeing to get up out of
Because
there?
I was born in this country just like you.
But like an anchor baby. That's right. They had to flee and anchor your ass here. Because you failed. If you were so hardworking in the Philippines, why the hell y'all fleeing to get up out of there?
Because I was born in this country just like you.
But like an anchor baby. That's right. They had to flee and anchor your ass here. Because you failed and your family failed.
Do you know what being born somewhere is? See, you not understand.
You
you actually think the majority of Black Americans, no, genuinely, and this is not like you're going to think this is racist. You actually think the majority of Black Americans are hardworking?
Yes, they are. Absolutely.
Okay. What do you work? What do you work
they
hard?
are.
What are the industries?
Absolutely, they
what
are.
What are the industries that Black Americans work on? What do you dominate in as Black Americans?
What do you mean? What we dominate in? What? As far as what? What do you mean? What we dominate?
Okay, in the workforce. Sector? In the workforce, where do you dominate?
So shout out to Black women being the most educated.
The
right?
workforce.
No, don't say that. That's not true.
Yo, what are you talking about, Kwame? Yo, FBA dominates the projects in New York. Nah, not even 5 out of 10. So that means that's half of y'all. Kwame, that shit don't even make no sense. There's more immigrants. Kwame, didn't y'all just call New York the immigrant state? Yes, Martin Luther King is an anchor baby. Martin Luther King's father was from the South. What's his name? Sneako's parents, both of them were immigrants. That's what made him an anchor baby. Because if they could, you gotta look at it. An anchor baby is, say if your parents is immigrants and they have no green card, they can stay in here because you were born here. So it makes you an immigrant. I mean, makes you a citizen. That's why they say you was anchored here. Yeah, I told y'all, didn't I tell y'all, this is why I tell y'all Kwame's a legend on this thing? Like, he talks crazy and stuff like that, but he gets everybody talking. Kwame gets everybody talking. Him, Shabaka be getting everybody talking. Randall be getting everybody talking. Del Monte, your Tubian. A lot of y'all, I'm sorry if I didn't name all of y'all, but those are the people that are usually on here. They get everybody talking. Like, it's crazy. And it's a good thing because at the end of the day, it's a big conversation that we can all have. And this is why I appreciate all of y'all, Is it? Attention. Is the new crack. Attention. The new crack. Why has been debunked. Shout out to Del Monte. He always shows up.
They are or were at a point.
No, they're not. They're the most enrolled.
Tommy, I get it for you, Tommy.
You take the most amount of welfare. You commit the most amount of violent crime.
You want me to answer the question, or you
You're
just
so
gonna keep
hardworking.
pushing?
Where do you dominate?
Sir, violent crime. You come
the majority of violent crime is from Black Americans, by and large.
Sir, your lineage is violent. The Philippines is crime and violence over there. Sir, you come from that.
Absolutely.
That's why you had to flee. You can't point your finger at us. The majority of Black people don't commit crimes. That's a lie.
Okay, so where do you dominate in the workforce? You're so hardworking. You're running from that question. Where do you dominate in the workforce? Where do you dominate in the workforce?
No, white supremacy
Where do you
dominates
dominate in the
everything.
workforce, Tariq? You're so hardworking. Where?
Can we answer, or are you going to keep answering the same question?
See, when I say that, everybody knows the answer. You dominate in the NBA, the NFL, and hip hop. That's the systems that you dominate in. In the workforce, nothing else.
Then what do you dominate in? What do Filipinos
I'm
dominate
dominating
in?
you in the space right now because you're drowning
No.
about Zionism.
Okay, all right. At least we dominate in that. What do you dominate in?
I'm dominating you in this debate right now because you don't even know what Zionism is.
But you're not, though. You sound stupid and you sound uninformed, right?
At least we dominate in that. Okay. At least we dominate in music. At least we dominate in sports. At least we dominate in basketball.
See, there's the answer. In music,
you don't dominate. Okay, all right. At least we dominate in that. You don't dominate in anything.
That's the answer. Music.
You dominate in fleeing.
Music and sports.
That means we're doing better than you. That means we're doing better than you.
The economy forward, Tariq.
That means we're doing
music and hip hop, music and basketball.
And your shithole country ain't dominating in shit but American bases, right? And Haiti is fucking failing. This is what I'm talking about. I cannot debate with.
Sneeko, you can't say nothing, Sneeko. You don't dominate in nothing. At least we got sports and music. You don't even have that.
You're running away from
so is that hardworking music and sports?
Yep. That's hard work.
Okay, maybe that's that's why Black people are not succeeding.
If it was so easy, why ain't you doing it?
Okay, so maybe that's why they're not succeeding. Because instead of becoming lawyers, doctors, instead of moving the economy forward, you stick to hip hop and basketball.
Mm-hmm. And you don't have anything to stick to but fleeing and dog meat.
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's Chinese people, retard. You don't know the difference between Asians.
That's Zico, your arguments aren't arguments, Zico. Seriously, you listen to what you just asked, and then when they gave you examples, you said they're not good examples.
Okay, because he said
what do Mexicans lead in?
No, Tommy,
what do Mexicans lead in?
That is the argument. He said Black people are hardworking. No, Tommy,
I'm just curious. What do Mexicans lead in?
They're very hardworking people.
Okay, and they lead in
what? You can't just say that. You said industry. He said Black people are hardworking. So you asked him specific industries. So then I asked, what do Mexicans lead in?
Landscaping.
You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Like you could turn around and
artists, creators, creation, A&Rs. Yeah, we're everything. We're everything. This is why we're starting our own companies and stuff.
construction.
knock you could knock
hard.
what they do too. You could say, and they get, most of them get paid under the table and aren't American citizens.
And they're a burden on the system. Let's keep it above.
So if you do that, y'all are giving this man the win, and it's sad to watch.
There's no win. He's saying that they're hardworking, but he can't even think of an industry besides crack. Where do you work hard?
That's
what? He did not say that. And he gave you five. He gave you five industries. That's what's not fun.
You know. Are we doing the drug thing?
You know very well. That's
wait. I know he didn't go to drugs. I know he didn't go to drugs. I know they didn't.
And blacks don't lead in drugs.
Did he go to the drug for real? The
he
drugs
said crack, and blacks don't lead in this.
We don't even lead.
That's what these kind of arguments then make you do sound crazy if you're listening to this. And so whenever Tariq made the same kind of stereotypical remarks about his people, he got upset.
Right. See,
and then he turns right around and
you get victimized about the racist jokes. When you talk about eating dogs, I don't victimize myself because you know very well the average Black American does not work hard. They're not.
That's a lie.
Black Americans will use victimization to not work hard.
That's a lie.
To get
we don't have an option but to work hard. We don't get anything. We have to work hard. We don't have any other option but to work hard. We don't get anything.
Yeah, if you did work hard, you would succeed. You wouldn't need to be having this conversation right now because the vast majority of Black, it's just not because of the victimization that you
projecting your failed because you come from two failed cultures,
I'm actually a success at a very young age. I'm half your age and I'm more successful than you. No. Because the average Black American,
you're not more successful than me.
They ride off of the victimization that you promote.
You come from two failed cultures. You are not successful, sir. You can't even get your toothpicks. You got knocked out today, sir.
You come from asking for referrals. Come on, cut it out.
All right. I just want to interject something here real quick. I just want like 30 seconds to just make my point here. This entire argument is ridiculous, and I'm going to say why. We're talking about the United States of America. Everyone has opportunity here. Whether people want to go ahead and say, oh, well, I'm victimized and I can't have the same opportunities because of the color of my skin, I think that's a bunch of bullshit. It's up to you if you're going to become successful or not. Whether you come here as an immigrant or you're born here as a foundationally Black American, it doesn't matter. You got to go out there and fucking work. The color of your skin is no longer, the color of your skin is no longer a valid excuse to say that you're being oppressed by the man or whatever it may be. Whether you're Black as fuck from Africa or you're foundationally Black American,
they want a brown face just like you to say that kind of shit, right? And that's why we don't want to speak
again, right? Yo, shut the fuck up when I'm talking, man. Like you're here as a fucking. You're here as a guest, so shut the fuck up.
Myron, you ain't even built like that, bitch. You got a bad over.
Okay, anyway, like I was saying, fucking clown. I don't even know why he's talking. So, like I was saying, you guys are going ahead and saying that the problems stem because of race. I'm saying that the problems stem because of stupidity. If you deserve to be successful and you work hard, you will get it. Your skin color has nothing to do with that. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
And again, that's why
and to defeat that, we then, if we're saying that, to defeat that,
and with that logic, and I always go back to your homeland. If it's all about being stupid and not race, are you saying everybody from the Sudan is stupid because they got oppressed and their homeland has failed because they didn't build it?
I'm talking about the United States of America. I find it interesting that you always bring it back.
Should apply anywhere.
You always bring it back.
Stupidity is not just in the United States, sir. Stupidity is stupidity no matter where it is. And that logic should apply to
you have different opportunities in different lands. That's actually
hold on. Because let me tell you why the stupidity matters where you are, Tariq. Because I'll tell you why. Because in the United States of America, you get a free education. You're in a first world country where you have running water and electricity. And if you don't have that, you can go ahead and get welfare. So everyone has an enormous amount of opportunity in the United States compared to other third world countries. So what I'm saying is this. If someone comes here with $1 in their fucking pocket and can't speak the English language and finds a way to become a millionaire or become successful, guess what? They did a lot better than a foundationally Black American that was born and raised here, that knew the language, that's going to sit there and complain. Hold on, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point. Let me just finish what I'm saying. If someone comes here and doesn't even have a fucking green card and finds a way to get citizenship here, builds a business, makes a bunch of money, doesn't even speak the language, well, guess what? He did a lot better and is smarter than the foundationally Black American that's crying about the system saying, I'm being so oppressed when he had the opportunity.
This is where I have a problem. Because in this country, they weren't letting brown immigrants like you come over here for a long time. Do you understand that? This country was not letting African immigrants come over here. It was the foundational Black Americans who worked hard and kicked ass in the 1960s and said, we're going to change these laws to let these brothers and sisters over here.
Hey, Kwame, do you know that we fought like we didn't sell our country out. Like your country still is colonized by the English. You know that, right? Yeah, Kwame, your country is still colonized by the English. Kwame's Jamaican too. Kwame, you still pay taxes to the English. How you think Vibe Cartel got out? You think Vibe Cartel got out because of Jamaicans, or do you think it was because of the British? I'm being personally honest, man. They let you out. They let you out. Your colonizers let your black hero out.
So when you come over here and say that, yeah, we over here now, and we're so much smarter and better than those foundational Black Americans who actually were the ones fighting to get me over here, that's a very disrespectful mindset to have. And that's the problem that we're having now. That's why we're delineating from that mindset, sir. You understand that?
Can I respond to that? Okay. So if you were born and raised here and you have an American citizenship and you were able to speak the English language and you had the foundationally Black American experience as you claim, right? And you had all these resources available to you. And then someone comes in from Nigeria, doesn't speak the language, figures out a way to go to school, figures out a way to put himself through school, gets a job, makes money, becomes a doctor, etc. Who's the idiot? The foundationally Black American who had all the things available to him from the beginning, or the guy that figured out a way to come here and make it out the fucking mud?
Foundational Black Americans do that every day. You try to look at us through the eyes of the lowest denominator. You look at Black folks in the
bottom
15%. You look at the people in the projects as the totality of foundational Black American culture. We get up, go to school, work, do our thing every single day. We go out here, run businesses, get.
You know, I was born in Massachusetts. My family was born in America. Same color gave you citizenship, not your ancestors. You think I'm an anchor baby, don't you, huh?
Money, do what we're supposed to do. The Nigerian brothers and sisters, the Haitian, whoever, when they come over here, we make sure that they're good. We sit up here and help create opportunities for them. When they get businesses, we patronize their businesses. We support people. We make sure that people are good. We don't have that janky ass mentality where I'm against those people. You understand? So a lot of folks, when they come over here, just because you come over here and get a job, because you're not that successful, just because you come over here and get a job, that doesn't mean you're just doing so much better and you're so much smarter. No, you came over here and got a job thanks to the doors that foundational Black Americans kicked in. You understand that?
Yeah, fantastic. But the problem is this. You kicked the door in and then you stayed in the house and got comfortable. Meanwhile, these guys came into the house and decided, wow, there's a lot of opportunity here. It took the house over. That's what I'm trying to say.
You're not taking anything over. No, let's stop. No.
You like to use, hold on.
What are you taking over? Okay, what are y'all taking over?
I let you speak. Tariq, I let you speak.
What are you taking over? Okay, you got to elaborate. What are you taking over?
Okay.
As a Sudanese immigrant,
what are you taking over? He's a student of Tommy.
If you let me finish, then I can go ahead and elaborate the way that you want. But what I'm simply saying is, you're saying that you guys created an infrastructure for us to come over and be successful. Fantastic. Awesome. But what I'm saying is that if you create the infrastructure and then the people that come and immigrate that have less opportunity than you come over here and become successful, then you can't sit there and be like, well, you guys are ungrateful, blah, 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 blah. There are foundationally Black Americans that do fantastic. But my problem is this. Foundationally Black Americans tend to complain a lot about the system, right, that they've been able to enjoy for the better part of multiple decades and say, oh, my God, I'm so oppressed.
But Myron, that's our privilege, Myron.
Hold on. Let me finish. Meanwhile, people come here from poor-ass countries that didn't have any opportunity, and they're like, wow, you're a bunch of fucking crybabies. And they become successful in the house that you built. That's what I'm saying.
No, they come over and drive Uber, and thankful that they had to flee the homeland that the other white supremacists broke down, and they didn't fight them. We can't have that.
Nothing wrong with Uber. I drove Uber too, and
we can't have that same thing.
I have a
it's a lot of Black foundational Black Americans driving Uber.
2014 to this country with $2,000 in my pocket.
We can't sit here and ignore
there's
white
no country like America that has more.
Not really, but shout out to Uber.
Opportunity. So it's me, Calvin.
Who is Calvin?
Let him finish his point, Calvin, because I want to make sure he can say what he's got to say. Go ahead, Tariq. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can't sit here and do what y'all did back in your homeland and ignore white supremacy. We'll turn this into a third world country. Somebody has to fight the white supremacists to get things for non-white people. And we're the only ones doing that. You understand these white supremacists ain't trying to give nothing to nobody. Somebody had to say, hey, you're going to have to give something up. And y'all come and enjoy that. And then when you come over here and start trying to align yourself with the same white supremacists, we're looking at you funny style. You understand that?
Okay, can I respond to that? So, okay, so what I'm saying to that is you're saying, oh, yeah, well, we created this foundation or whatever. But remember, my argument is simply this. In 2024, there's nothing holding back, whether it's an African immigrant or a foundationally Black American. Nothing is holding us back from success. There's this white supremacy that you're talking about that's holding us back. It's not holding us back, man.
It can hold you back. These white supremacists can say, I'm going to just close the border. I'm not letting none of y'all back over here. They can do that. They run the show. And I acknowledge that. I don't have a problem acknowledging that because that's the truth. It's a race war going on, and the white supremacists are on top of the race war. They can shut these borders down tomorrow. They can shut a lot of stuff down. They can shut down our businesses anytime they feel like it. Nobody's stopping them. We're in a global system of white supremacy.
And the funny thing that they did shut down the borders. They're kicking everybody out. And he was right, man. This shit is actually happening now.
That's what it is. They can go bomb your homeland tomorrow, sir.
A global system
we're in
of
a
white
system
supremacy.
of black. Okay. Can I respond to that?
Go ahead.
So you're saying that we're in a system of. So tell me this: why is it that Black people are admitted at a higher rate to university than white people? Why is it that they have preferential hiring? Why is it that we have affirmative action? Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Why is it that we have historically Black colleges, but we don't necessarily have historically white colleges? Why do we have?
They're called PWIs,
Myron. Hold on. Let me finish. Why do we have
Why
all
would you
these
need to
things
call
in
it a
place?
historically white college? It's already baked in the sauce.
It's PWIs.
But that's my point that I'm trying to get at. We have things in place specifically for Black people, right, that are not available to other races.
That's
but
a
we
lie.
sit here and we complain and cry and say
that's a
it's
lie.
white supremacy.
White people go to
supremacy.
HBCUs all the time. All groups go to HBCUs.
Yeah, but what's their acceptance rate?
Myron,
that's
those
like
people
1%
had to
maybe.
create that network, right?
Kwame, you know that's a false narrative, right? You can't. There's no such thing as fleeing a state. You know that, right? You can't flee a state. That's stupid. You could flee a country. Didn't have to get. Can I get deported back to Alabama, Kwame? If I was from Alabama, then it's not fleeing. Yeah, Kwame. Yeah. See, DJ Big said the same thing. You can't flee another country. FBAs don't even attend HBCU. Yeah, because they would Remember what I told you where the Spellman name came from? It came from the Rothschilds. Yeah, it came from the Rothschilds. White people created those schools. Those wasn't technically really for us. You know, that's to keep us in check. But you know, we made it super dope. You know, so that's all, man.
Because of the history. And that's why I say y'all say a lot of intellectually dishonest shit, right?
Right. Yeah, that's not even intellectually honest, man.
Like even the part about well, why is it that something about civil rights, right? That in the interim during the civil rights, why you're not succeeding, huh? You
all right, let's go to let's hear from
I said in today's day and age,
but you're forgetting about the in between, right?
Someone from
but
success.
You're not mentioning,
bro. You have to let people
holding
finish
you back.
their statements. You have to let people finish their statements, bro. Like I know you may think you know what he's gonna say, just let them finish, please. Go ahead, Myron.
No, I was just saying. I was to clarify what you were saying. I was saying that in 2024, there's nothing holding you back from success, regardless of your skin color. But continue.
Right, you said that over and over again.
Yeah, so there's no lasting ramifications of all the policies enacted since the civil rights movement. There's no lasting ramifications, right?
What policies are you talking about?
We're talking about pumping drugs into the community, right? Through by way of Iran-Contra. We're talking about NAFTA. We're talking about crime bills, right? We're talking about
Everybody, give me a second. Everybody, you know what? We're gonna get into. Y'all actually want to go into Bucci? Y'all want to know who Bucci Bear is? Because I know some of y'all don't know who Bucci Bear is. All right, so yeah, we're gonna end that one because yeah, it's long. You know, shout out to King Flex, and this is Myron asking Dusty Myron asking for a rematch.
People saying that Latinos didn't create hip hop, they sound stupid. And if it weren't for Puerto Ricans, there would be no hip hop. And people are like, that's ridiculous. Which it is. That's a ridiculous narrative. And I talked about that the other day, and a lot of people are just kind of going in on that. No disrespect to KRS-One. I worked with him before. I worked with KRS-One. I think he's a brilliant guy, but Chris says some stuff that's just, sometimes he says some things that's emphatically incorrect. And that's one of them. And family, Derek Colon, boy, this dude has been making videos, quote unquote doctor.
I know y'all
Derek
seen the
Colon,
video.
this dude.
I'm gonna say this, all right. This is what I'm gonna say, all right. Y'all motherfuckers don't make that much money. So this is what, let me tell y'all what Africans do. I'm gonna tell a secret because Caribbeans do this shit too. They'll get a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment and have like 50 niggas living there. Then everybody pays like what, $20 or $25, and everybody keeps their money. They work 2 jobs and stuff so they can save up. Black people can't do that. We don't live with like 50 fucking people coming from different countries and shit like that. Nigerians also come over and be kings in their village. Yeah, they don't. Y'all gotta understand that these people don't really do that shit like that. Like the motherfuckers ain't really popping. You know, there's nothing wrong with driving Uber. Don't act like they are a bit out of control when they come over. Let me tell y'all something. You know why they created Uber, right? And I'm gonna blame all y'all foreigners. It was y'all foreigners that we had to create Uber because y'all was not picking up the drivers. Y'all was leaving the drivers and stuff, and y'all was giving black Americans a hard time picking us up. And we always had to complain. This is why y'all taxi companies went out of business, because of y'all. Y'all were being tribalistics, and I have to be personally honest about that. You know, because like 15, 20 years ago, we never had no fucking Uber. We had never had no Lyft. This is why we had the GPS, y'all. Yeah, and I used to work for a cab company too. This is how fucked up y'all are. And I have to say, y'all are fucked up. I had to send like 3 or 4 cabs to pick up one person. Because she was black, y'all would not pick her up. Y'all be going around, oh yeah, they rob people, they kill people. No, nigga. Those were y'all people. That was y'all own people robbing y'all. That was other immigrants robbing y'all. Black Americans don't rob people like that. Like when we rob big. We don't rob for like nigga pennies. Are you serious? Y'all so tribalistic. Y'all take everything. You know? FBA Lineage invented and built America for what it is. Those who play can't say it. The foreigners use money to see up there. Yeah, I could believe that. Like we built this. Like, you know, this shit is ours. You know, and the thing about it, what's making it worse for the white supremacy is like all this truth is coming out. We're starting to figure out Thomas Edison was dumb as rocks. He didn't create shit. You know, it was just like the shit was inherited towards him. So this is what it's coming from. It's like, yeah, y'all immigrants fucked up the cab company. Y'all was making crazy money. Now y'all gotta wait 3 or 4 days just to get y'all fucking money. So it was y'all fault.
Dude, I think this man might have some kind of stroke. This movie has this man so messed up. Family, this dude be making videos every day whining about microphone check. He's talking about, oh, it's racist. Oh, they just attacked the Puerto Ricans. Oh, God, why did they say all that? I mean, this dude, this movie has this man looking bad, like physically. He looks like he's in bad health, man. I think this movie might kill this man. I don't want it to do that to this man. This man look like he gonna die. I mean, literally. This movie is whooping his ass physically. Just this dude looks like he's so down bad because of microphone check. I mean, he has nervous breakdowns every day whining about this movie. I think he's on some kind of medication. This movie done got this dude on some type of dialysis. He's on a little machine or something. This movie is killing this man. It's that bad for him. But we're not letting those lies fly, man. We're not letting any lies fly. The lies are over. We all about standing on business and lineage business. That's what it is. We are standing on our lineage business. Because people will sit here and try to erase you. We're already dealing with benign neglect. Have y'all seen these pictures? You know, it's Juneteenth and all of that stuff.
I could say that, because in Boston, there was a Cape Verdean girl that just got locked up for stealing money. Her and her family was stealing money. Her name was Tiana Fernandez. Her husband's locked up right now. Her husband ain't never getting out. Her husband is doing life without parole. He been in jail since 2002. Yeah. So yeah, you know how them Cape Verdean girls, they got some good coochie too. Cape Verdean girls. So you get yourself a Cape Verdean girl, yeah, they got some good coochie. Don't get yourself no Amber Rose. That coochie's probably trash. But you gotta get like the greenhorn ones, the ones who just got off the boat. You know, the motherfuckers like those type of chicks. You know.
Have y'all seen a lot of these tethers cosplaying as FBA? They're like, everybody put up the African American flag, not the FBA flag. You know, you got the Black American flag that was made in the 1960s. I forgot the brother who made it. But you got a lot of these tethers who are like, you take a picture of the flag in your face, and they're pretending to be Black American. And we're looking at the faces and people doing backgrounds on them. And some of these people are from different parts of Africa and the Caribbean. So it's a very interesting dynamic. There's a lot of people are cosplaying as FBA now. That's very interesting. That's a real interesting thing. Now, if we try to, we go over there to the Caribbean or whatever, and we try to,
I'll be right back.
Which we don't do, but certain people who try to dress like, wear Jamaican flags or whatever, they get criticized. Because I can't say you try to dress like them because, truth be told, the fashion in some of these non-FBA places are looked at as somewhat backwards. No disrespect, but a lot of the fashion, people consider on our terms, it's like, okay, you're kind of going back in time a little bit. But you do have people who go on vacation and they'll rock a Jamaican flag or whatever, or a Haitian flag, and people are low key try to check them. Hey, don't rock that flag. Hey, that ain't you. Are you from our lineage? Why are you rocking that flag? They'll kind of check them on that. But it's interesting. A lot of people are running around here with these Black American flags, and that's why we got the FBA flag. That FBA flag leaves no room for confusion. That means a very specific lineage, because sometimes people can kind of wiggle their way into well, I'm a Black American just like you. They'll try to play that game, but you're not a foundational Black American. You understand? We're going to get some calls in a second. So we do have a lot of people in here. Now, everybody's still talking about that debate I've had with Fresh and Fit with Myron and Sneeko and some of the other anti-Black racist. People are still talking about that. There have been dozens of reaction videos. That debate has gone super duper viral. And it sparked a lot of interesting talk. Now, what's interesting about that debate we had, it was completely impromptu, which was good. That made it very genuine. It was a very impromptu debate. I wasn't even planning on debating them. I just happened to go in the room. I was just browsing, and I went into a room that they were in, and they saw me, and they called me to the stage. I came up and started lighting them up. That was it. Nothing was planned. And see, they didn't have all of their troll material together. See, I like the impromptu debates, just like when I had an impromptu debate with Derek Colon and washed him. I washed him real good a couple of months ago. We had an impromptu debate. You see, when things are spontaneous, these guys, they don't get a chance to create their little troll material to hide behind. See, a lot of these guys who spew a lot of anti-black racism, they kind of use trolling to hide behind. They have
not every woman have some good stuff, man. What are you, a virgin or something, my man? We have now put gold, red, black, and green in. Red, black, gold, and green, and the green is for African worldwide. But green was for like the land. Red was for the blood, black was for the people, green was for the land. What is gold for? Bro, you don't even know what the Pan-African colors mean? Bro, you tripping.
Have their troll material to hide behind. And when you do an impromptu debate, you don't have that. You got to come off the hips. You got to come off the hips with some ism. You got to have your mouthpiece ready. And them niggas were not ready. And I was knocking out 5, 6 of them by my damn self. So they're very salty because people are clowning them now. They're getting clowned for losing that debate. Everybody knows they lost it. Everybody knows that they got washed. I washed all of them. And you know that there's a lot of rumblings and talk in the white supremacist anti-black circles now. You know, they feel kind of bad. So Myron, he put up a tweet. They want to challenge me to a rematch. Him and some other white supremacist guy. Hey Tariq, let's do a debate with this guy, and then you can choose your guy, and let's do a debate and whoop-de-whoop. I'm like, sure, we can do that, but y'all gonna have to break bread.
I was never told no fucking Irish. It had nothing to do with no Irish. Pan-Africanism had nothing to do with Ireland. It was for the country. It was for the African country. I never heard that. Yeah, I never heard that, man.
Y'all gonna have to break bread. Y'all gonna have to. That one's gonna cost. All right. If we're gonna set up something, you're gonna have to break that bread. Because what happens is when you wash one of these white supremacists in an impromptu debate, you know, you beat them fair and square. So what they need to do is set up some troll material. So they want to
see that? Charge them. He gave you the white boy prices. That's the fucked up thing about it. Myron Gaines wanted to be white so bad that Tariq Nasheed gave him the white boy prices. So in the hood, there is a such thing as white boy prices. That means they have to pay the retail prices. Plus tax.
Set up a debate on their terms so that they can have all the troll material ready to distract and hide behind. So if you want to do that, you're going to have to break bread. So now they're trying to back out. And Myron, I know you guys are in here somewhere. What's up, Re-Ups? I see you, brother. I know you guys are in here, Myron. I know y'all in here. I know y'all listening. Y'all going to have to break bread. I'm not going to spank y'all for free no more. I've given out free ass whoopings already. I'm not going to keep whooping people for free. Y'all going to have to break bread. And I will, y'all break bread. I get the person of my choosing. Probably I would get Jason Black or somebody. That would be somebody good. You know? And then we'll get in there and toss it up a little bit. But y'all ain't going to do that. Y'all not going to do that. You're not going to do that because the name of the game is to troll your way out of it. And Myron, he sent me a tweet about an hour ago. What did he say? I'm going to look at his tweet. Yeah, they're trying to back out of it. because they know they're going to have to break bread. I'm not going to sit here and give y'all free clout. Myron was like, dude, we got over 1.5 million subs on YouTube and you only got 236,000. You must be delusional if you think we're going to pay you to debate when I have a larger platform and I'm way more relevant, nigga.
Hold on 1 second, everyone. Somebody said something, so... So, the colors in their meanings. Red represents the bloodshed of people of African descent in the struggle for freedom and liberation. Black represents the people of Black African ancestries and their strong identity. Green represents the fertile land of Africa, the natural wealth of the continent, and the hope for the future free from oppression. That's what it means. Told you.
Are the most irrelevant dude ever. Your views, your subs on YouTube, most of them are bought because you don't get millions of views on each video. You did. Even with my audience, with my numbers, all of my numbers are real. That's why all of my numbers are consistent. I actually get more views on average than you do, Myron. On YouTube, I get more views than you. I have more followers on Instagram. I have more followers on Twitter. And my engagement is reflective of that. That's why most of my tweets, a lot of my tweets,
because we built the country. Why would we
viral.
leave something that we built?
So my numbers are reflective
I feel
of
that.
the engagement.
You can't be too mad at
YouTube, it's just me.
Like Kwame's about to go to Africa, and Shabaka. They're going to Africa and build a house. I told them the motherfuckers better be careful. They might get scammed out of their property. You didn't hear about all them black people coming back from Ghana because they got scammed? Yeah.
On my channel, and I get on average more views than you guys. Myron and Fresh and Fit and you guys got to have strippers and all types of guests on your shows in order to get views. And I still get more views than you. You're not relevant worth a damn. You got to have gimmicks and all of this other stuff to get views. You're not relevant. Now, if you have an interesting guest, people might tune in to hear that guest. On my channel, on Tariq Radio, I don't have any guests. It's just me chopping it up.
Facts.
Show me you can do that. You understand what I'm saying?
Facts. I ain't going no.
Not many
Africa.
people can just get on a stage by themselves every day and get tens of thousands of views. No gimmicks, no strippers, not beating up OnlyFans girls and yelling at none of that gimmicky nonsense. Only few people can do that.
Facts.
And get those kind of views. That's relevancy. That's relevancy.
He gets good views too. That's the crazy.
And then
part.
I can take that same relevance offline. That's why I can put thousands of people in movie theaters around the country, sir.
Yeah.
You can't do that, Myron. You can't get thousands of people to go to movie theaters around the country and sell out movie theaters simultaneously in different cities. You don't have that. You understand? You can't have thousands of people come out to Washington, D.C. for an event like we did last weekend. You can't do that.
Intangibles and policies. You forgot tangibles and policies. Shabaka don't understand. It's green. Oh, that's how I was always learned. I'm 40 and it was always green from the land. Nothing about Ireland. That's probably like probably Haiti or some shit like that. But like let's personally be honest on Shabaka. You forgot about we're fighting for a check, policies, and tangibles. Those are what we're fighting for. I think tangibles and policies is probably the same thing. Shout out to Highway 20 Skinny. You know, shout out to you. I didn't give you a shout out. But yeah, that's what we're fighting for. We're not, but the thing about it, the policies will benefit immigrants that are black in this community. Cause it's black. If they say foundational black Americans, yes. But I think when we do policies, it'll be for all black people. So yeah, you can cosplay. Hey, have a good night, Don Monty. But yeah, that's how you gotta look at it. That's how I look at it. Actually, let me be honest. That's how I look at it. You know, it's gonna benefit all of y'all. Cause y'all won't get the money because y'all don't deserve the money, because that's a debt that was paid off from our generational wealth being taken away from us in Reconstruction. I think that's where the tangibles and the policy comes in. You know, let anyone control the land and resources. What happens when the whites stop giving you money? What are you talking about? Africa is controlled by white people. The fuck are you talking about, Shabaka? You high? Oh, my fault, Del Monte. Yo, Shabaka, all countries in Africa is controlled by white people. You know, so I don't get what you're trying to say. You know, you ever heard of colonial? What is it? You ever heard of the colonizers of Africa? That's why they speak like 5 or 6 different languages, European languages, because they were colonized.
You don't have no clout, dude. You understand? That's why you have to pander to the alt-right. You have to pander to that dweeby, racist crowd. You got to pander to them. The lowest rung of the internet. Yeah? Dude, you are a failure. And if you want me to give you clout, and I've given you guys a lot of clout this week, y'all gonna have to break bread.
Yeah, he's talking his shit. Go on, man.
Somebody said, my guy Macau just said Myron is only worth $600K. I believe that. This dude, you are a nothing burger, Myron. Nobody's going to a Myron event. You understand? You're a weird tether who yells at strippers.
Yo, this motherfucker was talking about he was a millionaire. This motherfucker's not even worth $1 million. Yo, Myron be lying, man. I thought he was worth at least a good $4 or $5 million.
Dude, come on.
Is crazy.
And I'm not whooping on you intellectually for free. I've already given you one free whooping. Other whoopings cost. You understand? So we're not going to play that game. And what else did he say? He was like, you're scared to debate me. I already beat you, dude.
Hey, salute, Brando, salute.
I've already beat you. You've already got whooped, sir. You've already gotten washed.
Got your ass whooped.
I went in there and beat all of you by my damn self fair and square. It made y'all look stupid, and you know it. That's why you're salty. You're very salty. Yeah?
Y'all motherfuckers ain't gonna do nothing shit with Shabaka. You always talking that bullshit. I'm sorry to say that, Shabaka. You stay talking that bullshit. Oh, we gonna take our land back. Y'all motherfuckers been saying that shit for over 100 years. You don't even live in Africa. You in America with me, motherfucker. What are you talking about, Shabaka? Talk about you gonna take your land back. So you gonna go fight with Abraham? We gotta start this same shit like we did to Kwame. You're gonna go fight with Abraham? Huh, Shabaka? I'm just asking a fucking question. And let's go on to the next one, I think we just did that one. Yeah. Shabaka, why do you need to kill him, man? If you already own it. Yeah. Larry as a kid with message. Oh shit, y'all motherfuckers crazy tonight. Yo, shout out to Randall and Highway 20 Skinny. Yo, that shit is crazy. Yo, I don't think Myron ever recovers from this shit. I don't think he ever recovered. Like he's on that bullshit. Like he's on that bullshit. And like look at have you noticed his Reddit his messages got even more crazier? Like none of that shit makes sense. Like somebody's telling him this. This is why I told y'all I think he's a COINTELPRO. I told y'all this shit last month. I was like, I think this motherfucker, he never left the FBI or Homeland Security. They just gave him another mission. It's like if you're in the Army, like say, there's nothing to do in your area. They're gonna be like, I got a mission for you. I don't know if it's confidential. I don't know if you want to fuck with it, but if you want to fuck with it, I'm gonna tell you once. But if you don't want to fuck with it, I'm not gonna even tell you at all. Myra's like, I'm gonna take the mission. This is what happened. And put it this way. Let me ask you a question. What is the whole coincidence? And I'm not saying he did it or not. What is the whole coincidence that shout out to Mocha Astro. Shout out to you, mama. That's a sugar, right? I sugar. Shout out to you. I'm gonna say this. What is the whole coincidence of this motherfucker? And let's hold on. Let's pull a Illuminati sacrifice. What is the whole coincidence of this motherfucker Kevin Samuels dying and this motherfucker taking this whole dude's talking points? Some people can look at that shit as like, damn, this motherfucker sacrificed Kevin Samuels. Yeah, shout out to you too, mama. There you go. Thank you. I appreciate it. But Kwame Shabaka's fighting over a vibe. Oh shit. Sorry to say his family is going back home. Why they So y'all going back to Queens? Y'all going back to Queens, New York? Yo, Kwame, Shabaka's coming to see you, homie. So, he's coming back home, Kwame. He's going to see you in Queens. But yeah, what was the whole coincidence? What happened if that is true, man? Myron Gaines could have sacrificed Kevin Samuels for his talking points. That shit happens a lot. Like, look at French Montana. He got Max B's rap style. The way how Max B raps, French Montana raps like now. French Montana really never done it like that until Max B got locked up. Who's breathing on the microphone? Playing Madden. Yo, it be like that sometimes. Yeah, man. Yo, it be like that sometimes. But yo, what happened if that's true? Myron, he changed his name into a white boy name. Not even a white boy. Is Myron Gaines a white person's name? Nah, maybe Myron. That's super like That's English. That's like an English white, vampire looking motherfucker from back in the 1600s who used to dress like George Washington with the fucking sword and a horse, you know. But look, Myron Gaines, that sounds maybe he probably set up what happened? French, British, and Americans were stealing from Africa. No one we take. All right, you go and take that back, all right, player. Tell me how that turned out. You and Abraham. You and Abraham. Yeah, see Kwame. You ain't Shabaka. Shabaka's about to he's about to dumb out and fight with Abraham. You should join him, Kwame. Yeah, the powder wigs and everything. Yeah, fucking motherfucker got one of them old English names. Like what's her name? Candace Owens' husband, George Farmer. That's super English. Like that's super vampire English. You know. Like that shit is nuts, man. This is the shit that we have to think about. The motherfucker could be COINTELPRO. I'm telling you, the motherfucker could be an informant. He could be the new hip hop police. Y'all ever thought about that? Like, why the fuck does this man say shit like that? Then try to go into white areas and try to preach that shit. Like he's the one, let me tell you something. I think he's the guy who's getting all these white people fucked up. Like we was just watching that, the dude from Mississippi, this motherfucker ran into a black bar yelling, "Fuck you niggers," and didn't think he was gonna get touched. We just had fucking Daniel Penny just choke out a fucking kid with mental illness. A Michael Jackson impersonator. Nigga, that's like beating up an impersonator of Elvis in Las Vegas. Cause the niggas on Booger Sugar. The motherfucker on Booger Sugar, you gonna choke him the fuck out because he's high? Want another hit to the nose and everything. We can't do that. Dr. Umar is hiring Shabaka to cook Gucci soup at food. Y'all crazy. But yeah, man, y'all gotta think about that. What happened if that motherfucker is actually really COINTELPRO? He's an informant for the FBI, setting up motherfuckers. Cause I already think Adam 22 is. Don't forget, his father got pardoned by who? His father was out here strong-arming motherfuckers in New Hampshire for Bill Clinton votes. Yeah. That motherfucker went to jail. Adam 22's father went to jail. He was pardoned by Bill Clinton. You think that shit was just for free? Nah. Ain't nothing for free. And in the eyes of we've all been influenced by Western Imperial, how you got your name. From my father. That's how I got my name. The fuck? It's running. Yeah. Yeah, he did that freaky. You know something? He's supposed to be in jail right now. I was watching this episode on SVU. This motherfucker was fucking around with young girls and stuff, but he was going from state to state where they got the statute of limitation, or they have the minor be like 16. You could fuck with a girl who's like 16. Like, I think you could do that shit in New Hampshire. But this motherfucker went over border lines to Canada fucking around with this girl. And he was like, oh yeah, I'm taking pictures, and he's fucking these girls and stuff like that, because a girl died in the pool. I guess she was giving head and stuff, and she died in the pool, but the girl was like 14, 15. Then the other girl who was there lost her mind. She's like, yo, just let me do everything. She's like, they were blowing like 4 or 5 white boys and shit like that. It was crazy. So the motherfucker was still doing it. He was like, "Oh yeah, I check IDs." Like he had a tight routine so he didn't get caught. But he was actually really fucking these girls when he's like, "Yo, I gotta do like photo shoots and stuff like that and interviews." So what he did, and it's crazy too, he jumped over to Canada, and you can't do that shit because that's how Jared got into that situation. The subway guy, he was fucking these little boys and girls in the Philippines, and got caught, and that's like basically sex trafficking or human trafficking because you're fucking these girls. You're not getting a profit, but no, it's called something. I forgot. Jared's in jail for 15 years for doing that crazy shit. And he was fucking like 13-year-old boys and girls. Jared, yeah, he's a nasty old fucker. Yeah, I never touched another subway ever since that shit. I'm not or never have been a Dr. Umar fan. But you're Pan-African, bro, in New York. So, like, how the fuck all y'all Pan-African people are fighting? Speaking of Pan-African, let's get into Bucci Bear. So, this shit started years ago. This Bucci Bear shit probably started like 5 or 6 years ago. He always has been a headache. He always has been. Shout out to 5 Point Star. Don't forget about Tariq. Yeah, he slapped the shit out of. Tariq Nasheed slapped the shit out of him and stuff. And I think he almost pulled out a gun. Shaka Zulu and the Timu Shaka Zulu. Hey, let me see. Yo, Shaka Zulu, man. Yo, that they would have won the war against the English, but he died and his brother took over. And his brother wasn't worth a pot to piss in. That's why there's white colonizers in South Africa. That's why they always talk about Shaka Zulu. Yeah, Shaka Zulu. He was an ill dude, but it's just. He was the only leadership. He didn't teach everybody else how to be a leader. He thought he was gonna live forever. Hell yeah, Shaka Zulu. His mother. My daughter got the same name as his mother. My daughter's name is Nandi. That's Shaka Zulu's mother's name was Nandi. Yeah. So yeah, we still do be fucking around with African names and shit. That's when you're Pan-African. You use these African names and shit. But I do want to say this. Brandon had this shit coming. He does what Shabaka and what Kwame does. They troll Tariq Nasheed, but this dude ran up in Tariq's place of business and I think he destroyed it. And Tariq didn't take kind for that. Instead of beating Brandon up, he filed a lawsuit on it in sexual harassment. I think Brandon won, but Tariq Nasheed ran down on him. And this is what he does. No disrespect to Shaka Zulu. Oh, no. I'm just joking. I was just telling you a story about him. Yo, say what you want to say. Yo, shout out to Highway 20 Skinny. I'll just tell you a story about him. Why is he such a great warrior in African culture? That's it. So I'm not saying, oh, yo, you disrespect him. Yo, that's foul. Nah. I'm just saying that's what Shaka Zulu, that's why his name is so big in Africa. Yeah, say what you want to say. I ain't gotta fucking give you a parental advisor or block you. No, I don't do that shit. Fucking do your thing. Nigga, I had like 20 white supremacists calling me everything but a child of God, man. You crazy? This shit don't be nothing, bro. You're good. I fuck with you, but yeah. You got me laughing now, man. But yeah, this dude, he was doing some sketchy shit. And this is Brandon. Brandon been doing this shit for years. I even ran down on Brandon on on these spaces and saying like, yo, why the fuck are you doing what you doing? Yeah, salute to you, player. I was like, yo, why you doing what you're doing, man? I was like, yo, you look like a fucking idiot. That shit don't make no sense. And he gives you these Pan-African answers and shit and these white supremacy answers. he been doing this shit for a while, these white supremacy answers. But at the end of the day, like, Tariq Nasheed gives him what he want. And this is what happened after the court. You know?
We got the fat boy. We got everything documented about this fat bitch. We got everything documented about this fat bitch. His attorney basically said what my client.
That nigga ran off on his lawyer. That's fucked up. Watch this. Hey, Tariq. Damn.
We got the fat boy.
That nigga ran off on his lawyer.
We got everything documented about this fat bitch.
He said, yo, shit, he just left.
We got everything documented about this fat bitch.
Run, bro.
His attorney basically said, well, my client is a bitch. He only comes around when you ain't there. Your attorney said you were a bitch who only comes around when I ain't there.
That's true.
So we got your bitch ass documented.
In court today.
I won,
but
nigga,
you
because
lost today.
We got your bitch ass shit documented.
The day was mine.
No, it's not.
The securities don't smile at him.
You still a fat buster bitch.
Okay. You lost today. But you lost today.
And your lawyer admitted that you only come around when I ain't there.
You lost today.
No, I didn't lose shit.
Hey, now you get a up.
Tariq. 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 Alrighty. Wow. Where is Tariq getting all this cash?
Yo, this is the shit we gotta go through. Shabaka is his lawyer. He's his fucking lawyer. Yo, that's how it be, man. Yo. Motherfucker ran off on his lawyer. Motherfucker was about to flow Joe on his lawyer. That shit's fucked up, though. I'm not even gonna lie. How you run off on your lawyer? Then he was like, yo, you had two big Mexicans. Yeah, my man crazy.
Went there. Well, I didn't know if Tariq was lying. So I'm always in that neighborhood anyway because I train dogs over there. But the thing is, I went to the building to see if there were cameras outside. So I could see if there was cameras that could catch whatever vandalism was committed. And then I could tell Tariq, hey, Tariq, go ahead and produce the footage of these people vandalizing the building. Just like he produced the footage within seconds of him slapping Taharka Bey. Why? So the cameras wasn't working in? No. Tariq vandalized his own building and tried to use that as a way to try to get money out of the community. But because I went up there, that disrupted that. And so then when I went up there, the lady came out because she's a real estate agent. And she was like, oh, can I help you? Well, I knocked on the door and I just want to ask her about the vandalism. And so I talked to her about the vandalism. She gave me her card. She was like, if you want to talk to me about it any other time, just hit me up and we can talk about it. She gave me her card, which what person who's being harassed gives you their card and says, call me anytime if you want to talk about it? I told her I was an independent journalist. I told her that I was up there just investigating the vandalism because if there is racially motivated vandalism occurring, then that's Black people deserve to know about that and they deserve to know the truth, period. Right. So I went.
That shit sound like he did that shit. That's too much nigga explaining. I'm going to be personally honest. I think he did that. Brandon, Bucci Bear, I think you did that. I think you did that because you don't give a fuck about Tariq Nasheed. Yo, you harass this motherfucker all the time. Now, so you care about his fucking business that you said that he doesn't even have? Like that the shit that he said that's not going to be open? It's just, yo, you're contradicting yourself.
Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute, bro. I understand y'all daddy is up here, but y'all gotta let me finish talking.
Ain't nobody daddy, bro.
Y'all asking a question.
Go ahead, land your plane.
Okay. Y'all asking a question. I'm answering it in depth so y'all could know the reality of what's going on. I went up there. Listen, I went up there just like if a racist vandalized somebody's business anywhere else, the news gonna go up there and see what was up. Hey, what's going on? Racially motivated vandalism. Okay, so I went up there.
Okay, all right, bro. Yeah, go ahead, brother Tariq. How you doing today, brother? Brother Tariq. Unmute your mic.
Yo, Flex, you there, Flex? Go ahead, Flex.
What's up, fam? Y'all good?
Oh yeah, yes, sir.
Yeah.
I'm about to get my expo tickets.
Oh, my man. But man, you see, we got a lying op here. This is all this nigga does. This is a lying ass op that has been sent to try to disrupt shit, and it ain't working. We've been documenting this fuck niggas bullshit for about a year and a half or whatever. This dude has been sent out here to try to undermine us, and it just doesn't work. All of the arguments are in bad faith. This dude has been
Brandon, right? Yeah, his name is Brandon. Yeah, that's Bucci Bear. That's why they be like, oh, Uncle Ruckus, Bucci Bear. Yeah, Bucci Bear. He'll tell the story, but this is how all this shit started. You know, it started because, you know, his shit was being vandalized and he was writing crazy shit on the internet about Tariq Nasheed. And Tariq Nasheed, yo, he approached him, he slapped the shit out of Bet, what's his name? Tahara Bay or something like that, and he ran down on Brandon on Bucci Bear. Yeah, that's the. Yeah, he's a fat dude. Yeah, that's him. Yeah.
Sent to our locations. They make
Bro,
sure that
we're gonna
I'm not
watch
there.
a
Let's be
video
very
on
clear.
him
All
with
that shit
him and
about him
Lush.
looking for
That
me.
happened like
They went to
yesterday.
court and admitted they never come around when I'm there. They know to not come around when I'm not around. We went to court. I documented all of his basics. In court, we said it was sexual harassment, which is part of it because this nigga's a big old queen.
Oh shit.
We went to court. The judge said the woman who was named in the case, the woman he's talking about, Letty, who was one of my tenants, they said she had to file separately because we filed jointly, and that's why they just threw it out. And this nigga was twerking his ass talking about he won. Nigga, you didn't win anything. You were in court for damn near sexually harassing and stalking another fucking man. So we got these types of bitch niggas out here in the game running their mouths, and unfortunately, people like Taharka Bay listen to dudes like this, and you thought it was sweet to kind of run up on a nigga like me, and you learn the hard way that it just doesn't work like that. Y'all don't listen to fucking ops like this. Don't listen to clown ass niggas who's basically an op. This is a fucking nerd. This is a big fat goofy nigga who's damn near homeless. He's fat and disheveled with a big bald spot in the back of his head. But we got to understand there's always going to be ops sent our way whenever we try to build stuff. All of these bad faith arguments, don't even try to address that in a serious manner. The name of the game is to send these folks out here and to justify trying to undermine whatever we have doing. That's why all of the arguments are just in bad faith and is babbling in circles. That's all it is. Their job is to come out here and just lie, and babble, clout chase, and to try to undermine what we got going on. It's not working. A lot of these niggas, man, are working with law enforcement. This Bucci, this nigga has admitted that he works with law enforcement. There's videos of him saying that he's clicked in with law enforcement. And I'm not even mad at law enforcement. If I was a white supremacist in a position of power and I saw some black folks concentrating their power, if I saw black people concentrating their power, I would go get a big fat coon and have him do my dirty work too, if I was a white supremacist. So I don't trip on that. Just we keep our eyes on the ball, man. Don't listen to these bad faith ass arguments and don't waste your time. The name of the game is for niggas like this to sit up and waste your damn time with Sambo babble. This is a non-factor. Nobody takes this nigga seriously. He ain't got no real followers on social media.
You say he's borderline homeless.
This is just another op, and we have to expect that. And to Harker Bay, that's another op too. We're surrounded by a lot of these ops who come around us with these bad faith arguments. So we just got to stay focused, family. And we're going to stay in a position where we're going to keep being empowered. We got a movement going on. The foundational Black American movement is a real movement, and people feel a certain way about it because we're excluding a lot of the bullshit, which is what we should have been doing. All of these niggas trying to get us to be on this Pan-African vibe, that dissipates our power. We ain't got nothing from that.
I'm gonna answer your question, Shabaka. Brandon had a chance. He ran. We don't want to hear that bullshit. Your boy ran. You know, and like I get it because he's Pan-African, but he spews more white supremacy ideology than Pan-Africanism. Have you ever heard what he says about Carmelo Anthony? He thinks Carmelo Anthony did that shit on purpose. He thinks that, you know, he was the aggressor. That's your boy. This is what he thinks of black people, black Americans. Cause don't forget, he's Caribbean. Hey, shout out to King Buckworld. Who's it? Was it Buckworld? Buckway Lee? I'm sorry. But shout out to KB. Yeah, shout out to you. Appreciate your live chats and stuff. But salute. Thanks for the love. But yeah, it's just he's one of those type of people that, you know, he hides behind Africanism.
Ain't nobody trying to deal with us overseas, and that's the long and short of it. Let's stop fucking around. We are looking at ourselves and our lineage and building our power around our lineage, and the shit is working. We're moving the needle. We got politicians on the ropes. We're talking about real tangibles for our group, and we're not letting nobody misrepresent us no more. So all this babbling and all of that sucker shit, that's for the birds. It ain't working and it ain't going nowhere. This movement is here. This is the new normal. Now, all of this tether back.
Hey, yo, let me ask y'all a question. I'm sorry if this is off topic. Hey, yo, you think Donald Trump is trying to pardon a lot of black people to get the black vote? Look at what he just pardoned. He pardoned NBA YoungBoy. NBA YoungBoy did that shit. He deserves to be in jail. I'm not even gonna lie. He pardoned Kodak Black. Kodak Black keeps on doing dumb, stupid shit. He deserves to be in jail. Like, I get it if, like, yeah, shit just happened, you know. This is your once or a second chance, but these motherfuckers been doing this shit all their lives. Maybe a motherfucker needs to be in jail. Maybe a motherfucker likes jail. What happened if these two of these motherfuckers is jailbirds? It ain't like to be in jail with other guys. Like, cause it doesn't make no sense. I understand. Let me tell you something. Thank God I only got caught a few times, but I beat my cases. That's why I can carry a gun. You know? It's just the lesser of two evils. Yeah, he is. Yeah, we were just talking about that shit too. I don't trust anything of the president's. Yeah, but at the end of the day, that's not the question. The question is, why you think he's pardoning all these black people? You think he's trying to get that black... You think he's trying to secure the black vote for the other Republicans, or you think he's trying to run again? I don't think he's going to be able to run again. This is his last chance. So he has to do with everything he has to do. I think also, too, I think he's trying to be in the books as one of the greatest presidents of all times. That's just something to think about. Like, I do believe what Highway 20 Skinny said is like, yo, they definitely doing it for the black. Yeah, because don't forget, black Americans turned on the Democrats. Yep, this is his last term. But what happened if you think he's trying to get another term? I think it'll be impossible to do, very impossible. But in America and the shit that we have seen in the last 20 years, anything's possible, you know? Like, who would think that they will let go the guy who sells fucking mass destruction bombs to Russia and other countries? America will let that man go for Brittany Griner. You know, so it's a weird situation. Oh, what he's doing, but I don't trust. Yeah. It's just because he's not hurting us, and at the end of the day, he's taking away the shit that was really supposed to be for us. Cause we don't technically need it. Like, it didn't change our percentage of even if it was gone or there. So yeah. It's a weird scenario, you know. I would say that. I understand if it was for us. Like, even what was it, the 14th Amendment? Like, if you have a baby over here and you're an immigrant, they can't send you back. You can become a citizen, and technically, like I was saying, that was supposed to be for Africans who was enslaved here. Because don't forget, there was a little bit of percentage of people that were already who came from Africa. So that's one part I do agree with. I think Shabaka and Kwame was saying that. I get that, but they're using that shit in the wrong term. They're using that for them now. You can't use that for this generation right now because at the end of the day, nobody enslaved you. You know? So yeah, I'd rather him over Biden. Yeah. Biden was all fucked up, man. That motherfucker was like looking like my grandfather. My grandfather got dementia, so yeah. He my grandfather be on one. Hell yeah. That motherfucker be fucking the girl. He get caught up in another girl's house. He be like, how I get there? Fucking dementia kicks in then. You know, so yeah, that should be like that. But no, my history and culture from Hey, salute. Thanks for the sub Highway 20 Scott Skinny. Thanks, my man. Hey, something ain't going off and on. Give me a second. I'm gonna hit that button one more time. Hold on. Yeah, I gotta fix this shit right here. Give me a second. I gotta fix my alert. Give me 1 second. I'm almost there. But yeah, it's just I always tell people all the time, yeah, you gotta be careful with those type of folks, man. You know, Donald Trump, he's a New Yorker anyways. You know, so he be doing shit like that. I'm gonna try one more time. Let me see how it looks. There we go. Fixed it. We don't want symbolism or freeing who ain't doing nothing while black people are responsible. Yeah, it's true. I don't think he. I think you know. I think that's. I don't think he knows that. He thinks he's gonna get over on us for giving us like little. Like this is the thing that we were saying about the Democrats. The Democrats was doing that same shit too. Like when people were coming over, when was it? These white people coming over here with hot sauce in their bags and talk about they like catfish nuggets and all this other, washing collard greens in the fucking tub and shit like that. The shit's insulting. I tell people all the time it's very offensive. That's why I was just telling y'all this morning. I think calling me African American is very offensive. It's offensive to my ancestors. Because my ancestors built a country. They haven't been there in, like I said, thousands of years. We don't know where we don't know the last time our ancestors been to Africa. You know? That's like telling an Asian person, like, oh, yo, when's the last, you're African? And their ancestors haven't been to fucking Africa in like probably like 3,000 years. No, it wasn't the crack epidemic. It's just our great grandparents and our great great grandparents never said anything about no fucking Africa. It was just when these immigrants, these little bit of immigrants who was coming over here telling us that, oh yeah, my TV was destroying Kamala. Yeah, he didn't like her because he didn't like that cosplay and shit. We didn't like how our grandparents was never told us like, oh yeah, we're African. We African American. No, they always say our ancestors came from here. This is how I know Shabaka that you're not tapped in with the black community. You think Pan-Africanism gonna why you want to save another country, another continent, and you don't even want to save your continent that you're in right now? That shit is fucking crazy to me. I just got to be personally honest about that. You want to save Africa so fucking bad, but there's black Africans here that actually need help. that is trying to get reparation, intangibles, and policies, and you don't want to save your people that are here. You want to save people that are thousands of miles away from you. You look fucking crazy when you do that, Shabaka. That's why I like listening to y'all, and I like to understand where y'all come from. But to me, that shit always blew my mind. I'm like, yo, what the fuck are they doing, man? You know? Like, why do y'all say shit like that? I was like, oh, yeah, y'all don't know y'all culture and stuff like that. Nigga, what part of Africa are y'all from? What part of the western part or central part of Africa y'all from? Are y'all from Ghana? Are y'all from Senegal? Are y'all from Benin? Togo? Like, y'all gotta understand, these countries were put together like 200 years ago, less than 200 years ago. And y'all claiming these new fucking countries. But when we say like, oh, yo, your ancestors already been here for years, your ancestors fought for you to have like some certain type of part of this country that said it was yours, your ancestors, your great-grandparents fought for this country to be yours. Oh no, I'm from Africa. That shit is fucking crazy. It always blew my mind. I always had to think, I was like, yo, and this is just me. I'm not crashing out. It's just me thinking like, yo, why the fuck you want to be from Africa so bad? The motherfuckers don't have anything. You talk about all the resources that they have, but no, that's the Europeans' resources. Abraham just started fighting like 4 months ago. How long you think that shit's gonna take for him to even try to get back that country? Or even try to go to war? Trump is letting these criminals out of jail so they can further destroy their livelihood. My grandma told me I'm African. African is our homeland. That's why the Vietnamese fought for freedom. That being Vietnam, that has nothing to do with fucking African. What part of Africa are you from? What part of Western or Central Africa are you from, Shabaka? That's the question I'm asking. You can't fight for the whole continent. Because these countries are these countries just been created less than like 200 years ago, Shabaka. These are the questions that I'll ask you. This is why I stopped doing the Pan-African shit. Because let me tell you what else fucked it up even more. The 23andMe and these Ancestry.com type of shits. Because they'll tell you you're from fucking Nigeria and you'll take another one and then they'll say you're from fucking Congo. That shit is not legit. Those countries is so fucking new. How do they know where you from? If they knew where you was from, it would be a tribe. You know? What tribe are you from? Not what tribe you think you from. What tribe are you from? You know, this is why I say, yeah. And I'm not trying to say, yo, don't fuck with the Pan-Africanism. If that's your thing, my man. But you gotta be fully gotta be honest with yourself and say like, yo, I'm representing Africa. What are these motherfuckers doing for me? How are they supporting us? Well, how are they supporting us in this diaspora? There's enough of them here where they can support us and be on our side. Why aren't they on our side? Only time they're on our side is when it benefits them. We have to think about that. We have to say that, you know? They told... Hold on a second. Hold on. There was an ant on my butt. I'm on my book. But yeah. Shit. But yeah, it's just... Those are the things that you have to think of, man, because at the end of the day, we can't be representing a country that first of all we never been through. Second of all, you don't even know if these people like us. What's your tribe, little nigga? The Mandingo tribe. You know, shout out to B. Amos. But it's just, those are the shit that we gotta think. This is why we have to ask these questions. Them motherfuckers don't even like each other in Africa. He said East Wakanda. Ain't getting on you, Shabaka. Shabaka's a legend on my channel, man. He be doing his thing, man. I gotta give it to him. Even though he be on this Pan-Africanist stuff, man. This is why I did this show today for him, because at the end of the day, we have to learn something. I gotta learn something about Pan-Africanists. I haven't been a Pan-Africanist in probably 5-6 years. Yeah. Probably longer than that. That shit didn't make sense to me.
And all of this Pan-African bullshit that these niggas are trying to shovel on us. If y'all want to waste your time with that, knock yourself out. Truth be told, I don't really listen to Bucci. This nigga's voice is too feminine and his stomach is too big and his hips are too fucking wide. I don't listen to niggas like that. I'm cut from another cloth. But if y'all want to listen to that shit for entertainment, knock yourself out.
Too.
If you're trying to build, come on over to Death Row.
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. I appreciate that, Brother Tariq. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I want to hear Pan-African side. Is it true Pan-Africanists that they watched the episode of Bucci Bear in court? Is that true?
No, they didn't watch an episode of Bucci Bear in court. Tariq denied that Bucci Bear was about me. He said, Your Honor, that's just a character that my company owns, and it's not about Mr.
Brother, it's clear that
no person is free until their homeland is free. You know very little about. You know who said that? It was a king in Benin when they had the old flag. This is when the Nigerians and Togo was one country. The Nigerians turned on Benin in the Benin War. That's why you got a Nigeria, and that's why in Nigeria you got a Benin City. They broke it up in 3. Benin had one of the greatest militaries probably in history. What fucked them up, because they sent 3 million over there, 3 million soldiers to Benin, and it was called the Kingdom of Benin. They used to have the flag. The flag used to have what a Beninese cutting off the head. And that was their flag, but they sent military over there, and they killed all of them. They cut off everybody's head, I believe, and sent them back to. They only sent 6 people back and told them don't ever come back to our country again. Like that. That Ancestry.com? They say I got more Benin genetics in me, Benin and Togo genetics, but I don't believe in this shit, because those countries is fairly new, except Benin. Benin was actually a tribe. It was a kingdom. It was like Roman Greece. It was a kingdom. They were known for bronze. That's why when you ever see my logo, the Bronze Reaper, it came from Benin. The whole story of Benin, because I like their history. But it's just hard for me to say I'm Beninese, because let me see, I'm against tribalism. Tribalism is what killed us in our community. No, that's not what killed us. What killed us is people y'all letting fucking outsiders into y'all business. That's what killed y'all. It wasn't tribalism. You know? Letting outsiders into y'all, family business. And y'all not getting along. There has always been tribalism. There was tribalism in the Bible. The 12 tribes of Israel. The fuck? North Israel and South Israel. There has always been tribalism. It's just they all got along. It's just y'all motherfuckers don't get along. Y'all are tribalistic. But yeah, like I said, Benin is the new Benin is fairly new. Was a part of that. Yeah. I can believe that. And shout out to Monsilio Marlo. If I said your name wrong, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was a part of it, but it's just motherfuckers is haters, man. Like Benin was probably one of the greatest countries in America. I mean, in Africa, ever since. I mean, far from Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa was the richest guy ever. You know, got a lot. Got along till Esau came. Yeah, that's what they said. Like the 12 tribe of Israel's. It's just those were tribes too. It's just they got along because you know what it was. Everybody had their own. Everybody had their own side. Say if they're the tribe of Judah and there's the tribe of Benjamin right here. It's two different countries. But if I find a girl in like Benjamin and I marry her, she'll be part of the tribe of Judah. And she'll just have to follow the laws of Judah. It's always like that. You got to respect those laws, and it's like I said, it is what it is, but you got to respect it. So divide and conquer was Esau's way to destruction. Yeah. Yeah, have you read the destruction of the... Oh, you mean this book? This book? Yeah. I read some of it. I didn't read all of it yet. It's a crazy book though. I like it. I think to this day it's still going on, and it's because I think also too some of our leaders failed us. Like the ones that were holding hands in Kumbaya. The reason why they're iconic because at the end of the day, they were soft. There was other people. This is why I say there were other. Why you think? Let me tell you something. Why you think Malcolm X wasn't like iconic the way Martin Luther King was iconic? And Martin Luther King helped a lot of people. He helped more than just black people. He helped people out of the country. What about Fred Hampton? Those are people that were fighting. Those type of people, they never made them icons. Till this day, white people still think what's his name? Bobby Seale and Huey Newton were domestic terrorists. Till this day. Most people don't know Martin Luther King was considered a domestic terrorist, and you know who was trying to prosecute him? Jeff Sessions. Jeff Sessions was a part of Trump's house at one time, the first term. It is not about tribalism. It's like, yo, you know what? I'm going to say this, Shabaka, and we're going to get back into the video. Black Americans try to help everybody. We're the most loving and caring people probably in history. We loved everybody. We try to help we helped everybody come over here to this country. We knew that some of our resources would be taken away from us and given to y'all but we understood that because we wanted to help y'all. We thought we were going to be a coalition. This was spewed onto us. Then when y'all got over here, it was totally different. So why the fuck we have to keep on helping y'all every time you get in trouble, y'all? Why do we have to be Big Brother? And y'all don't even like Big Brother. Every fucking time we did that. Every time y'all got in trouble. Every time y'all about to get deported. Every time y'all get fired, shot at, killed. We were there. We didn't ask, who they were, what they are. We just started asking, yo, what's this man's lineage? What's this man's nationalities? We didn't give a fuck. We always looked at it as like, yo, even if it was a Spanish person, we always like, yo, that's still our brethren from another diaspora. That's what Pan-Africanism did. Black Americans didn't do that shit. That was Pan-Africanism that was spread on us for 80 years. Niggas used to walk around with dashikis, kufis. Trying to, love is God, love is beautiful, the Egyptian musk and all of that. We was the ones spreading all of that shit. Because we were trying to get tapped in with y'all. We try to make y'all feel comfortable, but guess what? Y'all didn't accept us. Y'all didn't accept us. I tell them all the time, Highway 20 skinny. I tell them that shit all the time. Yeah, at the time they all see it was the color. But when you gave us that Pan-Africanism stuff, we kind of lost our identity. We kind of lost who we were. They gave us this fucked up story talking about, we were holding hands, singing "We Shall Overcome." Nah, most of us was fucking people up. We ain't gonna get fucked up and hands up. We wasn't doing that shit. We were fighting. We were getting sprayed with water hose. We wasn't just standing there we were fighting. We were fighting. We were fighting the police too. There's videos out there like that, but they don't show that. We wasn't just standing there and letting the Ku Klux Klan beat us up. Nah, we was grabbing them by their head, punching them, grabbing them by their white sheet and just punching them in their head and stuff and kicking them. Yo, we were getting busy out here. Yeah, we are the world. We sent, and this is what's so crazy. We sent our celebrities over there to save Africa. We sent, because we knew that none of them were going, none of those people were going to do anything to those celebrities. Because if they do, it will be a world travesty. And they will burn that country down. We knew that was going to happen. We sent the Michael Jacksons, the Prince, the Lionel Richies. We sent all of those over there. But let's ask this question. What did y'all Africans send over here? What did y'all Pan-Africanisms and Pan-Africanists from Africa send over here? Instead of tribalism, white supremacies, turning on us, what did y'all send over here? This is the reason why we ask these questions. These are the reason why we say, like, yo, you know what? We can't keep on fucking with them. Always looking at others as family. Yeah, we always look at us as family and look at what does all our grandparents say, or our great grandparents. Our skin folks ain't our kin folks all the time. Those ain't your brothers all the time. That's not your sister. That girl gonna turn on you. That's what they used to say down south all the time. Now we starting to see that and the thing about it, we turned on our own people when we said that shit. Yeah, they sent the worst of the worst over here. Talking about us, disrespecting us, talk about they doing better than us because they got 3 fucking jobs. Like, are you serious? Gave us a disrespect us. This is why I say Uber and Lyft was created because of y'all. Y'all wasn't picking up the clients. Y'all turned on us. Then those people that you consider your brothers and sisters, those were the ones robbing you. Yeah, there was some black Americans robbing you, but they were mostly Caribbeans. They brought that tribalistic shit over here. You got to look at that. That shit never really started into the 80s, the 70s and the 80s that people were robbing cab drivers. We have never really robbed cab drivers like that. It has never been in our forte like that. You know, so this is what I'm saying. But y'all ain't gonna unite because y'all so tribalistic. This is what I'm trying to tell you. Y'all, all of y'all come from like thousands of tribes. You think all y'all gonna come together knowing that y'all come to America and can't even work together? Y'all think y'all gonna go back to y'all country and try to unite with each other? I don't think that's just gonna happen. Not in 1,000 years.
It's about you. I mean, the character. I mean, it's damn near, identical to you.
And I hope
Listen,
I'm wrong
bro,
too.
listen. Wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Hold on.
Hip nigga.
Wait, hold on. Let me talk.
But your hips are identical to the character in Bucci Bear. I think it's some resemblance, brother.
All right, man. So are we playing around? Because I'm telling you what Tariq told the. I'm telling you what Tariq told the judge. I'm not saying I said that. We tried to prove that Bucci Bear was about me. Tariq lied in that lady's face and said Bucci Bear is not
What he
about
said is
him.
it's not in your likeness, right? He said it's not in your image and
Bruh,
likeness.
you were not there.
I'm asking,
You
is
were
that what he
not
said? You don't
there.
have Brandon. We're just
That's
trying to
not what.
interview you. It's okay, bro.
Listen, bro, I didn't agree to talk to you, bro. So that's the whole thing. I'm talking to.
All right. Look,
I'm
go
talking
ahead.
to Low. I'm
This
telling you
nigga's
what,
a hoe, man. Let's just
man.
Hold on. One at a time, yo. Let's see, we're not paying everything.
Dude, listen, I don't need to play with the jokes and all that. Tariq got in there and said, I'm getting the transcripts right now, so y'all gonna know what the facts, right? Tariq got in there and said that Bucci Bear was not about me. It was just a character that his company owns. Tariq, you right here. Did you not say that?
He just wants a chance to have a conversation with Tariq.
Wait
That's
a minute,
all.
bro. No, listen.
Hold on, we're gonna let Tariq respond because you just asked him a question. Let's let Tariq respond. Let's everybody stay on your mic. We're gonna get to hands after.
I want to get into the argument his defense used.
And my question is, do you think Bucci looks like you? Like, did you get a kick out of that? And Tariq, you go ahead and respond to his question.
It was a funny cartoon. I think we can know we're all grown ups. But yeah, go ahead. Tariq.
I said the truth. We don't use Brandon's face, name, or likeness in the cartoon, and we don't. Bucci Bear just happens to be a bear who's moist with wide fucking hips with a bitch-made voice. If he thinks that's him, that's on him. Do you think that's you, Brandon?
He's playing the system. Yeah,
I don't know. You're the one saying it's not me, so I have to go by what you say. But what I'm saying is Tariq got in court. I'm not a liar. I don't make up lies.
Yeah, y'all got in court. You were like, that's me. That's me. You and your lawyer was saying that was you, nigga. In court.
Listen, the lawyer asked you a question about Bucci Bear. You answered the question. The judge then repeated the question to you. You answered the question. I'm not here with I'm not for all the games and stuff. All I'm saying is Tariq denied. Tariq in court did not. I'm giving you guys honesty. You know, if you guys feel like you deserve it, I'm giving it to you. If you don't and you want to play, that's cool. Tariq said, hold on, Tariq, I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
You said honesty, though. Did y'all snitch on Umar Johnson or not in court? Honestly.
Oh no!
No, we did. What are you talking about?
That's a good question.
You gotta give me the. You gotta tell me what I said about Umar Johnson.
Yeah. Yep, Randall, that's true.
I didn't mention Umar at all. I don't even remember us mentioning him.
Stop. Your lawyer.
Wait.
Did your lawyer?
Did your lawyer do it?
Honestly, I don't remember. But if he did, he did. I don't know.
Okay,
you dry snitching on Dr. Umar.
I'm not dry snitching on. I'm not dry snitching on nobody.
Man, the paperwork is faulty, bro.
Listen, what is there to say? What can we say? What does you putting a restraining order, trying to put a restraining order on me, have to do with Umar? I don't even understand the correlation.
Y'all brought him up. Y'all threw Umar under the bus for no reason in court, nigga.
What are you talking about? Oh my God! All right, man. Look, listen.
You lying piece of shit.
Man, I don't need to lie. Tariq, why are you disrupting my chance to talk when I didn't disrupt your chance?
Lying bitch ass nigga. Y'all
man, come on, man. It's obvious, Tariq. It's obvious that you don't want these people to hear what I have to say for a reason.
DJ Biggs, you're right about that. They see us as competition.
There's no other reason for you to jump in this space, bro. You in here trying to disrupt. Philip. All I'm saying is, The guy's filibustering the conversation because he don't want the reality. I did not lie. Listen, so far everything.
Your voice is annoying as fuck.
So
shit.
You're a big lying fat fuck boy, nigga. You sitting up here lying. Y'all sat up there and threw Umar.
Shout out to fuck. What is that? Fuck with. Give me a second. Shout out to fuck with. What? Oh, fuck with ya. I think that's fuck with. What? Fuck with. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Fuck these. Oh, fuck these. Give me a second. I have to look. I'm sorry. I just got to know who that is. Oh, you deleted. Hey, shout out to you, anyways, man. I don't know who that was, but yo, shout out to you.
Under the bus for no reason at all.
Yeah. That was kind of
okay. Well, there's well. Listen.
Is there some kind of Pan-African inner beef going on between you two?
Here's the thing. We're gonna get the court transcripts, and I'm gonna read them live on my channel, and you guys can see. And I'll send them to whoever want them. We did not bring up Umar Johnson. As a matter of fact, when you said I was throwing somebody under the bus, when you said I was throwing somebody under the bus, I thought you was saying that I was throwing Tariq Bay under the.
Okay, guys.
All right, man. Hey, I'm gonna head out, man. Y'all keep me on my mic. I'm gonna head out.
Hey,
y'all enjoy whatever it is y'all got going
out of here. You wide nip,
right.
you wide hip ass nigga.
Look, this is what I'm saying.
Nigga.
They didn't give Brandon a chance, man. Yeah, yo, Brandon couldn't let that shit go, man. I'm gonna say that. He didn't let that shit go at all. You know, I felt like, you know. Fucking ants, man. Yeah, it just he didn't let that shit go, man. He still talks about Tariq to this day. This was yesterday.
What's the deal? What's the difference? He's taking on. What you think about that debate?
In the building. That's Brandon.
Obviously.
That's Bucci Bear. This is the dude who ran away. He looks bigger now because he gained weight, but
obviously Bucci Bear smoked boots in that debate. Like it's undebatable. Bucci came out swinging.
Be Pan-African, but it's basically
issue with him. So you feel me?
I can't be going on for 10, 15 minutes trying to get your point across. Let's ping pong it back and forth. First person to throw an insult in a debate typically loses, but man, fuck all that. We just gonna go by the street.
Yeah.
Do whatever you do.
Hey, so you can roast, I can roast as good. You feel me?
But before we start, let me introduce bro. We got my boy Messiah over here. Go ahead and let the people know who you is, man.
LBC Messiah the Great, man. Y'all know what time it is. And it's going to be a good one for y'all, man. Because let's say he got the intellectual side. We know where Brandon coming from. He's shooting from the hip. So we going to see what's up today.
I mean, Brandon against his own people. Tariq Nasheed hate this fool. You feel me? He reps FBA and like literally the poster child, the star, the corner.
He just said, yo, Lush is ill. He just set him up. He just said, look how he changed. Watch.
What's up today?
I mean, Brandon against his own people. Tariq Nasheed hate this fool. You feel me? He reps FBA and like literally the poster child, the star, the cornerstone of FBA movement. You had a lawsuit against, bro. You feel me? You had a whole issue with him. So you feel me?
You said I rep FBA?
You don't rep FBA?
I don't rep that.
You're not a foundational Black American.
That's ignorant. That's a cult. That ain't no damn identity. That ain't no lineage.
But you was rocking with that for a long time.
I was never rocking with that.
But then why was you an orbiter of Tariq Nasheed for so long?
Because FBA is a divisive movement among Black Americans to separate ourselves from Black continentals, African continentals.
I'm glad he said that. Now we got to answer this question. Why we want to separate? Nobody never asked the real question, why? They've been murdering us for centuries and we're still here. Yeah, because we fought back. You know, that's why I tell people all the time, that's why we fought back. I think personally, and I'm going to be personally honest, Pan-Africanism made us soft. Pan-Africanism made us soft. We didn't have a plan when we were Pan-Africanists. We thought, oh yeah, we all going to come together. We all going to, gang up and do this, and that. Them motherfuckers turned on us so bad. The Jamaicans, the Haitians, the other Caribbeans, the Africans, they all turned on us. So it is what it is, Yeah, they all turned on us. So this is why he says what he says now, but he never talks about why foundational Black Americans don't want to fuck with them.
And Caribbean people,
Pan-Africans.
But all this would be Pan-African, but it's basically like you know how you have like Asians, there's Japanese, Cambodian, Vietnamese. Okay, but when they all come to America, they're all categorized as Asian.
Well, a lot of them are categorized as Pacific Islanders as well. So
Asian / Pacific Islanders.
So you're already down 1 point,
no, I'm
brother.
not down. No, because it's Asian Pacific Islander. But if you really knew the culture like you think you do, a Pacific Islander is like a Samoan,
correct?
A Tongan. They don't consider themselves to be Asian,
correct?
They all exist within the Pacific Ocean, but they are different, even genetically.
That's why I corrected you when
different.
You said that all of them are categorized as Asian.
No, but Asians,
continental Asians, and then there's
Cambodians, Vietnamese, Chinese. They really have no genetic difference.
Whoa, hold on. You said Japanese, Cambodians, and Chinese have no genetic differences?
Not really, no.
You're 1,000% wrong. Okay.
Shout out to Quentin, Grudy, B1 FBA. Shout out to you.
So first of all, Cambodia they have way more similar genetically with Vietnamese.
Okay.
Who are significantly darker in appearance, have...
that would be phenotypically. Not genetically.
Can you explain the difference between those
Phenotype is the look, the appearance. Genetics,
which are determined by genetics.
DNA.
But your genetics determine your phenotype.
Phenotype is not necessarily... their genetics do play a role.
What's going on, DJ X1? Peace. Yeah, we're talking on the Bucci Bear right now, Brandon. So there was a debate yesterday. It was actually a decent debate. We're gonna catch the Tariq Nasheed one, and I'm just showing that I think Brandon is still obsessed with Tariq Nasheed ever since the whole court case and all the shit that he been putting out against Tariq Nasheed. All he had to do was talk to Tariq Nasheed. Go into one of his spaces and, just talk to him debate him. Jake Lang did it. Richard Spencer did it, so he did it.
Phenotype, but a lot of phenotype could be determined by just your geography.
Exactly, and you would have been a lot more on point if you would have said Koreans, Chinese, and Japanese. But no, what do you mean? You're literally mislabeling an entire race.
I'm using them.
They're completely different.
There's only one race. There's only one race, the human race.
Okay.
Well, you're gonna stop with your ethnicities.
Right. But like Kendrick said, ethnicity. But however, if you know anything about Japanese people, they're probably amongst the most racist people in the world.
Okay, that's true.
Okay, and they believe
they're ethnocentric.
How did he turn us against Africans when Africans was already against us? When Caribbeans was already against us? Let me ask you a question, Shabaka. Why do Black Americans have to keep on putting up with the abuse from the diaspora? Why do we have to keep on putting up with it? Then when we give you a little bit of smoke and saying, yo, we ain't fucking with y'all gotta do y'all gotta hold y'all own nuts. Oh, you our brother. I made you some food. Please don't leave me. Come on, nigga, I need you. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Y'all want that shit. Now you have a problem, but you have a you problem. Y'all got to figure out y'all shit now. White supremacy, engineer, Lincoln, all of those different ethnicities in order. I'll be by buffering. Yep, facts. He's right. It's true. But that's like I said, that's a them problem. That's an African problem.
And not racist.
Correct. Thank you for creating.
Okay,
No, that's a better term. They're the most ethnocentric and believe in the superiority of their own people more than any others. They have a hierarchy, and Cambodians are very, very low on similar to the way Europeans had the caste system back in the day. The Japanese have a similar outlook amongst different Asian ethnicities. Cambodians are not even remotely similar.
Why wouldn't, if you go
let me ask y'all a question real quick. Do you believe that thinking that you and your race is superior
salute.
is racist? Because the first word you used was racist, so your ideology to that way of thinking had to be, okay, that makes you racist.
I think that it's difficult for any race to be quote unquote racist other than the one that's systematically oppressing the rest of the races of the world. So by definition, racism is pretty much only applies to white people in my opinion. However, prejudice has no color.
Okay, let me get back to my point I was making. So basically, the FBA stuff is calling for the separation of African Americans within the United States, meaning the Black Americans or the descendants of slaves, ADOS, should be separate, their own category, separate from Black Caribbeans, Black continental Africans, or American, those people who have come over to America. Pan-Africans, we don't believe in that. We believe all Black people should stick together.
No, I think we do need to be separated because you know why? I'm going to say this. When Africans win an award or West Indians win their award, what do the first thing that they do? They give thanks to who? They're no good country. Then when somebody does bad, when their country does bad, they just say it was black people. So it just looks like we did it. It looks like we're the only ones doing all the crazy shit, all the delinquent shit. And like 7 out of 10, it's them. Like we have our little percentages of people doing that, but we don't have that type of tribalistic type of mindset. They represent their lineage. And there's nothing wrong with it, but at the end of the day, you're giving credit to your people that didn't have shit to do with it. You're giving credit to your country, and your country didn't have shit to do with anything. And it's a kick in the face. It's an insult. This is why I think we need to do the delineation. Trying to convince. Yeah, that's him, man. That's Kwame. I mean, that's Shabaka. Shabaka be on that. Take Tariq stick out your mouth. Lame puppet shaker. See, he's mad. Yo, that's the thing. Like, yo, you're mad at the truth, man. What Tariq Nasheed is saying is true. We need to be delineated because at the end of the day, we will be saying you're just mad and you're scared that we're gonna see what your people technically really be doing. You're going to see that black Americans don't do all of this shit like that. Salute. Thank you, man. Thank you. It's true. Your people we're going to see that your people, your West Indian people, your African people were the ones doing all the crime. We're starting to see right now with all this deportation. We've seen all these Africans people doing all this crazy shit. We just seen a West Indian shoot jizz on some little white girl. Thank God we found out it was a West Indian because you know what? They would have said black people out here shooting jizz on white women. This is what they would have said. They'd say, yo, they shooting jizz on white women. And it'll be y'all be doing shit like that. Taking pussy. I had a coworker tell me he was from Uganda. That he thought America was out here, he thought in Africa, they think in America, you could grab up bitches and stuff. That's what he told me. He's like, yo, before I came to America, I thought you could just grab bitches and grab their titties and shit like that. I was like, yo, you'll be getting sent back to your country. Salute. Thanks for the sub. Quentin Godry, if I'm saying it right. Yeah, this is what he said. Yeah, the dude who shot jizz on the white girl's leg. Fucking, it was a West Indian guy. Doing shit like that. Thank God we found out it was a West Indian. They would have said a black man's doing that. They would have said a black man would have done that shit. And you don't think we should do delineation? You think we should take all the punishment, all the disrespect, all the brutality? What else do you want us to take? We can't keep on being big brother to y'all. And this is what we have to call it. We got to call it big brother. Because every time y'all get in trouble, y'all run to us. Y'all run to us all the time. Y'all crying right now because we're not helping y'all. G-Gree. Did I say it right? G-Gree? G-Dree. G-Dre. How about QG? Yeah, how about this? Because I'm gonna be doing collabs soon. I just gotta get this shit started and we all gonna be collabing. Even Shabaka. Shabaka, you could talk your shit too. Foreigners are little niggas. Yeah, we always big brother them. We bring more to the table even in their own country. So it's just, and she's Somalian. Yeah. We gotta stop doing that shit. Oh yeah, he was Somalian. Doing that shit. Yo. There was a dude in what was it? I think it was Watertown, Massachusetts. This dude out here taking pussy. African guy out here taking pussy. They would have thought a black man did that. But we looking at hairlines and everything. Hairlines and accents.
And work together for our collective empowerment.
Okay,
so if you really fuck with black people, you can understand why someone like me can't rock with that division, because it's always divide and conquer.
That totally
Tariq
makes
is
sense.
working for the white man, and he's an agent, and he is attempting to use divide and conquer tactics to weaken the black community within the United States.
Wouldn't Tariq argue that he's actually pushing for the advancement of the black people in the United States, and you are an agent of chaos that has been unleashed upon the FBA movement to try to make them, like, he kind of had the same argument about you.
Tariq has been grifting black people for decades, 20 years or more. He stands to profit off the division. We know that because Tariq entered into the ADOS movement, American Descendant of Slaves. He co-opted that movement. He fractured that movement under this guise that he was going to be able to help African Americans or descendants of slaves get reparations.
He's lying about that. So this is how this shit started. Tariq's teacher, we're gonna even call him teacher, is Claude Anderson. Claude Anderson had this thing back in the day. I think it was Native Blacks. They were native to the land. He'd been talking this cool fly shit for years. He's the one who pimped Tariq Nasheed into all of this. And it's so crazy because this is how he came up with foundational Black Americans, because we were already calling ourselves Black Americans. But the foundation came from because we're the foundation of this country. This country wouldn't be nothing without us. That's where the word foundation came from. You know, so I think it's super dope. I like it. Foundation of this land. Even Black natives is dope, you know, or native blacks. I think all of that shit is dope. But at the end of the day, foundational Black American, it's true. We're the foundation of this land. Yep. Yeah. See. Thank you. He's his mentor. You know. Claude Anderson helped out a lot of people. I know a lot of people got problems with him, but I think Claude Anderson, he's lit. Even Professor Small, he does his thing too. He's a Pan-African, but he also considers himself a foundational Black American as well. Yeah, he's the thing about it. He's continuing Claude Anderson's journey. Like, you got to start somewhere. Sometimes you have to take somebody else's sometimes you have to take other people's journey, because it's their time. It's Tariq Nasheed's time. Tariq Nasheed, let me tell you something. Tariq Nasheed has been doing a lot of shit for everybody. Don't forget. Was it Hidden Colors is almost like 10, 15 years old. It's like he been doing this shit since I was in college or high school. Probably even high school. I've been out of high school almost 20 years. So yeah, Tariq Nasheed been lit, and I think all y'all Pan-Africans need to give him credit, because you know what? Dr. Umar hasn't made no documentary for y'all niggas. Nor has any other Pan-African. I think the closest person from a Pan-African never did anything for y'all is Ron, what's his name? Ron something, the guy who made From Hebrews to Negroes.
Once he splintered that group, profited off that group, right? Then he changed it to I'm not the leader. So you're giving the name FBA, which he stole from Dr. Claude Anderson.
Cap, see? Lying. We already caught him in a lie.
Then he changed it to I'm not the leader. So you're giving the name FBA, which he stole from Dr. Claude Anderson. You're giving the name FBA. You copyright the name FBA.
Yep.
You give the guidelines for what is or is not an FBA.
Thank you, Big
And then when people ask you, well, where's all the stuff you said you were going to deliver to us? You say, well, I'm not the leader.
What were the promises that he said he was?
That he would help them get reparations. He literally said, I'm going to show you how to get reparations.
Do you believe in reparations?
No.
Why is that?
I don't believe reparations ever going to happen. Do I think black people deserve to be compensated for the work that was done for the free labor from slavery? Yeah, you should get some type of reparative justice for that. Do I believe black people forfeited that when they agreed to the civil rights agreement? I also believe that. So you can't tell somebody, we want money from you or reparations from you, then go in and say, well, we want to have this situation where we're all equal and no one's better than anyone and have like a brotherly bond. And then later on, when that doesn't work, come back and say, oh yeah, but what about that money you owe us or that we wanted before? It's just literally buyer's remorse. It's retroactive justice.
That's a crazy way to look at it. Buyer's remorse.
We want it to be with white folks.
More like stealer's remorse.
So let me ask y'all one thing. So with this Tariq Nasheed, they say he just founded the Black Museum. Do y'all feel like that was beneficial for us? Would he still be considered, what'd you say, not an agent of chaos, but somebody that's against the culture? Or is that somebody pushing for the culture?
It's not a museum.
So what is it?
It's just a comedy lounge at this point, because that's all I ever see happening there. It's closed every single day, all day long. They have hours of operation listed. They're never open during those.
Don't that sound like a person who's obsessed? He know the time, he knows the hours, he know the days. That shit is fucking crazy. He's obsessed, man. What has he been doing? Would you die for? Of course not. Tariq Nasheed wouldn't die for another. Come on, man. But let me tell you something. Tariq Nasheed is not a country. We're not dying for no more people. Like, if some bullshit happens, yeah, we'll stick up for Tariq Nasheed and stuff, but dying and all this other stuff, like, yo, put it this way. If the Ku Klux Klan came down to Boston, yeah, I'm going to get my gun. I'm going to get busy out here. And I'm not just saving myself, I'm saving my people. But just dying for just random shit, that's no reason. Nah, we can't die. We ain't doing that. It's not like what you do for Abraham. Abraham, the reason why you're going to war for him is to save the country, to save the resources. You know? So this is why I say it's different. You're giving a false narrative. If you ask, if you ask me, it's a false narrative.
Those hours. On top of that, I think it's 11 to 4, Monday through Friday. If we go over there right now, it's closed.
What's your thoughts on reparations?
I think there should definitely be reparations. I don't know what the process of actually achieving it looks like or how that affects the actual economy and things like that, but there definitely needs to be amendments made for the wrongs that were done. 1,000%.
But these people don't want they don't want reparations in the sense of repairing the damage caused by slavery. These people want money. So whenever you try to get them to, whenever you ask them about like actual
there should be money
things
involved
that could be done to help repair the harm done, they're like, oh, we don't care about that. Just cut the check. They got a literal slogan.
Nah, he's lying. Like there is a slogan, cut the check, yeah. Because you're giving everybody else money. You know, we don't want to hear about the policy right now. We want our money right now. So if we want to move away from y'all motherfuckers, we can move away from y'all motherfuckers. If we want to start a business, we can start a business with the money. We don't want to hear what we should do with the money. That's none of y'all business what we do with the money. If a motherfucker want to buy $200,000 or $300,000 worth of crack, let that motherfucker do it. Motherfucker don't want to hear it. You know?
That says cut the check. And if you try to discuss reparations outside of that with them, they don't even want to entertain the conversation. On top of that, they don't even have a number. For example, if you say I owe you money, right? Mm-hmm. The number one thing you need to do is determine how much money I owe you.
And it's pretty difficult to quantify when you're talking about transatlantic slave trade, right?
Exactly. So what was done during slavery was generational harm.
Right.
So you need generational repair.
Facts.
How is me giving you a check of an undisclosed amount that you haven't even calculated gonna help black people going forward? When you're saying
he did calculate it. He said he wants to start off with 15 to 20,000. I mean 20 trillion. 15 to 20 trillion. This is why I said this is a lie. This is why we're breaking this shit down.
When if I tell you, why don't we put this into like black education? Why don't we create scholarships? Or
when we tell you something, I don't want to hear all this black education, because when we tell you it's still white supremacy. It's still under white supremacy. Why the fuck are we going to put it into black education? That shit don't make no fucking sense. Why the fuck are you telling us what to do with our money? If those are the policies that you want to reconstruct us with, yes, you give us better books and all that other cool shit. But other than that, we don't want to hear that.
Economic infrastructure, you say, no, I don't want to do none of that. I just want to check.
Again, I don't have a problem with the methodology of how it's dispersed or anything, but I definitely think it needs to exist.
But what's the amount? They want $17 trillion.
Well, I'm not mad at that either.
What did he just say?
Needs to exist.
But what's the amount? They want $17 trillion.
He just said there wasn't no amount. Didn't he just say there wasn't any amount and he says this?
But I definitely think it needs to exist.
But what's the amount? They want $17 trillion.
Well, I'm not mad at that either. But what I want y'all to see,
the U.S. economy.
What I want y'all to see is this though.
That's a good number.
This is the reason why
That's a start, yeah.
I feel like he had an agenda with coming over to No Jumper, because this was a big dude in the FBA movement. He's over there pushing the line in all the conversations, showing up to rallies, super involved in Tariq Nasheed's dealings to the point where you admittedly showed up to his spot because you were concerned that it was being vandalized, right?
No.
But that's what you said.
That's not why
I have you on a live saying that right now.
I showed up to the spot because people from out.
No, he did say that. We just actually watched that too. Yo, Brandon's a liar, man. I didn't know he would be lying like that.
That's not why
I have you on a live saying that right now.
I showed up to the spot because people from outside of California asked me to go by because Tariq was collecting donations saying that he was up against white supremacists who were vandalizing his property.
Right.
So black people coming together, right? And this is why a lot of black people don't like to donate to shit now, because a lot of times it ends up not being what people claimed it was. So they asked me to go check as someone who's in this area. I went to check. Everything. I talked to the person who was a tenant there.
The white lady.
She was Mexican. And when I talked to her and posted it, people said, wait a minute, Tariq was supposed to be opening up a museum. How is this lady saying that he just extended her lease until the following?
He didn't say none of this. He said this. He said that he went over there because he said that Tariq Nasheed's place was being vandalized. And if it's a problem, if it's a black problem, he wants to be there and help. All this other shit that he's saying, it's nigga babble. I'm sorry, it is.
1 year. And that caused him to get blowback. And he got mad and he sued me and tried to file a restraining order against me. I never sued Tariq.
No, I understand.
Tariq took legal action against me.
I think both of y'all made a great point because y'all blew past the reparations. I still was processing what both of y'all was saying. I think both of y'all have a point. I think money definitely has to be involved because money was directly stolen and taken from the black community. That's just a fact. They actually have numbers on how much was stolen. I'm not going to say strictly from the transatlantic trade slave and all of that, but I mean like through taxes alone, they estimated about 15 trillion just from tax money stolen, not to mention that the money that they invested in certain banks and then the banks go belly up and all of a sudden we out of money. So to sit here and be mad at the black culture for wanting money that is rightfully owed to them that was stolen would be idiotic to say you guys are crazy to want. But also, hold on. In his point too, the infrastructure also does have to be rebuilt as well, because that is another systemic obstacle that's invisible to most of the world if you don't have to face it. But it is something that's real. So I think both parts have to come into effect when we're talking about reparations. Well, not just money, because most niggas is just gonna blow the money. But some people will say, so what? You got the money, that's your reparation, that's your get back. If you blow it, that's on you. But I'm with you too, like there does need to be some type of infrastructure built. And we can prosper.
I just think most people look at it in a sense it's like, well, since we ain't getting nothing, you need to start somewhere. So start here with the money. Like you said, now to keep that going for future generations, what you said has to be put into place. I just think most people are just like, well, y'all need to start here before y'all do anything else. All that trying to rebuild for years down the line. Start with the money, then we can worry about rebuilding and doing everything else.
No, 100%. Like if I owe you money, Brandon, right? Let's say I owe you 20 bands, right? And I've been ducking you for a long ass time. And then I'm like, I keep hitting you like, yo, Brandon, I'm gonna pay you soon. You ain't gonna take anything I say seriously. You're gonna want to beat my ass, right? But then one day, I shoot you 2 bands, you feel me? And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna work on figuring out the rest, but just so you know I'm serious, boom. Right. You're probably gonna be a little bit more receptive to whatever solution I have to offer, correct?
But here's the thing, that's not an accurate, description of what's going on. For one,
that's why I say it's none of nobody's business. Somebody want to smoke that shit up, let them smoke that shit up. So it's none of our business. Let the motherfuckers smoke that shit up.
You had kept your economy separate. That's why you heard me say desegregation is the worst thing that happened to black people. Because once you desegregated, you eliminated a lot of your claim to that stuff. And the reason I say that is because if you still had your separate black economy and your separate white economy, it would be much easier to say you owe me this, pay me this amount over this amount of time. But once you integrate it, which black people did willingly, wanted to do it.
No, we didn't do it willingly. Not most of us didn't want to do that shit because we already knew we were gonna lose the mom and pop stores. There were some coons that was saying like, oh, yo, we should integrate and like we can be treated like humans and all this stuff. No, that shit was a crock of shit.
Went and fought and marched and this is what we want, right?
Right.
White people finally said, all right, y'all out there going crazy. What do y'all want? Wait a minute.
But how does this have to do with reparations, though?
I'm explaining it to you.
Because that is complete.
I'm explaining it to you. When Johnson.
Lyndon B. Johnson.
As black folks, okay, y'all out here marching, fighting, all that. Y'all getting bit by dogs, water hoses. America is on your side. What do you want? Did black people say, we want reparations, we want money, we want repair for slavery? No, black people.
We did say we want money. We did say we want reparations. That's when they killed Martin Luther King. That's what happened. Like, this is why I say Brandon be lying. You know? Pan-Africans are fighting for land. What is it? Y'all, how y'all fighting for land? What land are you fighting for, Shabaka? What land are y'all fighting for? Y'all ain't fighting for no motherfucking land. Stop lying.
People said we want equality.
Well, right.
So what we did was,
again, is a step towards the inevitable goal.
No, what you did was you forfeited the reparations to get equality, so you could be looked at as equal to a white person in the United States. Here's the thing: when you say that's a good start, it's not even a start, because black people have yet to determine a number. And you can't say $17 trillion because, one, if they gave you that at once, that would bankrupt the country. Hyperinflation would make us all broke. We would have, our money would be worthless. Two, you got a bunch of Americans paying taxes who never owned a single slave. They didn't even come to America till 20, 30 years.
But you got to understand, too, we're not suing people. We're getting money from the U.S. government because the U.S. government okayed it. The U.S. will get you. This is the debt from the U.S. government. U.S. government said that shit was all right. U.S. government said it was all right to take 90% of our generational wealth. The government said it was okay to bomb Tulsa and Greenwood and all these other places. So, like, what are we talking about? You know?
Years ago,
right?
How are you going to convince them to allow their taxes to be raised, so that they could pay a bunch of black people reparations?
So
no one's going for that crap.
But obviously, America sets the pace for the global economy. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So obviously, black people in other regions, in other parts of the world, are still affected by what happens here.
Okay.
Correct? So,
but no, I think you're missing my point. America is way too diverse, and there's way too many different types and groups of people, way too much mixing, blacks and whites having babies, Mexicans and blacks having babies. All this, we're all mixed up. If you give black people reparations, that means the United States government has to levy a tax, raise taxes to finance that, especially $17 trillion worth.
Correct.
So you're not going to, we're in democracy, whether black people like this or not. You're a part of a republic that is ruled by representation. It's a republic with a democratic system of election.
This is a long-winded way of saying you don't believe that black people deserve more money.
This is
I'm wrong.
Hold on. Let me say what I'm saying. It's not a long-winded way. You're trying to run past my point because you don't have an argument for it. You have many different races here now. How are you going to levy a tax against them for what whites owe blacks, especially when black people willingly integrated into this situation?
It's not about it's not about other people being deprioritized. It's about making right what happened, what white people and the United States did to black people.
But they don't want to pay for that.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it does. Because
you're saying they don't even deserve it.
Because this, no, I never said, at the beginning you asked me, did I say, do they deserve it? I say yes. It's not feasible because
it's your mannerisms that's saying that.
Those people, whether they agree with blacks or not, they never owned slaves. That is why reparations unanimously, if you look at the polls, 95% of Americans do not agree with reparations because I
don't know about the accuracy of that.
Okay, well, look it up.
And I think if you looked within the black community, those statistics would be very different.
Only look in the black community, but there's Asian communities, Hispanic communities, white communities. There's all these communities.
You hate Mexicans, and
I don't hate Mexicans.
Okay, we're talking about black reparations, right? So everybody else opinion on that is low key irrelevant.
No, it's not because they got to vote to pass it.
But I understand you speaking on like the unfeasibility of it, which I agree with.
You
to a
have
certain
to
extent,
vote to pass reparations into law. If all these people be like, hell no, that means those politicians that represent them. See, this is the issue. You guys don't want to accept that we live in America. Representatives are the ones who vote on what gets passed or not. If the people who y'all saying don't matter, because that's just a lazy way of approaching it, if they don't matter, why would they ever allow their representative to vote for you to get reparations?
I think y'all arguing two different things, though. Because you asked him, does he believe in like cash reparations, right? Like money. I think that's where the debate was. Not really so much how we gonna make it happen, how much.
Correct.
It was really, do you agree blacks are owed cash reparations? Everything else could be ironed out later, but
and I'll say
that was the original topic of the debate.
Correct, and I'll say that all Pan-Africans should be privy to that, not just the victims of slavery.
Pan-Africans support reparations. Like, we believe that
No, they don't, because we got Shabaka up here talking crazy. So why did this man just lie? Why did Bucci Bear just lie? What did he just say?
That not just the victims of slavery.
Africans support reparations. Like, we believe that reparations are owed.
I feel like you turf hop though.
We do not believe reparations will be. We don't believe that's a hill that we should be dying.
But you was FBA gang or don't bang.
I was never in the FBA.
But you was though. Like you got to acknowledge reality because you're pushing the line. You're a Tariq Nasheed orbiter for a long time.
I was never a Tariq Nasheed orbiter. I literally stopped talking about Tariq on my channel because I was like, I don't want it to become like a Tariq.
We just watched it.
Nasheed hate channel.
Are you sure it wasn't the Bucci Bear ethering?
When Tariq sued me and tried to put a restraining order on me, obviously it forced me to talk about him because he was suing me. Once that was over, even after the Bucci Bear stuff, I stopped talking about Tariq. Listen, I'm a journalist.
Because he smoked you and ran you about the scene, then you had to turf hop to Pan-Africanism.
No, I was a Pan-African way before I even had any involvement with Tariq.
Because I've seen you pushing ADOS ideology before. You feel me?
You've never seen me do that.
I have.
When?
You know what I mean? Like, look, bro, I could pull up different.
Pull it up.
I mean, like, sure, but I could pull up different Twitter
Give me an
spaces
example
right
of
now.
something I said.
Something that you said that
was pro FBA ADOS.
I mean, like a lot.
Just give me one thing.
Can you give one example?
Let me think of an example. I would say that the best off top, you just being in the Tariq Nasheed community and pushing his line, and your whole entire vibe switched from being a staunch supporter
I was
to
never a supporter.
So you were an antagonist the whole time.
FBA hates me.
But they didn't always hate you.
They've always hated me.
And when did this start?
Since the very first video I made about ADOS.
Okay.
Because I made a video about ADOS saying that they weren't going to vote Democrat if they didn't get reparations on the table. And the Democrats all...
What's wrong with that? I think that was very smart, you know? I thought that was very smart. I would have never vote either.
Unanimously said, we are not going to give you reparations. Every Democrat candidate. This was in 2016 when Trump,
Hillary versus
Trump.
Yeah.
They all said, no, this was actually in 2020, right before, it was 2020, before Biden beat Trump. Every presidential candidate on the Democrat side said, we are not going to even consider reparations except for one lady, Marianne Williamson. You know what the ADOS leaders told those people at that conference? They said, you know what we're going to do because they don't want to talk about reparations? Well, we're going to vote down ballot. And then Antonio Moore leans over and says, Democrat. So I said, how are you going to make the Democrats consider giving you reparations when they said they're not going to do it and you're still voting for them?
So essentially you were always just an agent of chaos in the ADOS / Black Foundational.
Hold on, let's close out the reparations, right? Okay. Y'all both made some points. I'm in agreement with you. We're owed reparations, but the money that they owe us was taken in blood. So unless you're gonna take it in blood back, you're not getting it.
No, but it's not only. But with Mr. Vital, I don't think he understands it. He think that we were only getting beat the fuck up and all this other extra shit. No, we were fighting back, Mr. Vital. And you know that, dude, you know how many times I told him this? I used to troll him. And like, yo, they're super dope and they're super cool. Like, shout out to LBC because Mr. Vital always been cool. Like, there was one time, yo, everybody was trolling him. But I think he's super dope. You know, and I think he's a great podcaster. Him and, I think that's Messiah. I think his name is Messiah. He's super dope too. It can't just be blood because you know what? We've been fighting. We've been killing these motherfuckers for years. Yeah, you did have some that were slaves, but at the end of the day, don't forget, we've been running on plantations killing these motherfuckers. You know, so what has being a Pan-African or voting Duncat. Yeah, it didn't help us at all. It actually held us back. I think Pan-Africanism held us back. It always has held us back. It's given us a culture that's not even ours. You know? That's how we got fucked up with Christianity, because at the end of the day, Christianity don't study the whole Bible. You know? So it's the truth. They don't. That's why, what's his name? Nat Turner went crazy and started killing white people on their plantations, because he started reading that whole fucking Bible and he found out that these motherfuckers been lying half the time. That's why when he died, he just laughed like, yeah, fuck it, yeah, I got nothing else to say. You know, he did what he wanted. He did what he did. He's like, fuck it, I'm gonna die anyway. You only can kill me once, but I killed like 52 of y'all motherfuckers. You know, so it's just, like I said, the shit comes with the territory. And, like, I'm not mad if you pay us some money, because at the end of the day, we wasn't all getting beat the fuck up and all that other extra shit. Most of us was fighting, you know, and you got to give us credit for it. And I think people should stop bringing that narrative, talking about, oh yeah, we were all enslaved and shit like that. I think that's a false narrative that these white supremacists push. You know? But let's finish
here. Ask and beg for it and put it up for vote in a country where we're the minority and everybody's programmed to hate us anyway. We know it's going to get voted down. So I always tell people, if you're not willing to do what it takes to get it the way they got it, you're not getting it. Trying to go, hey, please give me reparations. They fucked you over already. You're actually insane.
No, we don't do that shit. See, that's the thing that they pushed. This is why I say I hate the Martin Luther King thing, the MLK thing, because they think everybody's fucking begging. I hate that Martin Luther King fucking effect. We shall overcome. Nah, fuck that shit. We wasn't like that. We wasn't pushing that bullshit. We was actually really putting boots to ass. So I'm tired with this narrative. Everybody was like, "Oh yeah, we were begging. We had where in the video you see us begging? We never beg. I see motherfuckers fighting. I see Martin Luther King and John Lewis, you know, trying to talk to these people. Stop it with the fucking talking. If you ain't willing to fight, then stop it. You're making us all look crazy. You know? I'm gonna land, people,
right?
I'm gonna land here because I think we actually did great tonight. These people are obsessed with him. Tariq Nasheed, like, yo, look what Tariq Nasheed has done to this man. This man don't know how to act anymore. Like, I think one of y'all said, yo, I think this man got PTSD, both of them. Because they can't fuck with, I've been saying this shit for like almost a year. Tariq Nasheed is a seasoned vet. Tariq Nasheed is a seasoned vet. And debating this motherfucker, you got to be ready. You can't be fucking around. Like, we look at Shabaka, and Shabaka, he talks all this crazy shit. Oh, he's brainwashed. He's this, and that. Nat Turner was a revolutionary. I fought and got beat in the head for Africans in America. What is FBA doing? They begging. Cut. See, this is the shit I'm talking about. Remember I just said that? They think we're begging? This Martin Luther King effect shit. Shabaka throwing out false narratives. I just said that. I just said that shit. That shit is a false narrative. We ain't begging. We saying like, yo, y'all need to do this. Y'all need to do that. If y'all ain't trying to do that, don't think we're going to vote for y'all next time. But we had these fucked up gatekeepers that are foreigners fucking up our shit. This is why we getting rid of these gatekeepers. We getting rid of the bourgeoisies and shit. We getting rid of all of them. People are tired of that. Why do I have to feel like, oh yeah, we begging, knowing that we're fighting? Like what he says is it's an insult. Because we look at his country, they beg to come over here. Their parents talk about, we're going to send you back to Africa. No, mama, don't send me back to Africa. Please don't send me back to Africa. I swear, listen, mama. Them niggas don't want to go back to Africa. Them niggas don't want to go back to the Caribbean islands. This motherfucker talking to some Butu bullshit. And he ain't even trying to stay in it. Come on, Shabaka. If you really wanted to go to Africa, you would have been in Africa right now. You are not trying to go to Africa. Africa is not on your list. The next year you're gonna be right here listening to me, probably getting my reparation. You'll probably in Atlantic City with me eating lemon pepper chicken with French fries, with the extra lemon on it too. That's why I'm letting you talk that bullshit, because you're gonna be in Atlanta with me eating the lemon pepper chicken with extra lemon. And you know what? At Magic City. Yes. Most of our DNA is old. Yeah, it's true. It's indigenous. When is Trump giving FBA reparations? Hey man, see, I just landed too, Kwame, man. What you been doing, man? That's another Pan-African. We just watched the boy Bucci Bear. Yeah, man, we just watched the boy Bucci Bear. You just trying to go down to Magic City with me and go get some lemon pepper chicken. Yeah, that's why he talking that reparation bullshit right now. Look at him. You know, but I think it's gonna be a few more years. I'm not even gonna lie. I think it's gonna be a few more years, but we're gonna get it. So it's just a matter of time. Motherfuckers is on cold right now. Yeah, with the blue cheese. Yeah, with the blue cheese. My man, right? Yeah, I'm getting with the blue cheese too, man. Yeah, Amos was gonna be there. Look at him. He's already tapped in. But I'm gonna lay in here, man. Yo, we had a great show. Hold on, what's up? What's that? 7215. Hey, yo, salute fans. When are you gonna drop the link so FBAs we can come on in? I'm working on that right now. Probably, I'm thinking about in 2 weeks. I'm just making sure this shit is good and it works. So definitely, just give me 2 weeks. I got that shit in my agenda book, so we all gonna be cooking. So I'm definitely excited about it. But I'm gonna give all my salutes. Salute to CNG 215. Salute to Kwame. Salute to Life Water. People in the chat saying you gotta tell the thanks, man. But nah, I'm not no tether. But that's a funny one. I like that one. Thanks. Salute to you, man. Salute to Life Water. Who else? Salute to Big Q. Salute to Big DJ Biggs. Salute to DJ X1. Let's see. Hold on. Oh shit, what's going on? Give me 1 second. Salute to X1. Salute to Highway 20 Skinny. Salute to B Amos. Salute to Magneto. Salute to salute to Randall Robinson. Salute to Shabaka. Salute to Montelcillo, Marlo. Or we just gonna call you Double M. Salute to Double M. Let's see. Salute to Del Monte, Green Beans. Salute to 5-star. 5-point star. Salute to, yeah. It's a 5-point star. Salute to Mocha Astro. Salute to DL. Yeah, that's it. I know there's more. Hold on, let me see. Live chat. And all the other people, hold on. Also, the people who and also, yep, salute to you, DJ Biggs. And we're gonna read the people who also who hit the subs today. Salute to DJ Specs, salute to G-Way, salute to Kyla Gray, salute to A&T Go-To channel, salute to The King, salute to Supercat 1981, salute to Michael Smith, salute to Art Esco, salute to Highway 20 Skinny, sorry. Salute to Big Q. Salute to all those people with the who hit the subs today. Thank you. I appreciate everything. And I'll see y'all tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. And we're gonna have a great